Hi, this is Candy Johnson, and I am your host. This is Real Talk, brought to you by Real Raw Records. And today's topic is what is faith? You're welcome to come in and contribute to the conversation, the discussion, and any relative conversation you have. Uh, to the topic or the question that's being posed in this segment, you're welcome to do so. The question that is being posed in this particular broadcast is, what is faith? So basically, what we're asking and for people to do is come in and contribute their definition, because this is our, I think, our third um, time posing this question, and surprisingly, people have offered their definitions, but they have all mm, they've been different from each other. So it's very interesting to see that people have a different definition of the same word, and so that says a lot about our uh, understanding and perception of things, that people perceive a word to be so totally different than someone who speaks the same language. Within itself is some form of evidence that miscommunications can be created by perception alone. And the specific use of, I mean, the use of specific words would not alleviate that issue, because of the issue or the variable of perception. All right. So that being said, come on in and put your 2 cents in. Let us know what you think faith is. on here. Okay, Mercy.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, what's going on?
Not much. Was wondering about this Toolbox app, Hangouts Toolbox. What does that do?
The toolbox? Um,
It's when I first logged in, it said Candy is using the Hangouts Toolbox. Would you? And it asked me if I wanted to do it.
it asked you if you wanted to use it.
Yeah,
Oh, I don't know if that's a malfunction because it's not an app that is, you share or anything. It's for your own use if you want to use the app. You see that lower third? Remember the guy I was asking about the lower third?
yeah. Is that what it does?
Yeah, that's the app that you use to um, you can create a generic lower third, um, or you can upload a customized one. Mine's is customized.
Yeah, I might have to try to make one up. I got
You
to
can't
change.
use that when you're using the Gravatar.
Well, I don't. I actually would have my video on, except it's just a weird situation. I could like I'm out of plugs right now because I broke my laptop screen. I've got it
You
hooked up
told
to.
me.
Yeah, so like since it's like away from me, I have this keyboard hooked up, which takes up my last plug. If I didn't have that plugged in, I could hook the. Actually, it has a camera on it, but anyway,
Hmm.
I prefer this plug-in one though. But the camera that's on it, since it's away from me, you just see a mess in my feet.
Yeah, the low thirds only work when you cam up.
Yeah, I plan actually like this Hangout stuff is not anything I like. I never realized this was even going on. This is pretty cool.
It is.
Yeah, and I didn't when I made this Google Plus, I didn't realize that it could be used that way, and I wasn't planning on using this account for that purpose. So I actually have another Google account that I'm not using. So I'm gonna go in there and reset that one up and start using that one. But I have to do that later because I'm trying to get work done right now. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, faintly.
I wonder if I can turn that up. How about now?
Yeah, it's a little stronger than it was, but not. It's still faint somewhere.
Yeah, I'm trying to do some email stuff right now. Oh, it's all right. Take your time.
I think you must be louder because I'm away from my computer and I can still hear you.
I'm trying to yell at it.
Oh, you yelling.
Yeah, I'm trying to be a little louder.
Oh.
Yeah, because it would.
So you was intrigued by my topic, eh?
Yeah. I think it's a really good question for a lot of people to start asking.
Uh-huh. Why is that?
That's how you find truth. Ask questions.
Right.
At least get closer to it, even if you can't find it.
Well, it's obtainable. It's just that you gotta travel the right path, and like you said, questions is a good way to get there.
Yep.
So, what do you think faith is?
I think faith. Um, I think it's different things depending on who the person is. I think some people see it as, uh, you know, it's like a reason to carry a certain belief that's based on a feeling they have inside, or sometimes it's based on a book or sometimes it's based on the opinion of their community. But
Faith?
yeah, I mean, it can be all like it depends who you ask how that word is used.
Yeah,
It's that like it's there's a lot of people that don't use it the way that the dictionary does. So
right.
it kind of depends. I,
Well,
if
it don't right now. It don't depend on who I'm asked because I'm asking you what you think faith is, not what other people think it is.
hmm
So
I don't
what?
know. I'm not really sure what faith is. My best guess would probably be uh it's kind of like a believe me because I tell you so.
That's what faith is. Yeah?
Pretty much,
Oh, okay.
or believe because of a feeling. I would say belief in something because of feeling. What would you say faith is?
Now you projecting.
I'm projecting.
Hmm.
What does that mean?
You throwing back the question back at me, but I didn't have the topic of faith to give my understanding of what faith is. I wanted to see what other people think it is. I know what it is. I want to see what other people know about it or don't know. Because of the very thing you said, faith is one of those words that people just get their own damn meaning and make up shit.
Yep.
However, your definition was quite unique so far. I know I could rely on you for some uh, way across the water ass shit.
Yep. That's what I hear from people most of the time when, like, they a lot of times people are trying to convert me to their particular religious belief. It doesn't have. I mean, a lot of different religious backgrounds have tried this on me, and they say, um, they'll say that I need to believe because I'm gonna go to hell, and if I ask them how they know that, they quote a book, and when I question why a book would be sufficient, one book would be sufficient evidence to form such a strong, to convince me that I should believe what you're telling me.
Mm-hmm.
To me, it's really weak evidence. There's a lot of books out
I
there,
noticed that you
and
keep saying,
what's that?
I notice you keep making reference to a religion. So you think faith only has something to do with religion?
I it doesn't have to be a religion. But when somebody has faith in something like that, it almost becomes one, even if they're not aware of it.
Right.
It's kind of a religious action, I would say. Like
Yeah.
even a scientist can form a belief so strongly that's based on his experimenting or some form of logic or evidence that he has. He can form an almost religious belief. I don't even agree. Um, most people don't agree with a lot of what science is telling us. So,
Huh?
is it most people don't agree with parts of what science tells us, or the scientific community is telling us.
Most people, you say?
I would guess that. I don't know. I really don't know. It
Hmm.
seems that way to me. Like just from who I've talked to. Maybe that's just my circles. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm in that part of the country. It doesn't seem that way to you.
Nope.
They trust science. Well, I
People trust science. If that wasn't the case, a lot of people wouldn't go to doctors.
a lot of people don't.
No, a lot of people do.
I mean, they try to avoid it until it's like too late a lot of times, or like
That's not out of lack of belief that a doctor knows what they're doing. They do it out of fear. People don't go to doctors because they fear what they're going to tell them is wrong with them.
Yeah.
That's different than I don't believe that doctors are right. It's totally different.
Yeah, I understand. Well, I just haven't heard a lot of people say that. I'm guessing that you have though, but that's pretty interesting. It just depends on where you're at and who you talk to, I guess.
Yeah,
That one I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure about that. I was just trying to guess based on who I talked to.
right. Yeah, a lot of people believe in scientists for various reasons. Even Christians, like I said, believe in scientists to the extent of
But most scientists are reject religion though, so that's kind of a weird situation.
that's a misconception as well.
It is?
Yeah.
How do you know that?
Ain't right here, come. I'm a little late. I was up so late last night. I got up pretty late today, so I'm just kind of actually getting my day started. I never hardly ever get up so late in the day and get things going, but last night I was up all night to the morning. Um, what I was gonna say. Okay, what's your question you was asking? You were asking me how do
I've seen. I don't really know what scientists think honestly, but I've seen polls that like where they're questioned, and most of them seem to reject it. But I guess I don't really know that that's accurate because these like the companies maybe the companies they work for would fire them if they didn't say that, or I don't know.
right,
I don't even
right.
like how do you I mean you just can ask them. At least that's what they say. You know, that's what they say anyway, is that most of them
Mhm.
reject it. But that's what they say in the articles that I've read. There I haven't seen any articles that say otherwise, but
Uh,
it just
I have a whole list of articles on my uh, of quotes
from scientists
articles.
that believe or like a poll of like is it a poll of all the scientists?
No, what it is, you keep asking me a lot of questions and not letting me answer not one of them.
Sorry.
Okay. On the post that I have on my page is way down. I think maybe I should refresh it and reshare it because mm, a lot of people maybe it can help some people, but um, scientists people think that all scientists um, are mostly non-religious, when in fact many of them have very strong religious backgrounds, okay? And their religious backgrounds have a lot of bearing on their studies or basically like how they go about searching out things. Perhaps they were um, um, told, okay, a certain belief and you know under their religious upbringing, and perhaps they rebelled against that belief or they wanted to either prove it right or wrong. All right, this is how you come up with the great debates or whatever concerning creationism and evolutionism. And it's because scientists were either torn one way or the other to find out the truth about what how we came about. Okay, so a lot of studies are stemmed from religious beliefs. Okay, and if a person is a Christian, all right, you know how I don't, well, you might not because you knew kind of new to Google, but even here online, anything a Christian says, people says it's make believe. Okay, so if you were a scientist and you were a Christian, what would you do with your ability? You would try to do some research to prove that what you believe in is true. Okay, and this happens a lot. But what also happens a lot is a lot of scientific data gets covered up or discarded or hidden from the general public. And so people are having these great debates about, oh, your beliefs haven't been proven, but they only can say that it hasn't been proven because they haven't come across the evidence. It doesn't mean that it hasn't ever been proven. Okay. I just posted an article, not an article, YouTube video on my page today. Matter of fact, just a little while ago, of a young gentleman who was trying to do some research, some real in-depth, deep research, and the government filed charges on him. The FBI um, pretty much went after him really bad for that. Okay, because he was trying to get get the data, all right, that's not easily accessible to the public. Okay, even people that have what they do, they have this particular database of all these information, right? Even sciences, what do you call it, studies and so forth, and court rulings and so forth and stuff like that, all right? Because people don't realize that some before some information can be released, you have to get a court ruling for it. You didn't know that, did you?
Yeah, I knew that.
Yeah.
Sometimes you got to get congressional release.
Right.
Sometimes it's even worse. Yeah.
Yeah. Um, there are certain scientific researches that could be considered as treason. So it's a very sticky situation.
But I'm wondering, like you said that a lot of scientists are religious, and I was wondering what that claim was based on. Like, where did you? You said you have a lot of articles.
I have a lot of quotes by scientists that said very spiritual statements that they made. Mind you, you have to keep in mind that, like you were saying, some researchers, okay, they may be religious, but they may have to keep it on the wraps because perhaps the people that's funding them won't fund them if they know
Yeah.
that they are.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think that happens sometimes. I mean, it has to at least happen a little, and who knows, it might be happening a lot.
yeah,
I, I mean, there could be other reasons they could lie about it too, and I don't even know why. You made me think of another one too, like when you said that the internet picks on them, that might be why oh, fine, I'm an atheist, stop picking on me, kind of thing.
mm-hmm.
Like scientists are kind of, so a lot of them are kind of selling to a market, and their market is probably more, like, sometimes it's more atheist, not always, but
Mm-hmm.
well, those scientists catering to that market would maybe put themselves out of business if they. But
Well, according to, if you listen to many of the scientists, they feel like, okay, a true scientist should enter into any research with an unbiased uh, mental faculties, all right? But by nature, we are biased for one reason or another. We are always going to be biased, all right?
yeah, you can only work with the information you started with.
Right.
Yeah.
So, but as a scientist, they try to encourage you to try to clear your mind of any biases so that they feel like you can come out with a better outcome when you do your research, you won't lean this way. You'll be more balanced. All right. But that's next to impossible because there's always going to be some type of mental biases.
Yeah.
So if a researcher were to say that they're Christian, nobody really would want to. No, I wouldn't say nobody, but the non-Christian, because mind you, everybody that's not Christian is not necessarily atheist either.
Yeah, I know.
Some people are Buddhist or
Well,
spiritualist or
we were just talking about whether they were religious or not, and that because they could be any religion.
yeah, but some religions aren't frowned upon as much as Christianity. So they can get away with saying that they're spiritual. You did?
Say that again.
Some religions aren't frowned upon in the science arena as others because mm, 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 you have religions such as naturalism. Okay,
What's that?
people that believe in worshiping nature.
Oh, okay.
All
Like
right,
nature's God.
basically. And so, for the science arena, that would be something that would be welcomed. That wouldn't be something that would be shunned. All right,
Yeah, you're
because
probably right
they
about
can,
that.
because they can see, touch, and feel nature. Right.
Right.
So,
I mean, honestly, like that wouldn't. You know, I get what your point that like even if they don't believe that, it's still greeted with more sound reasoning.
mm-hmm,
Even if the scientists like, oh, that's horse hockey too, but it's better than they say it's better
right,
than anything.
right. They're not shunned as much because it's something that you can touch, taste, and feel. Type of thing.
Yeah,
Also,
I don't know. I don't
you
know
can
about natural.
prove that nature has, um, that nature has living. When you speak of a living organism, that includes nature. All right, and that's something that they can prove. Because remember, science is about proving shit, right?
I would say it's probably more about proving shit wrong
Um,
because that's really what they do. Like they try what they do is they come up with a theory and or not a theory. They come up with a hypothesis. They make observations and they hypothesize and they say we think this happens because of this or this is the reason for that and they say well how can we find out if that hypothesis is true? Well, we test it. We do an experiment. We put that hypothesis to the test. We try to prove it wrong. If we prove it wrong, we know it's not true. We make a new hypothesis. And if we prove it right, we don't accept it, or if it doesn't get proven wrong, we don't accept it as proven right. It just becomes a theory. It's accepted as a theory. It's given a lot of confidence, but you really still don't know for sure because
right,
usually those theories are then like we do more experiments. We try to upgrade the theory. Always gets closer and closer and closer to the truth without ever actually getting there.
right. Because science is just discovery. It's not proof of anything.
It's not what with anything.
Science is not proof of anything. It's discovery.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like proof that
You
stuff
find stuff.
is done. It's almost like disproof, not proof.
No, it's defining it. Okay, like gravity. Gravity have always existed. Okay,
Yeah, but we really don't know what gravity is still.
right. But I'm saying we defined it as gravity. That's my point. That's my very point. They really don't know what gravity is, but they define it. Okay, this force that keeps us to the ground is called Gravity. We're gonna name it or define it as gravity. Okay, and that's the name we gave it. You know. So basically, that's all scientists do is just identify stuff that's already here. They don't discover anything. they don't. They don't prove anything like that. They just um, try to what you call that? Find ways to um, what do you call that? Simplify the understanding of what that particular thing is. Or so, say for example, wind. Well, mm, you know that wind exists because you can feel it, right?
Right.
So what they did with the laws of motion was they created wind to not created wind, they used wind to define the laws of motion. Okay? Like, okay, this amount of product pressure applied, that's how they defined it. Okay? But they didn't, that's not a discovery. Hey, Palm,
Hey, Candy.
that's not a discovery. It already existed, right?
Right.
Anyway, mm, I don't know if I asked Palm or not. Palm, okay, this is the question of the day. What is faith? Shoot,
In things that are unseen,
that's what faith is?
I think so.
Okay, let me rephrase the question. I had to do outbound like this too. What does faith mean to you specifically? Not what other people say it is. What does it mean to you?
Believing things without uh, seeing evidence for it.
Wow. Okay. All right.
Most of the people who I talked to that said that I should have faith or that they had faith, they usually did present me evidence. I mean, a lot of people might consider it very weak evidence, but I would still say that it was evidence. It didn't. I mean, it usually doesn't convince me, but I mean, they do have evidence they point at.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Usually, that's what it. Usually, they point at the evidence first, and then when you question it, and you're like, well, wait a minute, why is that evidence? Then they're like, well, you just got to have faith.
right.
That's why I said it was basically believe me because I said so, because it's like, okay, the evidence didn't work, so just believe me because I told you to.
All right. Mm-hmm. Well, mainly because that's not what real faith is, but that's like you said before. A lot of people just make up their own definition of what faith is, and
Yeah,
they share it with other people, and this is why this poem makes the fifth person that has given a different definition of what faith is. This is getting very interesting.
yeah, that like I bet you those same people that approach me that way, probably if you asked them what faith is, they probably wouldn't define it the same way that they actually are using it in that situation.
Right, right, exactly, exactly. Um, believe it or not, okay. Um, I know what faith is. I'm not. When I pose the question, I'm somewhat being, what do you call that? Like an inspector, not an inspector, but a detective that already knows that somebody is the killer, and they're playing games to see if they're gonna, what kind of lie they can come up with for an alibi. Um, Sort of like that. Columbo. I'm pulling a Columbo. I want to add. It's not that people are lying about safes. That's not what I'm implying. What I'm saying is that I want to get people to realize how they can take a word. All right, we was talking about this in another hangout earlier. How they can take a word and throughout time they can totally distort the definition of that word. All right, like okay, this word faith. People use it to describe a religion. That's not what faith is. Faith has nothing to do with religion. All right, I ain't gonna give up the answer. All right, but I'm gonna wait because I won't. See. I already know that it's from Christians that been watching my videos, right? Watching my broadcast, and they know damn well they don't really know what faith is. All right, and what because I've had them to do this before. All right. I pose the question, they go get the answer from somewhere else and bring it back like they really knew all the while. And I will pick their answer apart just to find out that the answer they gave, they didn't even understand it either. Because they didn't really believe in that, all right? They didn't even know what it meant, all right? The answer they gave, because they got it from somebody else. And this happens a lot with words. People will take a word, never look it up in a dictionary or do any type of research, and just take people's understanding of what a word is and just run with it like it's Webster. And that's just not a good way of learning anything. You just take what somebody say and don't look it up or verify. You know, like the scientists do. If they have, like you said, if they have a hypothesis, they're gonna test it and retest it, and it's gonna be go under the extreme scrutiny of their peers and all kinds of stuff. You know. That's why Scientology is more accurate than anything. I mean, not more accurate, but.
Did you say Scientology?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you talking about Scientology, that religion, not the scientists, like, 'cause science and doing testing.
You're right. I used the wrong word.
Yeah, Scientology. There's that like cult
There's
group.
a religion of Scientology. My bad.
Yeah.
You're right. Okay, that's why.
I thought I heard it. I thought I knew what you were saying, but I just wanted to make sure.
Okay, yeah, you're right. Thanks for correcting me, because other people are listening as well. We have viewers. That what I was trying to say is that's why science itself is more reliable, because it is placed through scrutiny. Okay, it's not more reliable because of within itself it's so accurate, but the process of the results is more reputable. All right. And this is what I get on a lot of Christians about, is because they will state claims, just like you said. They'll just make claims, and they'll even lie. I've had Christians to even lie and say that something is in the Bible and it ain't even in the Bible. Okay? That's just like demons, all right? The word demons, for example. The word demons ain't even in the Bible. Okay. How about that for something social burger? You know, you'll hear Christians use the word demon all the time. Them demons, demons this and demons that, and it's like, where in the fuck did you get this word from? It's not even in your Bible. You claim that you so uh you go by only what's in the Bible. Okay, well that's not in the Bible, so where the hell you get it from, and why are you using it? Where did you get your damn definition from?
Really? That's not in the Bible, Kevin?
No, it's not.
Oh,
Are you
damn.
sure it's not in the Bible? I
Let me show you something, okay? Because I study. This is my point. This is why I'm
We're
happy.
about to get edified.
well,
Oh yeah.
can I just say one thing?
Sure, hold on.
Like even like let's say even if demon were in the Bible, I don't think it's something Jesus would have said a lot, and like trying to
He never said it.
huh? Yeah, I don't think he did either. I mean, it just doesn't sound like something Jesus would say if you just think
He
about who
would
he is.
he
I'm
wouldn't
not
say that
saying,
because there's no such thing. Why
yeah,
would he? Why would he speak of something that don't exist?
yeah. Well, he spent his time trying to help the downtrodden, and like if you're being a Christian, you're supposed to be Christ-like, and I mean that's what the name Christian implies anyway.
Right, right.
Yeah. And being like Christ is not trying to seek out demons.
No, it's not. He did cast out spirits, evil spirits. The Bible does speak of evil spirits. Evil spirits. Okay. It is, but it's not ever used the word demon.
It does say devils though. I'm looking here.
It does say devils. I didn't say the word devils though.
Yeah.
Did I say devils?
No.
Nope. I said demons. And that's I was using that as an example of how, and even when it speaks of uh, devils, it's referring to evil spirits. That was just another terminology that was used. And the okay, for example, and the man was full of devils. It doesn't say demons, and as well, it doesn't say the devil as if it were one. Okay, one specific devil. You know how they've made up this myth that there's this one specific devil. Okay, with the pitchfork and the long tail. I don't know where the fuck the pitchfork came from. I guess he gonna stick you in the ass with that. But yeah, uh, this just made up myths mixed with paganism is what it is. You see this right here? This is how I know that the word demons is not in the Bible. Okay, this is called. I'm hoping y'all can see that. Yes, it's showing up good. Thank God. All right. Hold on. There we go. All right. I have OCD. I'm trying to make sure it's straight. Okay, this is a Strong's Concordance. Okay, that's what this is. Okay, and what this is, you see how thick it is? That's a bad motherfucker right there. All right. um, and it's that thick because what is included in this book is a breakdown of every single word that is in the Bible from the beginning to the end. It even includes, look, it even includes every time the word, how can I, hold on, I'm trying to focus in, y'all, so y'all can see. Uh, it includes,
It's too tiny, Candy. We cannot read it.
it's too dark. Okay.
You know, it's the video quality is too low to see it.
Oh, okay.
It's
Yeah,
too tiny.
I need better lighting in here. And I'm gonna take care of that next week. Definitely, because that's kind of annoying me. Not kind of, it really is annoying me. Um, but anyway, what I was trying to show y'all is that um, even the word a, it shows every time that there's an occurrence of the word a in the Bible, it has every listing, every single listing from front to back of the word a. So in turn, that goes for any word that ever that you could find, possibly find in the Bible. Is all you got to do is give me a word, and I can tell you every single. I can look it up and reference it and tell you every how many I can count and tell you how many times that word is listed is included within the Bible. All right. The word demon ain't in here, which means what? It ain't in the Bible. Okay? So, something that simple, okay? And you might say, well, what does that prove? What it proves is that you'll have a lot of Christians, you'll hear a lot of Christians, and even before I got to this level in my studies to understand that I was using words that, see, God brought it to my attention, and this is how I came about getting one of these. But I was using words that aren't in the Bible. They're not there. And it made me look like a fool because here I am saying, yeah, and the Bible says, and like doing like everybody else. Somebody else told me that the Bible said this. I just took their word for it and just assumed that they wouldn't lie or tell me that it was in there and it's not. But people do lie or pass on bad information, just like myths. Myths are passed on, all right, from generation to generation. It's just a myth. Our grandparents used to tell us, turn off all the appliances when it's thundering and lightning outside, because when it's thundering and lightning outside, God is angry and he'll strike you if you have your appliances on. It's like, what the fuck? Why would God be angry that you have your TV on? Like, that shit don't add up. You know what I'm saying? That shit don't add up. That don't add up. All right. And like Jesus, if demons, okay, spirits do exist, okay, and he spoke of spirits, all right, but the spirit realm, I should say, all right. But he didn't speak much of it because apparently evil spirits was not a factor that was important. He made sure he covered everything that was important. All right. So apparently these demons that the Christians glorify and make a big deal out of, apparently they wasn't important to Jesus. Okay. Apparently they wasn't important enough at all because they're not even listed in the Bible at all. Now this is the Bible. This is a concordance. This only tells you everything that's in the Bible. Okay. Then not only does it tell you everything that's in the Bible, all right. Once you find out that the word is in there, what you can do then after that, because words have different meanings, then what you could do, there's a section in here, the Bible, for those who didn't know, the Bible is written, the Old Testament was written in Hebrew. I love Hebrew language, it's so awesome. And the New Testament was written in Greek. Now, that Greek language is a little pious. I I don't really dig that language, but you know, if you want to really
What
understand
is
the
pious?
uh, what
What
do you
is
think?
what's pious?
Pious, like arrogant, arrogant. In other words, you want to be above. Uh, in other words, you're so high up that people can't even understand you. All right, is what I'm saying. Like, uh, the language itself can't possibly, of course, the people who spoke Greek can understand each other. But what I mean by pious is I noticed like a trend of people when they would speak, they would like try to speak so uh, articulate that you know, like try to talk above your head, so to speak, like you know, condescending talk to you like you wouldn't be able to understand this anyway, you know. Yeah, like that, yeah. Um, Whereas the Hebrew language seems to be very communicative. It's very you can pass it on real easy. All right. That's what I like about it. It was smooth sailing, all right, kind of like a song that just roll along. And yeah, so I fell in love with the Hebrew, but I still studied the Greek on account of their words. One thing, the New Testament is written in Greek, so you have to study that language to understand. And you got to know the culture as well. Just all the same with the Hebrew, you would need to know the culture, all right, of the people to understand the language. You understand? Like we got slang in our language, right? Bow bow. Did my thing freeze up here?
I'm sorry, the connection was bad for a little bit there. I didn't pick up the last of it.
I said, you in order to know the language or understand the language, you got to understand the culture of where the language come from. Okay, it's just like if a person want to learn how to speak English from the U.S. English, they would have to understand our culture. All right, because we use slang. Okay, for example, I say all right a lot, right? And if somebody trying to learn the language, they probably would be confused because they would say, well, why this lady says all right a lot after her sentences? Is that something that ends the sentence? So, because I use the word all right like it's a period. uh,
I never thought about like that from the point of view of another like somebody who's using English as a second language because like when you say it to me like I notice it but uh I know what it is but I could see where they wouldn't.
right.
That's funny.
hmm So it's like if you think about it, if people are reading the Bible, it was written in a totally different language, and you're trying to use our understanding of words to understand where they was coming from. There's gonna be a lot of fucked up interpretations of what's really going on there. You know what I mean? Especially when the person doesn't know the culturistic background. All right, somebody that's perhaps born in the U.S., but they born up here and I'm born down in the South. They might not understand what I'm saying. Like a lot of times they ask me, "What you say?" All right, but they understand. They know off the rip. You ain't from here. All right. So they know that it's gonna take a little extra as far as picking out the parts that they do understand and what I say. 'Cause I run my words together, and then when I get real excited, Palm done experienced this. When I get real excited, all kind of shit, my culture come out. All right, and I talk real bad. All right, so cause most of the time, cause I on kind of I know that I talk bad, I always try to talk proper so that people can understand what I'm saying. Okay, but that ain't how I normally talk. All right, so I try to clean it up where people can understand me, but you know, people where I'm from wouldn't have no problem at all understanding me because they talk that way too. You understand? Mm. This is where the the breakdown of why people can read the Bible and all come up with different interpretation as to what being said. Okay. This is why I've asked numerous people what is faith, and they all got different answers. It's just one word. Even okay, the word faith, uh, of course, like any other word, can have more than one meaning, right? Cool, all right. But I've seen people associate shit to faith don't even go with it. Like faith has nothing to do with, I mean, the word itself has nothing to do with religion. It can be attributed to it can be named as an attribute used by a religious person, but the word itself has nothing to do with religion. Nothing at all. Nothing. Yet, when you hear people give their description of what faith is, that's going to be the first thing. That's going to be the first and the last thing that they're going to speak about when they talk about faith. When they're giving a definition, their definition of what they think faith is. And if you ask people, and this is why I asked y'all, have you ever looked the word up? Did I ask you, Paul? That was supposed to be my second question.
Ask me what, Candy?
Have you ever looked up the word faith?
Uh, yeah, I think it was like hoping and believing in the things unseen or whatever it was. I don't remember.
Mm, mm, mm. You sure about that? Where did you look it up at, Paul?
I don't remember.
Mm-hmm. Uh, let's see what Google uh, had to say about it. Wikipedia, punk asses. Um, it says, okay, now this is the definition online, all right? Faith is various, and they got this anonymous ass bullshit. See, when people get bullshit ass responses, they be anonymous. I don't blame them for being anonymous. I wouldn't want nobody to know I was giving them some bullshit either. Faith is variously defined as belief, confidence, or trust in a person, object, religion. See, religion is just included in there. All right, the same thing I just said. They're having confidence or trust in a person, object, religion, idea, all right, that includes science, or view, okay? It may also be used to refer to a particular, used to be used to refer to a particular system of religious belief. It can also be used for that. You see what I'm saying? That's not what it means. It can be used for that, but that's not what it is. Now that's almost was what I said, but they missing some stuff, okay? But they just gave you a little definition, a little something, help you out to understand that faith uh, is can be associated with religion, but it is not, does not mean uh, indefinitely mean that it is referring to anything with religion. Clearly, it says here, faith is variously defined. See, that word variously, you got to look at that word variously, meaning commonly, or there's a variety of occasions where it's defined as belief, confidence, trust in a person, object, religion, idea, or view. Okay? And they're missing the spiritual definition of it, but we just gonna let them make it with that, because they did say variously referred. They did say that. So anyway, that basically, that the definition is just saying that this is what people think about faith. That wasn't even a real definition. They were saying variously, this is what people say about faith. Okay, what faith is. This is how they describe it. All right. That wasn't even a definition. Okay. Um, shit. That's why I tell people that ain't the internet ain't no viable source to be going to and getting no information. That definition is so incomplete as hell. And that's why they did it listed it anonymous. I'd have listed anonymous too, and that piece of information they done provided. Uh, I'm gonna look here right here in this concordance, and oh man, I shouldn't get a definition because I want to wait until other people.
Can I ask you a question?
So
How do we decide who has the authority over what symbols and sounds and words are defined as? Like who gets to decide what the, like, like you have the dictionaries made, and then uh, people redefine those words and use them all kinds of different ways when they're talking to each other, and then there's
right.
slang and they make up words. So it's like, is that dictionary really the authority? Because does it have control? No, it obviously does. Like, it seems to me like it wouldn't each individual have control over how they define their words?
Well, okay. That the answer to your question would be yes and no. Okay. The reason the answer to your question would be yes and no is because uh yes, you can use the word any kind of way you want to. Like I use all right as the period at the end of my sentence. I use it how the hell I want to use it. I even make up words, honey. Okay. I make up fantabulous, uh, superific. I done made up all kind of words. All right. Words were made and defined by humans. We said at some point, even in the Bible, it says that Adam, not God, Adam named all the animals. Okay? And so that's actually what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to define things and determine what they are. Okay, but you got to think of it like this, hon. If you saying now, in the case of saying who has the authority to say this is this and this is that, okay, you could rebel against the common or the base. Say, for example, somebody, the first one that came up this word, and they the first one, and they gave it a definition. All right. Now you can use the word any kind of way you wanna. All right. But the problem is going to come in when you're trying to communicate your understanding to somebody else. When you use that word, you're going to have to, every time you use that word with somebody different, you're going to have to explain to them what you mean by that word.
Yeah, that's why I always
Because
try to ask people.
there's going to be a communication breakdown because nobody's going to know what the fuck you talking about.
Yeah, I try to always ask people how to define their terms, and I don't know if you noticed, like I asked you what pious meant. Like anytime there's a term that comes up that I'm not sure what your definition of it's going to be, I always ask so that because otherwise you can't really communicate until you know. So
Right,
like when you ask me about faith, you like you're like, no, don't turn it on me. This is my, like this is your stream or whatever that you set up for this particular purpose of asking other people.
right.
You're like, don't flip it on me, basically. But that's what I always do, and then my next answer was like, everybody defines it differently. Is basically I'm saying the same thing you are pretty much, uh, but then you're like, no, what does it mean to you?
Right,
Yeah,
right.
so like that's a good approach for. I mean, the way that we went down that together is actually very efficient because then we know what each other's talking about.
Uh-huh. So when I say faith, I mean something totally different, but I want to know what you mean when you say faith. All right. Now back to your question, what you was asking me. Well, why can't I use the word? You can use the word the way you wanna. All right, but like I said, if we're not all having a common understanding of what that word means, it's gonna be a big breakdown. And see, what people don't understand is communication. The whole purpose of communication is to relay an understanding. It's not just so we can run our mouth. It's for us to relay understandings. In other words, to give somebody else or help somebody to understand where you coming from. All right. Understand how you understand or see things or view whatever like that. All right. So, when people, this is what I say about the Greek, they were known for being stuffy asses. All right. And what I mean by stuffy asses, they, how you be around people that like to use big words to try to talk over your head and shit like that.
Yeah, they had like a practice of schooling each other to like be good orators and be good at like
Right.
appealing to people's emotions and manipulating them and
Yes.
having a high quality of control in their speech and all that
Right.
and high quality in everything else too.
Yes, they were known for already. That was their thing. That's just like you see on Google. Everybody like to debate, all right, make them feel good. But don't none of them don't none
Say
of them make
woo.
no damn sense. That's exactly
What,
how the Greek
what
mentality was.
you said woo woo?
Huh?
You said on woo woo?
Google.
Oh, on Google.
Uh, on Google, um, that way people do they that you'll see them in a debate, and they that be going back and forth. Palm be over there. You see, he got his little fella with his tinfoil hat on.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Yeah, Palm, he got his little fella. He changed it. He changed. Palm changed to one of your other ones that got a little fat fella.
That's the only one I've seen from you.
Palm, he probably dotted out. He go back and forth. Um, but Palm be in a lot of hangouts and the people broadcast. And you see he got that little fella there. I'm gonna put him on. I'm gonna white box him. He got his little fella with the tinfoil hat. Okay, that's for the people that are conspiracy theorists that think that the government, well, the government is spying on us, but some people are so highly involved in they so paranoid, all right, about the government peeping in on them and stuff. You know that they have um, built themselves up into a high level of fear and anxiety about it. So with Palm going to, he come across some conspiracy theorist people. This what he got his little the baby with the tinfoil hat on. Okay, but he got different ones for different arenas that he go into. He pull them out and he make he make fun of what's going on in the hangout at the time. All right. I don't know why he got his little tinfoil fell up now. Uh, but he just might have that one might just be his default for right now. Uh, but Palm is familiar with this that a lot of the time when they be debating, they've been debating about the same issues for I hear some say 5, 6, 7, 10 years or whatever like that. All right. Hey there, Matthew. Don't come in here showing out. I'll tell you that right now. Matt, Matthew, you ain't got no audio. Oh, your mic out. Yeah, don't you come in here showing out. I'll tell you that right now. Oh, he gonna come back in. His mic wasn't coming through.
What's
Yeah, there you go.
Alright.
Hey there.
No, you showing out in here?
Ah! No, I'm waiting on you to come up in here now. I'm gonna really show out.
Uh-oh. Oh no. Calm down now, Candy.
Oh, Matt. Okay, I'm glad you in here. You're a Christian. I really want to know what the Christian got to say. You're a Christian, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Good. You tell your fellow Christianians to come on in here. I want them to put their 2 cents in. All right. I ain't gonna show out. I'm gonna behave. But tell me what you think. What is the question of the day, week, and month? What is faith? Shoot.
What is faith? Okay. Faith is something that you believe in, something that you cannot prove.
Wow, coming from a Christian.
You can't prove it.
Are you serious? Okay, all right. That's your story. You sticking to it?
I mean, that's basically what it is.
Have you ever? Okay, my next question. Have you ever looked the word up?
Nope. That's just straight off the dome. Like,
Uh huh.
uh, well, I mean, you can't prove that. That's the thing. You cannot prove that moment in your life when Christ comes into your heart to nobody else. You can't prove it.
Oh, so faith has to do something to do with being a Christian?
Yeah, faith has something to do with being a Christian.
Mm, all right. That's your story, and you sticking to it.
Yeah, but I got more.
Oh, you got
What else?
more? Oh,
Yeah. Well, what's wrong with what I said?
you got more?
Faith.
Don't be
I'm trying to think.
don't be pulling out no books or nothing. I want this straight
No,
up.
I'm not pulling out no books.
Don't be trying to Google right quick. We
You
done
should
done
try
that
to.
already. They ain't got shit on Google either.
You
No,
should
I ain't.
ask
I'm
him.
not in here to debate. Sorry.
No, I know, hon. I want you to. I just meddling you. I'm trying to rile you. I'm trying to rile you up.
Hey,
Uh,
Candy. Hey,
So
Candy.
you say you got more?
yeah, but I'm gonna let Outbound speak real quick.
Okay.
I was gonna say you should ask him the same thing you asked us to about like how everybody has their way of looking at it, but how do you look at it?
Oh, well, that's what I was asking him. Maybe he ain't understand. Okay, that's what you was taught. Okay, what faith was, right, Matthew? Or is that
Mm,
what you think faith is?
that's what my human mind thinks right now. I'm not very educated on the word faith as some people are.
Oh,
Faith. When I'm thinking about faith, I'm thinking about believe as well.
okay.
Believe, faith. Like uh, I got faith that having faith in humanity. Hopefully we can get it together.
Hope. Okay, so you think
Yeah,
hope?
like hope. Faith is more than just one word to
Mm,
me. Yeah, but that I mean, really, I wasn't, and that's another thing. I wasn't indoctrinated by any church.
that's good. Uh-huh.
So I came up listening to Tupac and Biggie and Bone Thugs and Harmony, and I was a young kid back in the '90s. So I was I was wild, man. But when stepmom went to church, she took us in there, and everything in there made sense to me.
Mm-hmm.
The believing in Jesus, everything. Even though I was thugged out,
Mm-hmm.
bad kid, I never went against the word of God, and I don't think I never will.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, but I was not indoctrinated like by anyone. No one ever forced me to be. When I was 28, I finally had my experience with the Holy Ghost, where I was at the edge of some, like I had some, like I'm never gonna commit suicide or nothing, but I was so deep in depression and
Mm-hmm.
deep in anxiety
Mm-hmm.
to the point where a lot of people, Kurt Cobain, and a lot of these people killed themselves with that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't blame them, but not saying that you should do that. But I got that never give up mentality. So, but I was scared to go out the house. I was scared to leave my room, Candy,
Wow, okay.
and I I poured out my sins on the cross. Basically, I just started crying uncontrollably, and it wasn't from nobody else. Nobody else was in my room at the time. So none but the Spirit
Uh,
came over me, and then after that, that's me being a Christian. But the whole thing, like a true Christian. But really, I'm still just like any other man. I got problems with lust. I got problems with everything.
right.
Still the same, but I know that I got a rock. I got the rock in my heart, and I
Right.
know that I got Jesus in me.
What do you mean by the rock? Explain that for the unbelievers or the people that have no clue what rock you talking about. They might thought you talking about crack rock.
the rock, the rock is like Peter, but
Peter.
it's Jesus. It's Jesus. You know who Peter is?
I know what you. I'm paying.
Okay.
I'm
Oh,
somebody
okay. Jesus
that
told
don't know what the hell you talking about.
Jesus told Peter that he was the rock.
Hmm.
That's what Peter meant, if I'm not mistaken. And
What does the
basically,
rock mean?
huh?
What does the rock mean?
The foundation.
Hmm. Okay.
So I got the foundation. I'm a work in progress, but I got the foundation in my heart,
All
and
right.
I know I'll never lose that. Even in my sinful times, I, you know, I talk to the Father one on one.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing that can ever change that. And the stuff with faith is the stuff like the Red Sea parting, the we take these things on faith, and
Why?
not really faith neither, because it's the truth. When the Holy Spirit comes over you, it's really it's not really ridiculous at all. These
Right.
things that people say,
Mm,
God can do whatever He wants with this world.
right.
If God can make a tornado, I'm pretty sure He can do anything with the Red Sea or
Right.
whatever He wants with what He created.
Mm-hmm.
So until people get that Holy Spirit in them, they're always gonna have that doubt
Mm-hmm.
and stuff. But tell you, man, a quiet room, and Jesus said another thing: the brokenhearted are the ones that that are saved. Not saying all people
Right.
have to be brokenhearted, but
Mm-hmm.
those are the ones that God is closer to, the
Uh-huh.
ones that are broken in spirit.
Uh-huh.
Okay,
What does that mean to be broken? Tell us.
uh, depressed, uh,
So you got to be
mourning.
depressed for God to be.
Nah, you don't have to be. You don't have to be depressed. But the thing is, that's when you truly find God.
When you depressed, so you have to be depressed to truly find it?
Broken in spirit. When
No.
your spirit is broken.
Wow.
Not
What if I'm a happy-go-lucky, morally good person? Will I ever find God?
of course. We all get a chance. Especially us healthy people that have, things going for us. You you're not dying at this moment. You're gonna get your chance if you haven't got it already.
Uh-huh. Where did this chance come from? I mean, can you induce this chance, or how does that work?
I think you can induce the chance. I think you can by taking the word of God serious and stop going against and actually reading the word with an open heart and an open mind.
Tell me something. Do you read the Bible?
Yes, I read the Bible, not all of it though. Nowhere near all of it. I went from Genesis to let me see, Kings, I think, Chronicles.
I run.
But I got a lot of reading to do.
Hello.
All right.
But I was telling this dude the other day about Mormonism, and he was saying this, and what if the Book of Mormon was the word of God, and you pass, and like, nah. The thing is, you're a Christian, okay? The thing the thing he's mistaken or whatever, he's kind of gone off a path or something, is all you need. All you need is
Don't start showing out, Matt.
the faith, the faith in Jesus, that he rose from the grave in 3 days, and that's it. You believe in him, you don't have to read another inch of that Bible.
Hmm.
You don't have to read nothing else, because the Holy Spirit does it all for you.
Right. You don't have to actually know how to read at all.
Nope.
So let me ask, what's his name? Ron. Thank you for that, Matt.
Uh
Um,
huh.
Ron, uh,
Yes.
can you tell me something? Okay, this is the subject. If the subject is posed as a question, all right.
Okay.
And the question of the day, or the month, or the week is, what is faith?
You're wanting my definition?
Yes, please.
I would say that faith is pretending to know things that you don't really know.
Pretending. Okay, you have officially submitted. Wait a minute. I got 4 people in the room. I had 3 already. You the 7th definition we got on the table. All right.
And
Yeah.
when you first came in, I thought that was like a pair of praying hands on your picture. It's so
It's not.
small. So
No,
your
It's a rabbit.
answer surprised me.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Ron, this is my next question to you.
Okay.
Okay. Is that all your question? I mean, your answer, you said is a what? Pretending you know things that you don't?
Yeah, essentially. I mean, there are multiple definitions in the dictionary, and the reason for that is because we use it in different contexts to mean different things. Like I have faith that my wife won't cheat on me. In which case I'm talking about trust, and I tend myself not to use the word in that context. I would default to the word trust, because I don't want to cause confusion, because I think that faith is used in a religious context to mean one thing, and outside of religious contexts it's used in with a different meaning. So for my purposes and for myself, I tend not to use the word faith, because I think that it's a bad way of going about coming to belief
Belief in what?
in anything. I mean, like, for example, if you take
That
the
faith is
definition.
bad, you say?
I'm sorry?
You think that faith is a bad way to getting belief, you said?
Yes. So you arrive at certain beliefs if you if you believe that faith is good, and faith, um, in this context I'm talking about faith as it's defined in most religious contexts, and like I would point to the passage in Hebrews, what is it, chapter 11, where it defines faith as, it says faith is
Oh,
the
don't you
evidence.
go there. Don't you go there. If you don't, baby, I'm going to tell you right now.
Okay.
I'll give you an ample warning. All right? I'll give you ample warning. And this ain't nothing to be combative for nothing. I'm just kind of teasing you, but I'm serious a little bit too. All right?
Okay.
Uh, and Matt can verify. If you go there, I'm going to show out. Okay? So,
Well,
please.
I don't mean to. I don't mean to.
That's not right, Matt. You better tell him, can he go show out though? So the best thing is, don't go into, what I mean by going there is, when people go into conversations of discussion that they ain't got a clue what they talking about,
Okay.
it make you look foolish, because I'm a rip that shit apart, okay?
Well, and if I'm wrong, that's fine. I want to know if I'm wrong.
Okay, all right. I was just letting you know where you tiptoeing in the territory. All right. So you ready to be enlightened? Okay.
Well, maybe it would help if I understood your faith as you understand it. What is your definition of faith?
Right. Okay. But you was getting ready to use the biblical description. Are you a Christian?
I'm not. No.
Okay. See, that's why I knew that was kind of shaky ground for you to be tiptoeing on. All right. So.
Well, I mean, I was going to point to a passage in the Bible that a lot of Christians that I've spoken with, and I used to be a Christian, and I would have pointed to this passage when I was a Christian.
Right.
Say, this is what I think faith is.
Go ahead with it.
So in Hebrews chapter 11, and this is going to be paraphrased, and if you think I've got it mixed up, and
I already know where you're going. It's faith is the substance of things hoped for and the evidence of things not seen.
Exactly. That's it. So
I knew you was tiptoe there. That's why I was letting you know that was real shaky ground. You don't want to go there.
Well, but so to me,
Can you say that again?
It's the scripture that he's referring to, and thank you, Ron, for bringing that up.
Sure.
But the scripture he's referring to, as far as the Christian belief or religion, of what they claim to get their understanding of faith, and it is one of the main scriptures that they use or refer to, as he stated. It states, faith is the substance of things hoped for and the evidence of things not seen.
Right.
All right. So the reason why I told you don't tiptoe over there, Ron, is because that scripture is it's so contradictory of the description you just gave for faith.
Well,
you want to tiptoe over.
but that I don't. Here's what I need to say.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that is an accurate description, and I think it kind of
What do you think?
I think it's wordsmithing.
Wait, no. What do you think?
Like I gave you the definition that I prefer.
No. Your definition is so far off. It ain't even don't have nothing to do with faith. But I'm saying, what do you think that scripture is saying? Now, you want me to say the words slowly again for you, so you.
No, I've even pulled it up. I'm looking at the scripture. What translation do you prefer?
Examine each one of those words. King James version, please.
Okay.
Examine each one of
change to
those.
King James.
Okay.
Okay.
Examine each one of those words.
Right.
Okay?
Now, faith is the substance of things hoped for.
Wait a minute. Don't go too fast. That's why I said examine.
Well, but you have to take the phrase. Taking the individual words
No, you
it
don't.
loses meaning.
No, you don't. You need to examine each word because each one of those words have very significant value to the whole of the definition, okay?
Okay.
That's why I'm telling you this, all right? Now, start over.
Okay. So I guess we start with now.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so to you, what does now mean?
In the present. So
All right.
are you saying that because they use the word now, the author of Hebrews, the anonymous author of Hebrews, that there were other times in the past when this passage was not true, or this definition of the word faith? Because that's what the word now. When we look at it specifically in a sentence, it can mean a lot of different things, and typically it relates to some kind of temporal context, saying that if I say now it's true that Barack Obama is the president,
right,
that would mean he wasn't president in the past, or it would suggest that. So is that the case in this passage?
Right.
Is the faith definition here subject to change?
Not that it was subject to change, the fact that it hadn't presently been viewed as such.
Okay. So it's a change in perception in the culture.
Could it change in the future?
Huh?
Could faith change in the future?
No.
No. It's a done deal. But
so then the word now is kind of meaningless, ain't it?
Well, let's stick to this first, Outbound, because you'll take it in the troubled waters. We don't want to go there right now, okay?
The way I read that passage, I would take that word now and pretty much chuck it out the window. Here's why. Because to me, it seems like just a transition word. As he could have said,
okay, you're saying like he's saying now or but or
right, exactly.
So
exactly.
Now we're going to discuss such and such. We're going to
exactly.
Okay, you could, all right, but all right. Before you came into the broadcast, hon, I had just described that many times people read things in the Bible, all right. And I pulled out my Strong Concordance, all right? And the reason why, what this book does is it's a translation of the languages that are in the Bible, all right? So in the Old Testament, the language was originally written in Hebrew and Chaldean, all right? Chaldean is a dead language, okay? But the Bible was written partially in Hebrew and Chaldean language, which was kind of a crossover. You understand what I mean?
Okay.
A mixture of the two. Okay. Also, the New Testament, when Jesus, with Jesus and all that, was written in the Greek. All right.
Right.
So in order to understand a person's language, all right, or to understand a language, you have to understand the culture as well, all right?
Sure.
And I gave the example as I speak English, all right, but if you haven't noticed already, I say all right a lot, all right. I'm from the South, all right. And that really does not just depicting of the South, but even the way I my draw, all right, where I draw out my words and kind of blend them together. That's culturistic, all right. That's culturistic.
Gotcha.
So I'm in the North now, and people very distinctively know that I'm not from here, all right. They oftentimes look at me when I'm talking like I'm speaking another language. All right. So language, that goes without saying that language is culturistic. Okay. Even though we both speak English, I speak English different than you because of where I'm from. Right. And
Right.
the English people in London or whatever like that, they speak what they call proper English. All right. Uh, all right, what they call the proper English, okay, where the English language begun, the origin of English language, right? Okay, so even though they speak English, we may have some difficulty understanding them as well because of how they arrange the words, right?
An accent. Yeah.
And they accent as well, but mostly they arrange
Yeah.
their words kind of different than we do, all right?
Yes.
Okay, now, if somebody that didn't understand English at all would have some trouble understanding our language and trying to translate it in their mind if they learned it from the text. If they got a book or audio thing that was teaching them our language, they would be real confused talking to me because they'd be like, wait, this bitch ain't the way she talk. It ain't lining up with what I learned in this book right here. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I said that to say this so you understand that if you take that word out now, the word now out,
Mm-hmm.
what you would be ejecting is a cultural thing.
Okay. So what is the significance of it?
The significance of if you're gonna take something, don't take it out of context. All right, don't take it out of context because it's gonna be more difficult to get the relayed understanding if you take it out of context. All right.
Okay.
Okay. In their culture, all right. Notice the Old Testament was in Hebrew. Now the Christian religion has uh, um,
Translated.
yeah, they done went over into the Greek, and you wondering, well, if the Christian belief was a Hebrew of Hebrew or Jewish origin, why in the hell is it even written in Greek? That's something to think about right there. All right. they took
Maybe
our,
the first
they,
translation. I'm
they
guessing.
took our shit. All right. They took our shit. All right. But anyway, back to the subject at hand. All right. Even though if they wanted to, you had people that was Greek that believe in a number of gods and stuff like that, and they had pagan gods. They believed in Zeus and the god of the thunder and the stars and the rain and shit like that. All right. So you got to understand all of these cultural things that are involved here. All right. So what he's saying at this point is, okay, you've believed this way that this is what faith was before. All right. Now,
If we
faith has a new meaning. All right.
Okay, but I think you're putting that into the text when it's not necessarily there, because when you back up, if you back up to chapter 10,
I would have to do a whole dissertation, baby, to show you the timeline, but I could. All right, I was trying to give you the short version because I don't have time to do all that. I'm just trying to give you a background.
but I don't think that there's any support for the idea that they had.
Well, what you thinking and what you know is two different things, son. I know what I'm talking about.
Well, but that's
why I said when you tiptoed your ass over there, I already warned you. You walking on shaky ground because you have no clue which words you was making reference to.
Well,
and I know this.
I was getting to that, and you interrupted me before I even got there.
Okay, well, go ahead.
Well, okay. Well, I mean, I was going to point to this text and I was just going to try and take it at face value what the text said.
Okay, but you saying you're taking it at face value, but yet you're saying you want to eject words out of it.
Well, no, I mean, to me that word now isn't doing any significant work, and you're claiming that it's in that one word that we can take it to mean that there was some malformed understanding of the word of the idea or the concept of faith just from that one word. But there's no other scriptural
yes, it is.
what you're saying
yes,
in
it
context.
Is. I already just told you I could show you the whole timeline, but you're not listening, I don't think. Okay. But the point is that if you saying you taking this scripture as fact, you said you was taking this scripture as face value. How you going to take it as face value and eject words all at the same time?
The reason for that is because there are certain words that don't carry a whole lot of significance when you just even craft a regular sentence normally. You know, the word the. What does the word does that have a huge amount of significance?
Okay, all right. We'll play this game your way. Throw the word now out. Keep going.
Okay.
You're going to still be tiptoeing. You're going to fall right in the eyes in just a few minutes. Come on. You're going to want to take out some more words in just a few minutes. Come on with it, baby. Don't throw the word now out.
I've explained why that word doesn't seem significant to me.
I got you. Let's come on. Let's keep going. All right.
Candy.
Now, Faith.
Hey, Candy.
Huh?
If we take away the word now, will it change the meaning of the verse?
It does. That's why I told him he can't do that.
Okay, so
it won't completely change it, but it will take out some of the significance of what the whole scenery. It's just like if you take evidence from a crime scene, hon. Listen, you asked me a goddamn question. Now listen to the answer, please. If you go to a crime scene, okay, no matter how small something is, say for example you remove a cigarette butt, something that seems insignificant, a cigarette butt, that would seem significant. All right, this is the reason that the police don't allow you to remove anything or touch anything or maneuver. Like even if you move it from this spot to this spot, now it's going to be more difficult for forensics to figure out what happened here. Okay, because you altered something. Okay, this is the reason why I was telling him that.
What if you have video of it? If we take away the word now.
Look, now I already told your ass outbound. You're not gonna take me out to the river, and we was discussing this right now. We're not gonna take this out to the river. I answered your question. Now let's get back to what we was doing. Okay, for a second. And you can take me out to the river later.
I'm just trying to understand.
Right now, let's stay on topic of what Ron was getting to. Okay, can we do that? I did answer your question.
Yeah, you did. I had one more question though.
Okay.
I was gonna say if we.
What you talking about? Hypothetically, what if you had a camera? No, we're not gonna go there. I'm letting you know.
It's not hypothetically because you already said we're gonna throw it out, and that's why I'm asking if we do throw the word now out. How does it change the
evidence? You're destroying evidence.
Okay, I understand.
Okay, your turn. Go ahead on, baby, Ron.
Okay. Where were we?
You
okay.
was reading one word at a time, please.
Okay. So faith is the next word, which is the word that we're trying to understand.
Right. So keep moving.
Okay. Is.
Okay, so what does the word is imply?
It's a state of being. It's existence.
It also would imply that a meaning is coming next, right?
Right.
Okay.
You could replace it.
As long as we understand
mathematical terms, you could replace it with an equals sign.
Right, equals, right. Okay, good. We on the same page with that.
Okay.
Let's keep rolling.
So now faith equals the substance of things.
Wait.
Substance. Okay, we're going to go. The substance. Can we take the substance?
Yeah, we can put them two together.
Okay.
So let's do it. Let's do it from the beginning.
Okay.
Faith equals. Remember, we X'd out now. All right.
Yes.
Faith equals the substance. Let's get right there, right a second.
So what does the substance mean?
Substance mean? We finna get down to the nitty gritty here.
Uh-oh. Oh,
What does substance mean? Do you know?
Like content, material.
What you say? Material? Okay. Go ahead.
I mean, what does it mean to you?
Is there a biblical definition for it?
No, he's saying the right thing. Go ahead on, baby. Keep going. What does
Okay.
substance mean to you? He said material. Y'all remember that, all right? Okay, what else?
I was thinking if we're using the Bible to define faith, we should use the Bible to define the other words.
Yes, he's using the right words. Go ahead on, hon. I already said he's using biblical words already. He doesn't even know it. Go ahead on, hon.
Whoa.
Yes.
Outbound. You speak like the Bible isn't one of the most, or is not the most historical accurate.
No, what he was saying.
Hold up. No, he just spit it out like if we're gonna use the Bible, like it's some Harry Potter book, bruh. Calm down with that, man.
No, I think it's a great book.
No, the whole word use the Bible to don't. The Bible isn't. You know, the Bible isn't some fantasy, something that we're dreaming up here, like we're all psychos. But the Bible, you know, the psychos book or whatever.
I don't think anyone's suggesting
we're
that.
going to use the Bible.
Matthew, the Bible say, take no offense.
I think you're mistaken the fact that I'm just on drugs and.
No, I mean I was on drugs too last night. I smoked some good weed.
I mean I had no intention of slurring the Bible. I think it's a great book.
Matt. Okay, but that's why the Bible say, take no offense. Okay, Ron, you were describing what substance means to you.
Yes.
Talk to you, baby.
So I gave you what I'm. It's the stuff.
It's the stuff, right?
Right.
What's the stuff? What you think? We're talking about faith now.
Right.
It's the stuff. It's material. You said, right?
Content. Yes.
Content, materials. All right. When you think of content and materials, what are those things invisible? Don't think too hard. Don't you come out the goddamn bushes.
They absolutely can be. The substance can be invisible. Like air is substance, right?
All right, but would you consider substance as pretend?
No. Well.
Just be honest.
I'm being honest. I'm trying to think. I mean, if I can tell a fictional story. Like, for example.
No.
Hold on. You asked me a question. Let me answer.
No, because you finna go off in the la la land. Come on.
No, I'm not. I will use a biblical example.
No, I didn't ask you for no example. I asked you.
Okay.
What does substance mean? All right. You're not gonna go off into la la land.
No, I'm not going to go off into la la land.
What I need you to do is, all right, that's what I need you to do. First of all, you see that banner right there? What do that say right there?
Hang on, I was looking at the passage, not the feed here. Which banner are you talking about?
Where my screen is at.
Real talk.
Okay. That's what this is right here. We're not going to go into La La Land. We're not going to do that.
I don't want to go into La La Land.
Okay, but what I'm telling you
is real.
When you said, when I asked you, now,
yes.
You trying to wiggle your way out of it.
I'm not.
Okay, but when I asked you,
yes,
what substance means, did I give you my meaning of it, or did you give me yours?
Well, I can only give you mine because unless you give me yours, then I don't have it.
No, my point is, I didn't give you mine. You gave me yours.
Right.
So I'm not trying to convince you. Basically, I'm not trying to convince you of something you don't already know.
Okay.
Or you don't already believe in.
Right.
All right.
But
you telling me what you think.
Yes.
That substance mean, right?
Yes.
Okay. So what you said, don't let me have to rewind this video on your ass. You said substance was material.
Mm-hmm.
You said substance was, what else you said substance was?
Content.
Content.
Mm-hmm.
Something else you said. Substance was
stuff.
Stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You said something else. Substance was Uh,
I think those were the three things that I said.
so you said something else, and then I asked you, what did that mean? I asked you, do you think, what do you think of those words you use? Stuff, materials,
Hmm.
content, uh, 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 do you think those things are pretend?
I think that pretend things can have content and substance and
That's not what I asked you. I asked you, is content,
mhm,
is material,
right.
is stuff pretend?
Can, can I ask him a question?
Uh-huh.
Okay, okay. This all not off the wall, but you think millions of people are pretending?
No, wait a minute. Don't go there, please. Wait a minute, Matt. Don't go there. I'm
Right.
trying to get him to understand his own reasoning is
Yes.
is combating his own definition. Okay?
Okay. Okay. Okay.
All right. Let me walk him in. I'm gonna take him by the hand. We finna be married in a few minutes. He gonna say I
Already spoken for, but thank you.
you gonna say I do in a few minutes. All right. So if you believe that and this was the key word you used, I loved it. Material.
Okay.
All right. If something is material, it's not make believe. It's not pretend, as the definition you gave.
Well, material also has many, many different meanings.
When you materialize something, all
Right.
right. You familiar with the word materialize?
Yes, I am.
All right. Okay. To materialize something is the same thing as to make it manifest, right?
Right.
Okay. If it's manifested meaning you can touch, taste, feel, see, sense it, some type of way. Ain't that right? It is no longer pretend at that point. It's been materialized, right?
Well, in some senses of the word, sure.
You ain't gonna come out them bushes, eh? All right. Keep it going, baby. We gonna get you right on together in a few minutes. Keep on going. Substance is
Okay.
the all right. Well, let's read the rest.
Can
All
I take
right?
this last phrase all in one go? Just this last
I
before the.
prefer that you didn't. Okay.
Okay. Things
So it's the substance
of things.
of things.
Okay.
Of things. Let's not leave of.
Okay.
Of. What that word of mean? See, I see you like to leave out stuff.
No, I didn't intentionally leave that out.
Okay, all right.
That's an
Of things. It's the
of does an important work there. So
okay. Now go back.
to a group or a set.
All right. Okay. All right. So now we got some materialized of something. It's belonging to something, right?
Okay.
All right. We got it materialized already. All right. Right off the grill. Because you said faith equals materialized. You said that.
Well, that's not what I said.
That is.
That's what I said. Were some meanings of the word substance.
Uh-huh.
The question still remains: when we take these words in context, as they are paired together as a group, what do they mean, and what did the author intend for them to mean?
No, you didn't want to. You didn't want to even know what the author intended because you left now out. Now see how you flip like a fish out of water.
No, my
No.
belief, my position is that the author was using that as a transition word.
Okay, but you still now you don't even want to accept the words you said that these meanings.
I gave several potential meanings, but the
Every
question
last
remains.
one of them means something solid.
Yeah, yes, that's one word.
It ain't none of them mean nothing pretend.
That's one possible meaning.
But ain't none of them mean nothing pretend out of definitions you gave.
Substance indicates that there is something real.
Yes.
I don't deny that. I mean, I think that that's what he's trying to get at.
Yes.
I mean, we don't have to go through this
I
in,
know.
in baby
I know I was
steps.
gonna break
I
it down.
understand. I
I
understand.
wasn't gonna break it down to low term, but I'm just trying to let you know, hon, your
Okay.
definition you gave about being pretend
Right.
or
Well,
something that don't exist, baby, you way off, especially
but
when
that's. I mean, we're talking about two different things here. On one hand, when I said that I think
you're
that
just avoiding what's at hand.
no, when I said that I believe that faith is people pretending to believe or pretending to know things.
So now
I think they genuinely believe, but I think that they when I say faith means that they are pretending to know things that they don't actually know. What I mean is I think that's what's happening.
Mm,
But I think that this definition
mm,
is what people point to and what they believe that faith is. And I think that it's slightly different than the definition I gave, and different in important ways.
mm,
But I think that what my definition is the reality of what's happening.
mm,
That's the distinction.
mm, mm.
I mean, we can have a
The
discussion.
reality of the matter was you was giving uh, what you observed, okay? And I understand what you mean, okay?
Right.
I very fully understand what you mean.
Okay.
There are a lot of Christians that use the word faith and say, "Oh, I'm believing," and they believe in pretend shit that don't even exist. Like we pointed out before you came, that Christians talk about demons, and the word demons is not even in the Bible. All right, I understand very thoroughly what you mean. All right, but what I wanted you to understand is that your understanding of faith was make believe too.
Mm.
My understanding is make believe.
Your understanding of what faith is was not real.
I mean, we were
Well,
talking.
it might be incorrect, but it's
So incorrect, not real, however you want to put it, it has no substance.
We were talking earlier about how, like the first we looked up the Wikipedia definition, I think, and you said it was posted by somebody anonymous.
Google, yeah.
And we agreed that, that like who's Wikipedia to say that they're an authority on how I can define my words. And I think we agreed that everybody is pretty much free to define their words the way they please.
No, we didn't pretty much agree to that.
I-
We didn't pretty much agree to it.
Okay, I
yes,
misunderstood.
you can come up with your own definition, but what I also said, let's add the rest now.
Wait a minute. What's the difference between what you said and what I said?
But I
You
said add the rest. Add the rest.
What's that?
The rest. Don't leave shit out. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. What did I leave out?
Inaccurate. All right. The rest of that was I said you could do that, but what would happen is there would be a major breakdown of communication. Did not say that?
Well, if we make sure that
no, answer my damn question, Outbound. Stop wiggling.
I would say no then.
Did I not say that?
I would say no. There would not
did
be.
I not say that?
I
It
would
would
say
cause a communication problem if you do so.
I would say no. It wouldn't necessarily have to cause a communication. It could. It would be a possibility. But if everybody defines their term at the start.
Did I not say that though? Don't say I just said that part. Oh, we can use our own definitions. I also said you could, but it could create a problem.
Right. So we basically just accept each other's definitions at the start of the conversation. That doesn't mean any one of us becomes the authority of the definition. It just means we understand what the other person means when they say it.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, I can understand that he think that the word means pretend. But he don't really even think that the word means pretend. He's going by the actions of Christians, that they be pretending shit or making up shit, okay? He's not even focused on the actual word, all right? Because the word itself does not mean pretend.
I don't think he, I think if you asked most of those people he interacted with, it would probably be similar to the ones that I interacted with, who
And the ones I interacted with, who
yeah,
were
they
complete
would
idiots.
they would always present evidence, and when that evidence didn't successfully convert the person, they
Hogwash.
would
It was make believe. It was shit they didn't even know what they was talking about. And
no, I'm
if
not saying
I
it's
ask
make
any
believe.
Christian right now today,
No. You're interrupting me and you're changing my statement because that's not. I'm not saying it's make believe. I'm saying that when they present their
well, that's what
evidence,
he just said, pretend.
I understand that's what he said, but I'm not saying that right now. I'm trying to say another thing.
What is it you trying to say?
I'm trying to say that when they after they present their evidence, when it fails to successfully convert the person,
You
that's usually
said this already.
yeah, I know, but I think it applies again. That they'll say, well, you just got to have faith, which is kind of like saying in that situation alone, it's kind of like using faith as a word that means just believe me because I told you to,
Right.
or hey, come on, man, just trust me. Kind
Right.
of like that's how that's I think so like we can sit here and say that we're the authority of the definition and that the definition of that
I
word
didn't say nothing like that. I've been
no
asking everybody that come in here,
I
what's your definition?
yeah, well, I mean, we're looking at the Bible's definition, and if like if we're gonna say that,
No, we before we even looked at the Bible's definition, we looked at the secular definition first. Get the fuck out of here with that. I don't mean that literally. I
yeah,
mean
but when we looked at the secular version, we dismissed it because we
we
said
didn't
that
dismiss it.
yeah
No, we did not. You
because
better find
well,
the case.
we dismissed it and we said that they don't have a right to call themselves an authority of what the definition
Who's
is.
we? Wait a minute. Who is this
Wikipedia.
we are you talking about?
Like I thought us in this group, I thought we agreed that who's Wikipedia to decide that they're the authority of the definition of the word. I thought we agreed about that. Like
Um,
Wikipedia doesn't have that authority.
no, that doesn't have authority on the word.
Yeah.
Definitely. But I also said that whoever defined a word first, okay, and they added it to the dictionary, all right, which is our directory, all right, of words, all right. It is a reference point. It's a point of reference. It doesn't mean that that's if you use this word any other kind of way, you go into jail. No, it was a reference, a point of
Sometimes it's a point
reference.
with many
Any
references.
kind of word, I was being a little exaggeratory, but my point was, is that words can be used however you like. But when you're trying to communicate understandings and you're using these words, you have to understand that if you use it differently, you need to explain yourself because uh, 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 the word is not. We're not going to be able to communicate. You know what the word communicate? All right.
Yeah.
We're not going to be able to communicate if we're not understanding how these words are being used.
Right. So, well, I just was wondering, are we trying
This is the
to
whole reason I posed the question, what is faith?
what are we trying to say?
To
Are we
get an
trying?
understanding of what people think faith is, a common ground.
What do you think? I mean, do you think that the Bible should be the authority of the definition?
No, I don't.
Okay. Just that's I just
I
wanted to
already
make
told
sure.
you that Christianity doesn't have the monopoly on the word faith.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I understood.
Did I not say that though?
Yeah, I'm just trying to get a good grasp of your opinion about it.
I
That's
don't
all.
think anybody has the monopoly on what a word means.
I want to make sure I don't misunderstand anything.
This is why I ask the individuals what you think it is. All right. What do you think it means? Okay.
Faith?
Because the word faith gets thrown around by atheists, and they have some, like he said, pretend. A lot of atheists think faith is something pretend because the Christians have thrown the word around, and they really don't know what it means. They haven't studied it, so they ain't got a clue. So they kind of just throw it around too. So
Well, let me give you an example of a situation where it was used in the conversation with me the other day.
That statement sounds like it's coming from a position of authority.
Go ahead, Ron.
Like when you say that they're using it wrong, That's like, I mean, earlier we just decided that people can use it as authority, and nobody they can use it
Okay,
however they want.
okay. You made that point. If you wanna live in you have made the statement that you don't think that no words should have any type of solidity in what they mean. Okay, in
I'm,
your
I'm not
world,
saying I'm not
that's
saying I'm
outbound
not saying
world. All
I'm not
right.
saying that. I'm not saying that I think they should have no solidity. I'm
Well,
just saying
I don't agree with that.
no. I'm not saying that words don't have any solidity. I'm not saying that words shouldn't have solidity. I'm not saying they shouldn't. I'm just saying they don't. If it was up to me, I would choose for them to have solidity, but unfortunately they don't.
Okay,
I,
let Ron speak and tell us what he got. Let's see what he got.
So I had a conversation with an acquaintance of mine the other day, and he's a Christian, and he was telling me, I mentioned to him that I was not a believer, and that I used to be, and he told me a story about how he was in a college class, and a professor asked a question, and it pointed to an issue in the book of Genesis and the creation story that he'd never thought of before, and it caused him kind of a crisis in his faith. And he went through, and in that context, I'm talking about just belief that it was true and 100% an accurate account of the creation. And he said he went through 2 years where he was doing all kinds of research and trying to affirm the Bible and trying to piece it together and questioning. And he said he ultimately came to a point where he decided, I can either believe it and accept it, or I can reject it because I've got all these doubts and questions. And then he said, well, you've got to have faith. And he just decided he was going to believe regardless. So when I hear that, that suggests to me that he didn't care whether or not it was actually true. And pretend may seem like a harsh word, but that's essentially what I would say is going on there. That
You would say.
You're right, and I acknowledge that. But how would you describe that? Do you think that he made the right choice in that situation?
Okay.
Just and in fairness, he's not here to explain further and things.
Right.
So we just kind of have to take it for what it was, as far as I perceived it.
Right. Just gonna say that.
So because he was stumped, I mean, that's what you're taking too. A lot of people are like him.
I would think that a lot of people would say that in that situation would say that they believe it because of a feeling inside, something that came over them, or the Holy Spirit entered them. That's what most people say.
Okay. Let me answer his question. Okay. I got you, Outbound. I got you. Um. Run. Okay. Depending on what the person pointed out. Okay. Like, people will point out stuff. Okay, first of all, with the Christian belief, the reason why I'm not a Christian, just in case you didn't know, I'm not a Christian. I am a believer of God. All right, I am a believer of the Holy Spirit and things of that nature. All right, but the Christian belief, I am not a believer in. I don't believe in worshiping Jesus and stuff like that. All right. So we be clear, all right?
Okay.
I was raised and I was a believer in that type of doctrine, okay? But because I studied for myself and realized that there was a lot of things I was being taught that wasn't even either in the Bible, or the understanding that I was taught about those things that I was reading, that was in there, wasn't correct. It didn't even make sense. It didn't go with okay, remember I was telling you about the word now and how if you
Hey,
take it out, it means so much.
that sounds kind of connected to what Run was saying.
I
Because
was just talking to Ron.
like,
If you let me have to finish.
oh, sorry.
And Ron, you remember when you was asking me, well, what does now have to do with anything, and why does it mean? Well, I took it this way. Well, I figured it was just he just continuing his conversation. So he said, now, okay, but it wasn't. All right, and that makes all the difference in the world, the understanding you get from it when you take things out. This is why there's another scripture in the Bible said, don't add nothing and don't take nothing away. All right? Because when you take things out of context, you will misunderstand what a person is saying. All right?
Well, but there
if
are.
if it
Go ahead,
doesn't,
Outbound.
All
yeah,
right.
if it
Now,
doesn't, if
let me finish. Let me finish, Outbound, because you'll get me off my train of thought. Just one second. He was asking me about, did I think it was wrong, okay, that the person said, well, okay, you showed me something wrong in the Bible, but I'm going to believe in God anyway, all right? Well, what you don't understand is God is himself is separate and completely separate from the Bible. Yes, I know you hear a lot of Christians say that they go together, okay? They fit together like hand in glove, okay? But on the other hand, you got to understand, even if they fit together like hand in glove, a hand can be separated from the glove. And a hand is not the glove, all right? It's not the same. Okay, so what he was saying basically is, yes, I see you showed me an error in the Bible or an error in what I thought to be true about the Bible. Yes, okay, I accept that. But what I don't accept is that I'm not going to stop believing in God because I know that God is real. Yes, you showed me an error in the Bible, but what that has to do with the fact that I know that my God is real? Eh? Yeah. So this is the reason why I am not of the Christian religion. Let's separate God from the religion, first of all, because God is not a God of religion. People made religion out of God, but God and religion don't go together. All right. There is nowhere in the Bible where Jesus said, get religion. He said, get to know God. He didn't say get religion. That's a man-made thing, just like laws, stuff in our society. People say it's improper. Say like your manners, all right? People say it's improper to blow your nose in front of other people, okay? In some other cultures, it may be okay to do, all right? So these rules or whatever were made up by man, and they are subjective, okay, to the environment that they've been implemented into, all right? But when it comes to God, there's nothing subjective about God, all right? It is what it is. He the King of Kings, he the Lord of Lords. He God above every God there is. Whether people believe in him or not, he still is, honey. All right. So this is what the man is telling you. He say, oh yeah, you might have found some type of flaw or whatever in the Bible. All right. Okay, I can accept that. He was humble enough to accept that. But what he's saying is that, no, you're not going to make me not believe in God because I know that he's real, all right? See, and this is something that the Bible speaks of, that we have that type of confidence. It is not in nothing make-believe. That's the reason why no matter what you show us, it's not that we're not accepting the reality of what it is that you're showing us. It's just that you're not going to change our mind concerning that because we know that God is real.
You can find God without the Bible. Is what you're
Without
saying.
the Bible. See, that's
Exactly.
what a lot of people don't know, huh? When God came to me, hon, I wasn't thinking about no church. I wasn't thinking about no God. I wasn't thinking about doing right. I wasn't thinking about none of that. That's how I know He
Yeah.
real.
I feel like this is not a super productive conversation. Like I think we're
No,
talking.
I'm just trying to explain to you. You asked me.
Right.
Maybe you thought that was going to prove something. But
Well, no.
it only proved that that man has a stronger faith than is a scripture going to change that.
Okay.
what was he trying to prove?
He was trying to prove that Christians will, in spite of you showing them something solid or a flaw in the religion, but he didn't realize there's a difference between the religion and the actual faith. Okay.
Well, we're throwing out a lot of terms that also could need to be defined and understood.
What terms are that?
Well, I mean,
No, I didn't really hear him claim that as a flaw. I just heard him ask you if that was a flaw.
I told him no.
Yeah. I didn't hear him make a claim though.
no.
He was saying, he said, isn't that him,
Well, that's a question though. That's not saying that it is or that it isn't. That's
he said, I believe, rewind the video. He said, I believe, and I remember I said, he said, I think that such and such, he didn't say believe, he said, I think that that's doing this or that. I said, well, you think that. I said,
No, what I said was, here's the situation that I experienced in a conversation, and that this acquaintance of mine gave me this narrative, and this was the decision that he made. And so my question was, how do you understand that? Do you think that he did the right thing in kind of disregarding his doubts and casting those away and just embracing the belief?
She answered your question though. Were you listening?
Yeah, she said. I mean, we're just saying that he didn't make a claim. He asked. That's the question.
Rewind the video, Outbound. Go outside the thing and rewind the video. Come on.
Maybe I missed it. You tell me what his claim was, because I don't.
His claim, he said, I think that he's disregarding. I said, you just think that, and he agreed.
Yeah.
He said, yeah, you're right. I think that.
That he's pretending. He chose to pretend, or I guess. But what she was saying is he chose faith over
right. Okay. So, but here's the question.
The doubt.
How is
he chose his substance of knowing that God is real over the book?
Well, okay, but that's the question. So what is the difference between
substance though?
Hold on. What is the difference between just deciding without any evidence?
He does have evidence. He has. That's what his substance is.
What is it?
Just because you don't know what that substance is, it doesn't mean that he doesn't have that.
Yeah,
what is it?
I'm sure he has some evidence. Like I said, like a lot of times they'll say they can feel it inside.
Evidence. So this is what you're not understanding. Just because you were not aware of his substance, that doesn't mean he doesn't have it. That's just like if I have a gun in my closet and you come in my house and you threaten me and you don't think nothing of it and I pull my gun on you, just because you didn't know I had a gun on me, it don't mean I didn't have one.
Right.
I think. Can I ask you, like, is this what you're saying? Like, basically, like, if somebody, even though Christians say that because you don't believe in their evidence, you should just have faith, even though they use the word wrong that way. That's not why they came to it. The reason they came to it is because they believe in that evidence that they have in front. If it's the book or the feeling inside or whatever that evidence is for that person, or some people look at stuff from science or history, or everybody has the evidence that they point to that says this is why I believe.
A lot of the people that tell you just believe, they aren't solid in their faith because they haven't even gotten evidence yet.
Well, I'm just saying like there's a difference between how they came to their faith.
You let me explain to you. There are some people that they only going by what somebody told them. They really don't have no evidence. They don't have any evidence. They're just saying that they believe, but they really don't. This is why I had this topic posed as this question. It really wasn't for the unbelievers. I posed this question for those that's claiming that they have faith.
Yeah.
Many of them don't even know what faith is.
Another thing, Outbound, I remain silent a lot because I'm still I'm still like Candy would say, a baby. I'm a baby in my in my walk. So a lot of people on Google Plus are babies walking around, spreading. You know, they're walking into words like, okay, you could say atheists can come at them and stump them, right?
Right.
Okay, if you can be stumped, you're still a baby.
Right.
Okay, so when you debate or try to come at a baby in Christ, there is that's why I stay silent a lot, because I don't want to be a stumbling stone. And I think Paul spoke about that.
Yeah.
Don't become a stumbling stone for another man, or another man or woman. That's what a lot of people are, and they don't even know it.
Right.
That they're stumbling stones for people like you, and run. So the
And
best thing.
he say people like you, he don't mean that in a derogatory manner. He means
Oh yeah,
for people that don't know anything about God,
Mhm.
people that y'all have come across that don't really know, haven't gotten their substance down. Okay, they haven't been rooted and grounded and gotten their evidence. Okay, when they say little random stuff like that, it makes people that are don't know nothing about God. It makes them not want to know nothing about God even more so, because you're like, oh, you're living in la la pretend fantasy land.
yeah.
Okay,
Like
that's
John the
Uh,
Baptist and them, John the Baptist, Isaiah, those guys were the men of the faith. Though
they
in
knew
the book,
what they was talking.
they they knew
uh,
there was no stumbling stones in them. That's why they're in that book. And I don't care. I know Candy doesn't. She said she's got a different type of walk,
Huh?
but
Well, let me clarify, King. I prefer to call you King. I'm gonna call you
all
King.
right, go ahead.
Let me clarify, King. Uh, I don't title myself as Christian, but I most certainly follow after my brother's example because it was awesome. All
Amen.
right. I don't believe Jesus' name was Jesus.
I can agree with that.
It was
Uh,
Joshua.
Uh,
I believe his name was Emmanuel, which means God in us. All right. So there's some little differences, but to me they are very major. And in that regard, many Christians have said you're not a Christian. I'm like, okay, I agree. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So basically, that's how I come upon not accepting Christianity. Plus, I don't want to be associated with the false beliefs of Christianity. All right. What I mean by false beliefs, uh, King, is that those things that I research the Bible and they're not even in there. They're false.
Okay.
They're false.
I can agree with the
Talk
fact
about
that
demons, and I showed Paul and about earlier. The word demon ain't even in the Bible.
I can agree with the fact that the Bible, it does have some very good
That's some
examples
real
of
good shit
behavior.
over there. Yeah.
I wouldn't say all of it, but it does have some very good examples of behavior in there. But like the whole thing you said about a baby in Christ, I think is the
Hmm.
terms you used. I would probably say that I've met a lot of those the majority of my life. I was a Christian. Called myself a Christian and attended a Baptist church, and like I wasn't really trying to refer to the debating quality or how good a Christian would be able to handle conversing
Well,
with an atheist. I was just trying to refer to the fact that excuse me. I was trying to refer to the fact that uh, I can't put my words together all of a sudden. Hold on, I'll come
what
back to it.
what I was saying to you, I heard you use the word convert. When people fail to convert somebody,
No, I
the,
didn't say fail to convert. I said when they talk like you said. I was just quoting you because you said that um, don't be a stumbling block because like they're not as good at talking with atheists. I believe is what you said. Uh,
yeah, people are stumbling blocks.
yeah, right.
Definitely.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to be their stumbling block. Um,
No, not you.
I'm just
You're
saying.
atheist, right?
Huh?
You're atheist.
I'm not sure what that word means to you. Hold on, let me
I mean,
hold on. Before we get to that, please let me finish what I was trying to say. I'm not trying to be their stumbling block. I'm just saying that the people that I know that were babies in Christ when I met them, and even though they may not have been as good at describing their faith or their reasoning, they always, to me, I've never really met one that didn't have an amount of evidence they pointed to. Now, some people might not consider their evidence, but they did, and they did have something that to point to and present. I've never seen anybody not do that. Maybe you have, maybe you guys have others in this room have, but I've never run into that, and that's the only thing that I was saying.
brother, hey, guess what? The like Candy said, you can find God without the Bible, without Google Plus, without anything on anything. Cause when I was reborn, like, dude, you don't know how much of a hypocrite I am right now speaking to you. Okay? I know God for sure. The thing is though, I've had uh I've had my fights with sin and stuff. That's why I say I'm a hypocrite, because I still have the old man in me. Okay, I still have my old man. I still reach back and want to dibble and dab on who I used to be. Just let me point that out. But when I heard you say the word convert, when people felt, when they somehow, you said something about when they failed to reach
No,
their goal of converting someone.
no, I said they converse. I didn't say anything about converting.
Oh,
I
you didn't
wasn't
say
talking
convert.
about being a
Oh, okay.
stumbling
He's talking
stone.
about conversation.
I
Okay,
wasn't
okay.
talking about a conversation where I'm a stumbling stone and I'm trying to convert them. I was talking about a conversation.
No, I wasn't talking about you though.
I was just talking about a conversation where yeah, but you were saying this to me in response to my statement about the fact that everybody I've ever met, even the baby Christians, they always had evidence to point to. It wasn't just faith by itself. They would, like, even though they would tell other people that they had to have faith when the evidence didn't work, that they didn't believe with the lack of evidence, because they do believe that evidence did convince them. Evidence will convince,
Mm.
They
some
weren't
people.
convinced. I guarantee you, if somebody was strong enough, or clever enough, they could shake them because they was babies. That's the point
Well,
that
yeah,
Matthew's trying to
but
get.
I mean,
Brian,
I know they can shake them. I
can
know
you
they.
tell me something? What is the Assemblies of God?
What is
Um,
what?
the Assemblies of God is a denomination. They're fundamentalist Pentecostals.
What's the fundamentalist?
They take the Bible literally, I think.
Yes, they take to a literal interpretation of the Bible. They believe that the Bible is in the infallible word of God. That um, they also believe in the gifts of the Holy Spirit, and
They
that
believe in being filled with the Holy Spirit with
they
the
bel
evidence of speaking in tongues.
yes.
All right.
I guess that's what I am then.
No,
But
you're
I'm not.
not that.
It's
You're
not.
not.
It's not. It's not about speaking in tongues and stuff though.
No,
But
you're not that, King, because
I mean, I take the book
people said
literally.
that they take the book literally, and you don't. You understand enough to know that everything in there is not literally. Some of it is symbolic.
Well, and that's true of the Assemblies of God as well. But they take anything that can be taken literally as literal, and I say that there are some churches that probably take a bit more liberal position on it.
Uh,
I actually went to an Assemblies of God college. It was a liberal arts school, not like a Bible college exactly, but I did take some Bible courses as part of the core curriculum while I was there.
mhm.
And even the Bible teachers that were like teaching Old Testament literature, for example, and we would go through the book of Genesis. Um, the professor that I had there said, well, pointed to, I don't know if it was Australopithecus or one of the human ancestors according to science, and said, Adam could have looked like this, and he didn't have any problem with trying to interpret kind of the 7 days in a more metaphorical sense, as opposed to a literal 7 days. So
I take that literally. I do.
well, and
Candy.
that's fine, and you would find a good company within the Assemblies of God. But I just wanted to make clear that there are some who would say that the Bible is inerrant, and that they would take as literal an approach to it as possible, while still understanding that some of it is metaphoric. But they would look at the poetry and things like that. But
there are
there are other Assemblies of God people who would take a slightly more liberal textual approach to it, and say that it was infallible, but that in the sense that it's true, ultimately true, but that there are some textual things that were meant to be taken metaphorically. There are even some that would say, okay, we acknowledge there are some problems textually with the Bible that don't pan out.
Right.
There are copyist errors in the Bible,
Sure.
though. You know that, right? Copyist.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I don't hold either of those positions. I don't think that it's the inspired word of a deity anymore. I used to.
You know what the word inspired? Oh, I ain't gonna go there on you. I done already. I'm gonna let you heal first, and we'll talk about that inspired.
You know another thing, Candy. A lot of people say the word inspired a lot. Okay. There's inspired.
Oh, you just
parts.
gonna make me go there anyway.
Well, I'm gonna say this. There's inspired parts by God in the book. Okay, but the other parts are witness testimonies.
They're just
okay.
Just like you say, okay, I drive a Honda. It's a badass car. It drives good. It's smooth. And I turn corners. It's smooth. And
So you just decided which parts were right and which parts weren't yourself?
The thing is, God didn't
read the Bible to understand the difference between the two. Is this person just telling a story?
So by reading the Bible, you'll be able to. Or
is this a life principle? You understand the difference, Outbound?
So anybody who reads the Bible will just be able to tell.
Yeah, they can tell if they read the whole context.
Outbound, it's not all the way inspired by God. Okay, the words are.
The Bible, then you'll understand that you can see clearly. Okay, this person is telling a story. All right, they're just telling you what had happened. Well, okay, what had happened was Shaquika had lied on Monique, and then she busted in her head, and all her family members had came around. They all wanted to try to dump on her, like that. All right. Yeah. So when somebody telling a story, quite naturally they're gonna fabricate. Okay, I busted in the head. I might have just pushed her like that, and the person gonna say she busted in the head. All right. People fabricate stories. All throughout history of time, people fabricate stories. Okay, that's what the fuck we do. All right.
There's a part where Mary, where there was a contradiction between the two witnesses. I think it was John and somebody else. See, like I said, I'm a baby in Christ, so I'm not gonna, I'll say if I'm mistaken, or but there's two testimonies right there,
right?
And they both don't coincide. Cause see, one of them might have seen Mary leaving when sun was going down, and the other might have seen Mary when it was nighttime. Okay, you can't just say the whole book is the word of God. No, it's testimonies of this. Okay, Outbound, there's testimonies in the Bible as well from man. Okay, and that's just like you giving the testimony to the police that somebody shot somebody. Okay, you seen them shoot somebody here, and then the other guys say, I seen this, and it'll be contradictory to what you said, or the contradictory hour of what they seen, or minute. You get what I'm saying?
You saying there's testimony from men?
Yeah, there is definitely testimony of men in the Bible, but it's testimony of, just like you would say, from a crime scene. Some people see the gunman holding the gun this way, Some people see the gunman holding the gun this way.
I mean, we usually don't wait like many years to take a testimony for a crime scene.
Yes, we do. That's called cold cases.
Well, no, those cases weren't they didn't wait that long. They did investigate them, but they weren't. They just it didn't lead anywhere. Uh, that I mean, I'm not saying that we shouldn't investigate them for a long time.
That's not true.
I'm saying we shouldn't wait a long time and then take the accounts, because most of the Gospels were written I mean, they say like right in them, I think, that they were written way after. Way after. I mean, it's still a testimony, though. I mean, you're saying there's a man's testimony, and I understand that, which I think that's your point, right?
Mm. Yeah, testimony. But you got another thing you got to look at is there's another thing. Candy, you can vouch for this as well. The people before there was writing, they used to sing this in psalms or songs. The literature that we got today, they had memory, just like, okay, today, modern day, there's people in Iraq or whatever that can sing the entire Quran,
Right.
from front to cover. Okay, so that's how the word was transmitted until they started to write down. So it was more song, and like that, over the fire, the campfire. They used to do this before they started writing. That's why the writings come later. But am I right about that, Candy?
Yes. Okay. All right. Before they had writings, right? This is why I have the discrepancy with the Christians saying that, like, the book was like, you have to read your Bible, because first of all, God is not so uncompassionate that He would uh, uh, he would put a requirement on people to say you have to read your Bible, which that's nowhere in the scripture either.
No.
Where he would put a requirement on people to read the Bible, knowing that some people can't read. We've had people that were illiterate for years, all right, because and people don't realize that we've always had languages, all right, but we had more so communications than languages, all right. The actual written scripted word is not something that has been in circulation since the beginning of time. Therefore, that would mean that a lot of people would not be saved because they couldn't read, all right. So God would not place that type of stigma on you, knowing that was impossible for some people. I'm mentally retarded. I'm blessed that I did learn how to read, but what if I hadn't? Would that mean that I could no longer be saved because I couldn't read a Bible? All right. This
Good
is
point.
where the fallacies of the religion of Christianity comes in. All right. This is why people need to know that the relationship, as King was speaking of before, the relationship, he got to know God and it wasn't in no church. I got to know God and it wasn't in no church because God is real. All right. So he don't have nothing to do with a book. The book helps. It's just like you have a textbook, all right. You have a math textbook, all right. Categorize your learning in math, all right. And so your teacher may say, well, turn to chapter 3. We're gonna learn about subtraction or division or whatever like that, all right. And does that mean that because you got a book that you can turn to and we can all at one time go to this specific chapter and learn this, learn how to subtract and stuff like that. Does that mean that you couldn't learn how to subtract without the book? No, it doesn't. Because you can have two objects. I got two cups here. I can have two objects without no written language. I can show you subtraction. Right?
Right.
Okay. So it's the same thing with God. You can get to know God with or without that book, huh?
Well, but that we're kind of begging the question then.
What's the question?
Well, the question is, can you get to know a deity at all? And you know, what is it that leads you to believe that have come to know a deity?
Well, you know what? I'll be honest with you, Ron. It don't even matter uh, whether I know a deity or not. I don't. This is another thing I differ a lot with Christianity. I don't try to convince anybody of my belief or of my understanding or knowing. I don't try to convince anyone. All right. If Christians would actually read their Bible, and they would know that the Bible says they shouldn't be doing it either. All
Jesus
right.
says, "Be fishers of men."
Yeah. Uh,
I mean, they actually put.
Let
They
me
put
answer. Let me answer. You keep doing that. Let
okay.
me answer Ron first, because you diverted my doggone people. I'm bipolar. I can't take
Well,
that.
and that's fine. If you're not here to convince people and whatever,
No,
that's fine. But it's still, to me, it seems important to know whether or not it's actually true.
no, it's not.
Yeah,
You
I
know
think.
why?
It's,
I
Let
mean,
me explain to you why it's not important. All right. If okay, I'm a singer, right? And it's important to me for me to know how. I mean, I'm a songwriter, all right? I'm a singer, I'm a songwriter. It's important for me to know how to write, to properly arrange a song. It's important for me to know how to engage my audience when I'm performing, all right? You're not a singer, you're not a songwriter. Why is it important for you to know these things when it has nothing to do with you?
right. Well, but
Wait a
what
minute.
I'm saying is it should be. I would think it would be important to you to know whether or not it was real.
It is. I do know. I didn't
Okay.
say I didn't know. I said I don't try to convince nobody else.
but what
Right.
convinced you?
Yeah.
Huh?
But what convinced you?
What convinced me? I just told you I met God for myself. If you knew me, okay, if you knew me before I met God, you would clearly know the difference. All right. The change in me. All right. The total change in character. All right, you would know this without a doubt. I wouldn't even have to explain it to you. All right, I have okay. My brother-in-law, for example, I hated his guts, whole thing, because he used to dog my sister out a little bit. All right, and we used to fight all the time. Matter of fact, I jumped on his back and rode him like a horse one day. And I had him put him in a headlock. I stabbed him in his face and leg and everything because I wasn't uh, tolerating he was mistreating my sister. And me and my sister real close. All right. And after I met God, even he said, "Who are you? You are an imposter." you know.
Wait, when you met God, was this like I mean, like you seen him in a room or in out or outside somewhere?
Yeah, he came to me inside my house. You'll have to watch some of my video. I ain't gonna
I
keep.
I have another question.
Hmm.
Wh how can you tell the difference between or like how do you know that wasn't hallucination?
Well, you'll have to watch some of my videos where people ask me that same damn question. Because, like I said, I'm not trying to convince you or nothing. Whether you believe it or not is irrelevant to the fact that do you want to know God? Now we can talk about that.
I
No, don't switch it around. I want you to understand this, and I want you to understand it clearly.
what's that?
I'm not here to convince you of a motherfucking thing.
Yeah, I understand.
What I'm telling you is this, okay? It's clear and simple, all right? Is that I believe what I believe, and I know what I know. I believe my experience with him, okay, because I have more evidence than just meeting him as far as what you might consider illusion. Like I tell everybody else.
Yeah, that's important.
If I told you my experience was an illusion, I would really fuck you up, all right? Because you thinking that my experience being an illusion.
No, I didn't say that I think it is.
Let me finish, goddammit.
Well,
You think that my experience being an illusion.
No, I said, how do you tell the difference?
No, the fact that God is real. It's not.
I didn't say it was a hallucination. I asked you how you knew it wasn't.
I said you think that if it is an illusion, that it's gonna disannul the fact. It's gonna what do you call that? Eliminate the fact that God is real. It is
No,
not.
I didn't. I mean, if you have other evidence, then I wouldn't assume that.
I'm not gonna give you no motherfucking evidence. I already.
But Candy, hold on.
I mean,
let me, if I could.
You already
I
have
don't
given.
convert nobody. That's not my. I don't do that. That's not.
I understand.
I'm not a religion.
I know. I'm just trying to understand. I'm just trying to understand you better because, like, I'm just trying to ask.
I got other things. If you want to ask me about that, I can tell you different evidence. God taught me how to fix appliances. I had an appliance business for 7 years. I got evidence of that.
Oh, God, what?
God taught me. You gonna listen or you gonna just talk?
I'm sorry, my connection's bad sometimes.
Okay. God taught me how to fix appliances. All right. He literally taught me. I haven't been to no school. I'm mentally retarded. I haven't been to no school. Anybody that know me know I didn't go nowhere to learn it. All right. All they know is they see me do it. All right. But God taught me. He told me when he taught me how to fix the appliance, he said, okay, this is how a refrigerator work. All right. The compressor mixes up the chemical of the Freon, and when it combines inside of there with the temperature and the pressure and all of that inside the compressor, all right, and it shoots. There's a vacuum that runs through there, all right, that sucks the when the Freon and the air, the temperature, and all that mixed together, it creates a cooling factor, all right, and it pushes it through the line, all right. When it pushes it through the line, and it goes through those lines, and he showed me up the refrigerator where the line was going and how it got inside the refrigerator, all right. Because God is good like that, baby, all right. He know everything, all right. Yeah, I get excited about it because you can tell me that God ain't real, but what you can't do is you can't unknow. You can't make me unknow that I know how to fix the refrigerator.
What?
And so who taught me this? Yeah, nah. So that you can't take. All right. That's where the knowing comes from. All right. He taught me how to. He told me how the refrigerator works. Showed me. I followed up. He said, "Now look. You see that line right there?" He said, "That's where it's going up in and through that line right there. All right, and it's shooting the air through the refrigerator. It walked me around upside the inside of the refrigerator. All right. He said, and when it comes into the refrigerator, you see that fan right there in the back of that refrigerator. That fan right there circle that air, circulate the air around to equally distribute the air throughout the refrigerator. So when people put their food and pack it inside the refrigerator too much and they block that fan, that is the reason that some of their food is not cooling properly. All right.
So I mean, basically, like you did provide a little bit of evidence because you said that he visited you, which is a portion of evidence, and then you said that you're sure that that's not a hallucination because you have other evidence to support it. So I was just wondering, like what else? What like
Did you not just hear this whole explanation I gave you?
well, you said he taught you to like he gave you that
Fix
knowledge.
appliances.
Was that another visit from him, or was it just implanted in your brain, or?
Yeah, somebody implanted that in my brain.
And you're sure that that's also from God?
You can say it is or you can say it ain't. But what you can't do is you can't explain how that happened.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Well,
Can't explain how. I mean, if you can't explain how it happened, then that means you're saying you don't know if it's God or not.
To me, it don't matter whether it's God or not. I appreciate it, whatever it was.
Well, I mean, I thought like we were trying to.
No, we wasn't trying to do a motherfucking thing. You was trying to do something.
Well, were you saying that we were listing evidence as to like
we wasn't doing a motherfucking thing.
I said yeah. I mean, what I asked was what brought you to what convinced you that God existed, and the like your first evidence was that he visited you, and then the second evidence was that he put the knowledge in your brain, right?
Put the knowledge in my brain. Is that what I said?
You said that he taught you to fix appliances?
He taught me a whole bunch of things. I had a whole appliance business. He taught me the business of business as well.
When he taught you that, was that another visit, or was that just
not a visit? I talk to him every day.
So it's just like
visit me.
It's kind of like telepathy.
Every day.
It's kind of like telepathy.
However you want to put it on.
Can I ask you a question, Candy?
Sure,
hon. So, to me, I think I would say that there's at least another possible explanation for your inclination towards, fixing appliances and your ability there. And it sounds like you really enjoy that. I bet you're really good at it.
I'm a bad bitch.
I bet you are. And I've got a refrigerator, and if you were living anywhere near me, I would love to come and have you fix our water dispenser because it freezes up all the time and drives me nuts.
Your water dispenser in the refrigerator?
It freezes up. The line freezes up.
Okay, let me tell you how you fix that.
Right. I know how to thaw it out, but it refreezes all the time. So there's something else going on.
Let me tell you how to fix that, huh?
Okay.
Okay, the reason why it keeps doing that is because it's clogged up in some capacity, all right? So what's happening is you're unfreezing it, okay? You're thawing it out, but the thing that's causing the problem is still there.
Okay.
So you're treating the symptom and not the problem.
Okay.
All right. So what you need to do is, and you got to be very careful when you shoot water in the refrigerator because there are electrical faculties inside of the refrigerator that you can cause a malfunction. All right.
Okay.
When you're unthawing it, are you just unthawing it inside the house?
Well, I mean, I'm taking the hose out of the door and thawing the hose out separately, and then putting it back in place, and it'll run for a day or two, but then it freezes up again.
Oh, this is your line to your ice maker?
Well, it runs. It's.
I know.
There's an ice maker.
It's running through the door, right?
Well, the water dispenser line runs through the door.
Right. I
to
know.
dispense the filtered water. Yes.
Oh, okay. This is going on your side-by-side refrigerator in through the door.
You got it.
Okay. All
Yep.
right. So okay, that's a different issue. All right, but still, in any case, your biggest problem that you're having is that it's you said I thought you said your ice, okay, but you said your water dispenser.
Well, it's the line that comes out to dispense the water, the filtered water on the. And you were right. It's a side-by-side refrigerator,
Uh-huh.
and it comes out right in the same place as the ice maker dispenser.
Okay, you got the double where you have the water coming out of one side and you got the ice coming out the other side, right?
Yes, ma'am. That's right.
All right. Okay. Well, the those are two different lines. All
Yes.
right. All right. I know. So you having problem with your water line or your freezing line, your ice?
The water line to dispense the water into a cup on the door.
So is the water not coming through there, or is it freezing up? You said something about freezing up.
Yes, it's freezing up inside of the door. So it comes out from underneath the door.
Uh-huh.
And then up inside of the door, and then comes out of the dispenser.
Right.
And between the place where it comes out and where it connects at the bottom of the door, it freezes up in there.
Put more insulation around the line.
No, you can't do that. Stop talking about stuff you don't know nothing about. It makes you silly. He does that a lot. He did the baby poor thing. But anyway, I love him to death. But anyway, what I really would I'm trying to picture it. Okay, so you got your line running in through your door. It's coming out, but why is it freezing up if that's your water line? That's a little awkward. All right.
That's okay. We don't have to solve that now.
No, you can run. Are you running water through that line, or are you just throwing it out?
Well, I mean, we'll fill up the cup with ice, and then we'll get a glass of water right next to it in the water dispenser. But it won't come out now because it's frozen up.
How do you know it's frozen up, or is it clogged up?
Because I actually called a refrigerator repair guy about a year ago, and he said, "Oh, well, it's clogged up." He pulled the line out, he thawed it out, and I saw how he did it, and then he ran it back up through there, and I saw how he did that, and so it worked for a good month or so after he left, but then it stopped again. Well, a couple of months ago, I'd been putting it off. I said, well, I'm going to take a look at it and see if I can get it to go again. So I took it out again, thawed it out, went through the whole thing, ran the line back up through the door, and it worked for probably about 3 days before it refroze. And I mean, it just stopped. It's doing the same thing. So that's how I know it's frozen again.
Yeah, because it's not free. It's not the freezing. What's happening is you got a clog. Okay. Do you know what they call it? They have calcium build up sometimes. All right. And then sometimes you got.
Well, it could be a kink in the line too, because it kind of comes out at a bend as it comes over the top of the dispenser and then comes down, so it's kind of at a sharp angle.
Right.
It's supposed to curve around that, but I think it's maybe got a kink in there and doesn't come out fast enough or something. I don't know.
It's one of those two things and it's most likely you got a kink, because when you putting it back in now, if you're not running that line is so short, it doesn't give you a lot of room. All right.
Yeah, right.
You know what I'm talking about.
Yep.
And it's not a lot of room. So if you don't do it exactly like the manufacturer made it to run through there, it will give you some problems. And that's your only problem is you got to put that in there. But I'm going to tell you how you fix that, huh? YouTube is an awesome thing, but I didn't have it back in the day when I used to have my appliance business. But you can go online, all right? And you can go to Sears. What brand you got? A Maytag?
Frigidaire, I think.
Frigidaire? Oh, okay, that ought to be easy. That's Kenmore brand.
Yeah.
All right. You go to Sears. All right, they the one make them. All right. You go to Sears. Shit. It's they you know, whether you can buy parts and shit like that and
Mm-hmm.
do it yourself. All right, fixing stuff, and they should have online. You know, like when you buy a part, it shows you where the part goes, and it shows you how to run it back in through there.
Yeah.
All right, that's what you need. Now, whether
Okay.
you find it at Sears or perhaps some do-it-yourselfer that's providing information online, I'm just letting you know you can find out and get a diagram. That's what it's called. A diagram that'll show you how to run that back off up in there right, just right. All right.
Okay.
And if you have a crinkle in there, you want to maneuver that line and try to get that wear that crinkle out of there, all
Mm-hmm.
right? But if you run it back in there right, it should kind of play itself back out to normal. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay, because it's only got that crinkle in there because you keep running it wrong, all right? Or the person, you know, sometimes they had them bootleg technicians will come out and fuck your shit up too, so he might have ran it back in there wrong.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, just find out how get the diagram how to run that line back in there and
Mm-hmm.
put it back up in there right now, and it'll run right for you.
So the question that I was going to ask you is I think that you are probably a lot smarter than you give yourself credit for.
No, I was born mentally retarded, huh?
Well, I think you're smarter than you think you are.
Well, I am now because God taught me.
Well, and maybe that's the case. I can't say for sure that I know that it's
All
not.
you doing is
not
saying
true.
my God is a bad son of a gun. Thank you.
But let me ask you this. This is something that to me makes sense, and you can say whether or not you think it makes sense. Like I have two kids, and when they were little, you know, maybe they had an imaginary friend.
Mm.
I could tell if they had been talking to a real person as opposed to an imaginary friend, because you know they have a limit to the kinds of things that they know. Their experiences are limited. They know, you know, the stuff that they know, and they don't know about all the wide world around them, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if my kids came to me and started talking about a friend, and they said, well, you know, his parents are such and such, and his family does all these X, Y, and Z things. Well, now I'm starting to think, okay, maybe they actually know somebody, and then I could ask them, questions, and they might go and ask the questions of the friend, and then come back and report to me, right? So you get where I'm going with this, right? So, but we could kind of triangulate, and I could see, okay, well, they're getting information that they don't possess themselves, and that your example was similar to that.
Yes.
But I think that there's at least one possible explanation. I think you could be just mechanically inclined and kind of work your way through those kinds of problems. You seem like a really good problem solver. So, like for me, one thing that I think you couldn't know that is true of me that a God would know, an omniscient God, would be like there would be something about me that you couldn't just kind of know intuitively, like being mechanically inclined or that kind of thing. So like for example, my great grandmother on my mom's side of the family had kind of an unusual name.
I didn't tell you I was a fucking soothsayer.
Well, no, but if you have a relationship with the deity, he could tell you that, right?
He could, but there's a difference between could and would.
Right. But why wouldn't he?
Because okay, and there's a scripture that in the Bible that clearly states this, and the why. Okay,
Okay.
because then you're getting to, and this is why I said I wasn't a fucking soothsayer. All right. Because, and I wasn't trying to be offensive or anything. I'm just trying to let you know the difference between having a relationship and uh, trying to manipulate somebody to some end. Okay, because that's what soothsayers do.
Okay.
They'll tell you things, but they have an ulterior motive for it. All right. Now, the way that God works, okay, He does reveal things to me about people that I should know. Okay, I will tell you this. All right, that's why I said
Okay.
it's a big difference between could, would, and did. All right.
Okay.
All right. He has told me things about people I shouldn't know. And you know what they did? Instead of them saying, "Oh, God is real," you know what they did? They said, "You working witchcraft." You see how that can flip? No matter, it's like a
Sure.
damn,
Yeah, I understand that.
damn if you do, damn if you don't type of thing. You
I,
dig?
I understand what you're saying,
Okay.
but so
And this is why he doesn't do that like that.
okay.
Hmm.
Well, but he also doesn't. He's not communicated with me at all.
He has,
So,
but you're not listening to him.
well, I mean, I've tried.
No,
I was a believer for 30 years. I believed that the God
no.
of the Bible exists.
God of the Bible. See how you're detached from it?
Well, yeah, I do that intentionally now because I believe that
Yeah.
that God.
Him away, so to speak. Let me explain something to you.
Okay.
If let's just say hypothetically this God does exist.
Okay.
Hypothetically. Let's pretend I don't even know he exists. But hypothetically, if this God did exist, all right, and say for example, he was an alien, okay, and you know how they show on TV where they show the aliens where they'll be there, but they're really hesitant about making their presence known to the humans because before they even decided to possibly let their presence be made known to the humans, that they noticed that these humans are really evil. These humans, uh, they fuck over each other. Just imagine if we made ourselves known to them, what they would do to us. All right. Now, I'm not saying or suggesting by any means that God is afraid of us. All right. But God, being God, He knows that how we are. All right. And just like I said with the revealing things about you that I shouldn't know, in that scenario, you see how that person twitched that shit around and said, "Oh, that ain't God. You a witchcraft. You working witchcraft. How did you know that?" You see what I'm saying? How they turned it still, no matter what, they turn it into something evil and wicked.
Okay.
All right, and he knows this. So he's a gentleman. He's a sweetie pie. I love him to death. Uh, and he has a sense of humor. Just like us. He tells jokes. Oh, he had me laughing so in the morning. I talked to him. He had me laughing so all throughout the day. Sometimes, he'll tell little jokes and stuff like that. He'll get on me and verbally chastise me or whatever. Like if I said or done something I had no business. And sometimes he'll just teach me and tell me, you don't need to do this like this because this is the cause and this is the effect of it. All right. When he tells me stuff, he don't just say, just do this, just do that, or don't do this. He explains the whole process to me, the why. Okay. And that's the way that God is. So if you were a student, all right, or you want to know something, or you want to get to know somebody, all right. Now, You tell me something. If 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 I wasn't listening to you, would you talk to me?
Well, no, probably not.
Keep it real now.
No, I'm being real.
Because
I
baby,
think
no,
if
you would.
someone is if I'm trying to talk to someone and that person's not listening to me,
No, you
I would
wouldn't.
probably try to get their attention first if I really was actually interested in communicating with them. But I would get frustrated and eventually be done.
Okay, well, guess what? God is the same way.
Okay.
He the same way, huh? He ain't no
Okay.
different than you. If you don't treat him with kindness and you're not welcoming to him, he ain't coming. He ain't coming. He
Okay.
knocks on his
Well,
door.
but I'm open
That's
and
what's
I'm willing. I just haven't heard anything
up until tonight.
up until tonight. Now
Yeah.
I have.
Huh?
Well, I've heard you,
Yeah.
but I wouldn't
Now
say that
you
I've
want to
heard
know him.
from a God.
Now you want to know him.
Well, I'm just wondering, are we assuming that he
You
like
do
you're
want to know now.
I get a question. Are we like you're let me try to understand what you're saying actually. So you're saying that in order like i- the way that we get tired of trying to talk to somebody who's not listening, God will do that as well, right?
Yes, exactly.
Right. Okay. So I mean, how do we differentiate when God has tried to talk to us initially?
Have you ever said, man, I thought about that. I knew I should have. I had a feeling. Uh, what else? Kind of terminologies. Something told me. You ever said that? Man, something told me not to go down this street. Now I'm stuck in traffic. You
Well,
ever had?
yeah, some similar maybe, something similar probably.
All right. All right, Ron. It was nice
All right.
talking to you.
Yeah. Good night.
Yeah. Have a good night, man.
Yeah. Everybody have those situations where they say something told me. Something told me not to go down there. Something told me not to mess with that woman. She was not motherfucking psycho.
Uh-huh.
What? Okay.
Now, if you keep it real, you know I'm right, right?
Yeah.
Guess, guess who that something was?
Myself.
All right. You can say yourself. You will still be accurate because I believe that we are God. Now that's really gonna cook your noodle. And God lives on the inside of y'all. You ain't gotta go nowhere to find him.
Yeah, God does speak through us.
Hmm.
How do you know that?
I remember one night I got drunk,
Wait a
bro.
minute, wait a minute, King. Outbound had a tendency to do this, and I don't play that. Outbound, you all know me by now. You all know me by now. I'm not gonna keep telling you this. I don't play that. How do you know this? Okay, well, how you know that then? Okay, well, how you? No, we're not gonna do that. That's what we not gonna do. Okay, that's what everybody else do when they hang out. All right, they go through that. Well, how do we know? How we know? Now, if you want to know something that I know, just ask me. Don't play them kind of games. All right, we're not gonna do that. We're not
Um,
gonna do that.
I'm not sure I understand.
Hey,
Okay.
how about I want to know your look. I want to know your what you call it on your your opinion about Candy and I. What's your true opinion about us? Do you think we're back crazy?
I don't know.
You think we're testifying of the gingerbread man. You think that this planet is just popped out of chaos? Like I want to know what your views on life are. How about
I,
how about that? How about we talk about you for a minute?
Yeah, he don't. I'm gonna tell you what he gonna do. That's why he said he don't know. That's what he do. He wanna put the magnifying glass on your ass, but you can't do it with him, cause he gonna flip flop like a fish out of water. All
no,
right.
I'm not flip flopping. That's
Yes,
I
you
just
do. Yes, you do. Yes,
no, no, I don't. Now this is where I never get to explain myself usually. Like, okay, so this isn't flip flopping. Basically, um,
you.
people assume that you believe there is a God or you believe there isn't a God, but those aren't the only two options that are available to choose.
It is some people that don't just simply don't know
I don't know,
and are
and and
searching.
it, and I think people not only assume what they know, or I shouldn't say assume. I think people, they believe that either one or the other. Even like the guys, like some people believe absolutely there is no God for sure. They're
Okay.
positive about that 100%.
They ain't positive. They're just saying that.
I mean, they say that. Yeah, you're right. I don't know. I can't read their minds, so I can't guess how positive they really are.
I
But
know
they
they
do.
ain't positive. They just saying it. Okay,
Yeah,
but
but
go
they do say that. They do say that, and
on.
my response in any situation where somebody does that is always, like when they ask me, like he's asking me, my response is always I don't know. I'm not gonna say there is a God or there isn't a God. How the fuck do I know?
The thing is, though, we do know.
Well, I mean, you are telling me that you know.
Yeah, I can tell you I know, and I can't prove it to you, brother. This is what I'm
Right.
trying to say. Candy knows that there's a God. Okay, she knows it. I know it. The
How do you
thing
know that you
is, though,
can't prove it to me?
I cannot. No, I cannot prove I cannot prove this to you. This is what I'm telling you, and I tell any other atheist or any other person seeking God. When
Why can't?
I listen, hold up. When I found God, bro, I was not on the internet being fed lies, or I wasn't. It was way before Google Plus. Um, okay, I'm 33 now. I was I was 28 when I really had this experience right here. Okay, I had an Xbox 360, I think, back then. But so let me see. Take it back. 2015, 33, 14, 32. So we'll just estimate. I'm not good with math. What 2008, 2000 some.
Tell them the
Uh,
point. The point is
okay, let me get to the point. All right. The point was this: I wasn't online listening to men blabber about God. Okay, and first and foremost, I was a believer already when I heard the word of God. Okay, and that was when I was a kid. Like I told you, I was a thug. I was acting up, smoking weed. I didn't care about nothing. I thought I was a god myself. I never thought I would get old. Okay, and I don't have a mental disease. I don't have nothing wrong with me, bro, at all, mentally. Now the thing is, when I went to Missouri, I got messed up in the game a little bit. Something got into me, and I don't know if it was evil or good. This is the first. Was it a whipping from God? Because there was a man that I worked with, uh, and he was a well. There was a son of a man that I worked with, and I was riding with him one day, and that was like one of my first things I said that was against God since I was ever alive. Okay, I was riding with his son, and I was talking to him, and I was having a good time. I was youthful. I had my health and everything. I told this kid, he was around probably the same age. I was 18. I said, "Yo, what are you wasting your time for? Doing this church thing? Like what? Like you're wasting your time or whatever. you should be having fun with me, man. Like, let's go to the clubs or something, get some fine chicks or whatever. That's the first thing I said against God in my entire life. And lo and behold, after that, dude, I had the worst anxiety ever in my life come into my existence. It destroyed everything that I ever knew about this veil that I had over my eyes. I had a veil over my eyes to the point where,
Explain what you mean by a veil.
okay, the veil that I'm explaining is the false, you could say the false doctrine of men, the material,
Your
the celebrities
your understanding of the world.
of the world.
You realized it was a false thing, or what happened? It was now it was real, more of a reality to you that this wasn't real, huh?
Yeah, I smelled after, basically, like, you're not smelling the roses. I was not smelling the roses of life, true life. Okay, when I was dumb 18-year-old kid, I was an idiot. I get money, whatever, and I just spend it on whatever, smoke a little weed, and just basically I had no future plans at all about nothing. I didn't even think about God. I didn't think about nothing. I just thought about women, rap, and some stuff that was just nonsense. But basically, let me get back to what I was talking about.
That's important, Matthew, because
Yeah, that is.
understand, because they might be right where you are right now.
All right, I'll continue with that.
So what bad things were you doing?
The bad things I was doing, I was lusting, and at first I didn't call it this. Now I did not call it lusting and stuff. I did almost everything.
Just being a man, doing what a man's supposed to do, right?
Yes, I was just living that. I was living a life that was in this world. Basically, the veil of this world that you see now. The celebrities trying to be a rap star, trying to do things out of my bounds. When I play my music, I go play it loud to make sure, say I was narcissist. I thought I was a gift to God, God's gift to women. I thought I was the shit.
Oh, kids must be fine.
Yeah, well, women used to feel on me, put it that way, when I was in high school.
Now.
Okay.
Let me stop. All right.
But that's what
going out a little bit.
That was the evil seed as well that I didn't realize God was placing, that they were putting in my life. The seed when I was young, these women telling me that I look good, feeling on me. I had plenty of girls. I used to go to the football game and had 2 girls on each arm. I was definitely a player, you could say, but I was nothing though. This is the thing. God took me and just dominated everything I knew. And now, bro, okay, I can fast forward to now. Right now, I don't want to live life without my anxiety. I don't want to live life without knowing to see past this veil. I see past the veil every day. That's why I don't get why I still sin sometimes. I don't get that. But I see past the veil. I look at the birds.
Another day, team, so you can get an understanding of it.
Huh?
We'll talk about that on another hangout so you can get a full understanding of it so you can better deal with that, all right?
Yeah.
All right.
But you want me to just go fast forward to where I repented?
Well, take us a little along the path, because see, it's like I was telling doggone, what's his name? Like I was telling him, Ron, about taking stuff out. When you leave the context out, it kind of doesn't, you know what I mean? The story, you have holes, you know what I mean? So they can understand, that timeline and how you got to that point. It matters.
Okay.
So
I don't mean just full detail like your whole life story online here. I'm just saying, like, just think about it, like what things you think might be important for people to know about how you got to that point. Like you was telling us what your mindset was and how you thought this was cool and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm still not sure why. Like, okay, so you said you were bad, and then you saw the light, and I'm
See,
just wondering.
that's a typical wrap up, but you're not seeing the whole point where the seed was planted
But
when I was younger with
well, that's what I'm asking is like what like you're like I mean you came to the light and then but what's like what how, like you were directing this explanation to me for some reason and I'm not sure what that reason was.
the reason
Because you
was.
asked.
I
What did
mean,
I ask?
the thing is why I'm telling you this is you're not the more you go against God or you just play it off to be something that's not or, yeah, I was basically asking you your viewpoints on us, and I was saying the that we're not crazy individuals, and we're not just telling you a story. We're telling you because we have been touched by God. I have definitely been touched. I'm damn near, I'm damn sure that Candy's been touched. The
Uh-huh.
the
So
thing is,
what does that mean? Touch? Like where did he touch you?
man,
No,
alright,
I'm serious. I'm not being mean. I'm not being mean. I'm just saying like
about
were you in a house? Were you in a field?
But in all fairness, King, when you use words like that, you got to understand, baby. When you use words like that, you got to consider. I might understand you. Another believer might understand what you mean by touch, but a common secular person will think when you say touch, like, well, what did he touch? He touched what?
Well,
You know,
I'm not just a common secular person. I mean, I went to church for a long time, and
I didn't say you. I didn't
yeah.
say you, Outbound. I
I don't,
said
yeah,
a
Yeah, that's true. I mean, there's viewers. Sorry.
Yes, there are viewers watching right now. So don't think this whole hangout is about Outbound.
alright.
Wait, it's not.
When I mean
I'm
touched,
out of here. Forget
Not
this.
this time, Outbound.
what I
Okay,
meant what I meant by touched is awakened from your slumber. You're it's like the movie Matrix. Okay, you
right,
got you got this you got this veil over your face, man. It's like a dream. Okay, you got your health.
I do.
You're doing, you got it going on. You think this or whatever. I don't know what you do, but I know what I had. I'm pretty sure we maybe similar. You
right.
know,
So like,
uh,
so what about when I was saved before? Like, the veil came up and then it came back again.
you were saved
You
before.
wasn't really, you wasn't really, what you did was you was doing rituals, okay? It's different from having an encounter or a relationship with God.
I thought I was talking to God.
You thought you was. You
I
was
I
talking to him, but he wasn't talking to you.
I had feelings inside me that felt like God. I felt like the Holy Spirit came into my body. I could feel it. It felt good, and it to me that felt like God.
Okay, now
Well, God is not about a feeling, baby. It's about a change. All right?
A change.
Yeah, it's about change.
I'm not sure what that. I mean, that could be a lot of different things.
Change. When I say he's not about a feeling, it's not an emotional stamina. That I mean, he's not just like, okay. When you get aroused, when your penis get aroused, it gets aroused because of a feeling, right?
Yeah, I guess you could say that.
You can guess.
Yeah, I mean, there's a number of ways to describe it. I mean, that's one way.
Okay. See, you like to flip flop from reality, but anyway, well, I'll just say this on the terms of the real people watching. When you get aroused, all right, in your penis, you get erection, all right. You get an erection because of a feeling, all right, a sensation in your penis, all right, that arouse you, or perhaps in your mind, and it arouses you,
I wish.
and
I'm just joking.
and and whatever stimulated your mind, it caused the cause, and I mean the effect of that stimulation in your mind caused an erection. All right. So in that regard, if you're using that as an example, okay, of what you talking about and your experience. Basically, you had an encounter. Possibly you had an encounter, okay, where you sense the presence of God, okay? So if you sense the presence of God, you got a spiritual erection, all right? But having an erection is not the same as having an orgasm, is it? Have you ever had a girl give you blue balls because she got you all hot and bothered and then you didn't even get the come? See, he don't like to keep it real. All right. But the real truth of the matter is,
No, I hear you. Sorry. I've got my hands full and I had it muted.
I'm sure you got your hands full. You probably over there jacking up and got you riled. I understand it.
Actually, I'm rolling a doobie.
Oh, okay. Well, puff, pass. All right. Anyway, back to what we were saying. We're going to use it. It's a good analogy of your experience. All right.
Well,
It's like a woman get you all hot and bothered and get you.
well, why is it that I mean, like, how do you know that, like, what my experience was? Like,
Because you didn't have no change. You didn't come, nigga.
What do you mean I didn't have any change?
If you
When I came to God?
you still have the same mindset you got right now,
I didn't.
are you reverted back to your old way? Then you didn't have a change.
No, when I was a kid,
Mm-hmm.
I grew up with my dad mostly. My parents split up when I was 3, and I lived with my dad.
I'm out of here, man.
And
Y'all have a good night.
All right.
God bless.
He didn't really talk about religion. I had never heard about God until I got I mean, it was just kind of like a thing out in society. Like I never really learned much about it or had an interest to learn it. But then when I was 13, I met my mom. She introduced me to religion, and I believed it immediately, and I believed
but
it.
you was introduced to religion, not God. It's a big difference, hon.
Well, again, I didn't say that that's when I was really. I mean, I did say that I had a point in time where I believed I did meet God.
Yeah.
Like I said, I believed that the Holy Spirit came into my body.
Yeah.
And to me at that time, like, I believed with 100% that was God.
Okay. Was he good to you? Did he talk to you?
Yeah.
Hmm.
I mean, it was pretty pleasant, and like my church community was.
I ain't saying nothing about your church. I'm talking about God right now.
I'm just saying my whole religious.
We can't put them two together because they don't go together. That's
okay, I understand. Okay,
they don't go.
I understand. I understand they don't go together, but
you can't mix them in the conversation and then say they don't go together at the same time.
No, I understand they don't go together. We don't have to mix it in the conversation. Yeah, but the whole God experience was pleasant, is what I'm trying to say. And yes, I did. Like, I did experience. I experienced multiple times where I felt God was, like, entering my soul or whatever, and
whatever. See,
yeah, well,
I know you really did.
I wouldn't have described it that way back then, but I wouldn't have added the whatever probably. But I felt that he entered my soul, and it felt good. He did it on a regular basis. I prayed and
got you a direction, but it is very obvious that you didn't have a full orgasm, huh?
Well, I believed in it 100%, and I debated people who didn't believe very adamantly.
You was aroused. That I don't deny.
I'm just not, like
but what I'm telling you is you didn't get no erection, huh?
Well, if I
orgasm, you didn't experience the full pleasure of it, you would have never went back.
And you have.
Yeah, that's why I could never go back.
And you can tell whether or not somebody else has had the full pleasure or not.
Oh yes, absolutely, positively. I know this without a doubt, baby.
How is that pleasure? I mean,
because we know each other. We know each other.
How is that pleasure evidence of God?
Well, you see, if you'd have had that full orgasm, you would know. You'd be telling me instead of me having to explain it to you. See, that's the difference.
But what about the people that they? I mean, like they can, they've identified a part of your brain that lights up when you're having those experiences, and they can actually do things to trigger that part of the brain to start up on its own. And people will have the same type of experiences.
Hmm.
So how do you tell the difference between when it's God and when it's those recreated ones? How
Hey,
come
who
you're
created it? Who was supposed to be the created it in my brain then? I yeah,
well,
here.
if I mean I think like when you
You think
ask
I might
me,
have been took to a lab? That is possible.
no, when you say how would it be created in your brain,
No,
I mean,
don't try to flip your ass back over nowhere. Come your
no,
ass.
I'm not trying to flip. I'm not trying to flip. I'm just trying to
Get
understand.
your ass about the bushes. You want to go there? We can go there, baby.
No, I just want to understand what you're saying.
No. You
Yeah, I want to.
said no. You said that the scientists they can trigger something in your mind and stimulate all this kind of stuff for you say and reenact the same thing I went through. All right. So tell me what happened to me? When did this happen? I mean, how did it happen? Like, so you tell me
I didn't say it happened to you.
No, don't try to flip your ass flip up on.
I'm not flipping. I never said that.
Don't try
I
to
do
flip
flip
up on
sometimes,
those face.
but I'm
You
not
tell
flipping
me
right now.
what scientist abducted my ass, so now I've been abducted and I didn't know it.
I didn't say that.
No. All right. You said.
No, I didn't.
You said that the scientists can
No,
do the same thing which happened to me. That's what you said. All right. Don't flip flop your ass all over.
I don't know that it's the same thing that happened to you. I said they could activate the same part of the brain. That doesn't mean it's the same thing that
Okay,
happened to you.
is that what happened to me?
How would I know?
Well, apparently that's what you insinuated.
No, I'm not insinuating that. What I'm asking is.
So you mean to tell me I done been abducted by the scientists and they went fuck with my head?
No. I'm just saying that there's a lot of things that can cause hallucinations. So how do we differentiate between? How do we tell the difference between?
Well, first of all, who abducted me? That's what.
No, you don't have to be abducted for these things to be triggered.
Okay, who came in my goddamn house?
It doesn't have to be triggered by a scientist. It doesn't have to be triggered by a scientist. What I said is that we found out. I was
by myself, so who else did it?
It doesn't have to be done by a person necessarily.
How did it happen then?
There's a lot of things that can cause hallucinations, including
like what?
like a rotten pickle. I mean, a stressful day. If somebody is.
That might be possible. I ate a rotten pickle. I didn't even know it was rotten. I just kept on eating it. I didn't even taste that it was rotten. Okay.
You have had a rotten pickle before?
I'm just saying how stupid it sounds. I ate a rotten pickle. Well, why wouldn't I stop eating the pickle?
No, I didn't say you ate a rotten pickle. I said there's a lot of things that can cause hallucinations. I just named a few examples, but there's thousands of things that can cause a hallucination.
Okay, so
and most of the time,
these things that's causing these hallucinations. Apparently, I've been doing this since 2003. I've been hallucinating since 2003, according to you.
I don't know. I didn't say that.
You had to have, because I already just told you when Ron was in the room that I talk to God every day. So I'm eating.
I didn't say it was a hallucination.
I
said, how would I know?
Wait a minute, just a goddamn minute. So I'm eating something or doing something every day that's stimulating this hallucination factor. Because I talk to God every day. He talks to me every day, I should say.
Hey, Candy, stop hogging the pickles. Give some to me.
No, David, I got all the rotten pickles in the one you shelf.
I want to talk to God.
Yeah, you see, that's. I mean, this is turning into ad hominem.
Rotten by the time they get to it.
This is turning into ad hominem because it's now it's like make fun of me because I said the phrase rotten pickle when that doesn't really
Okay,
have.
okay,
I'm just picking on you. I'm just picking on you.
okay, Outbound. Okay, we're gonna let you off the hook on now.
I'm just trying to be funny, you know. Rotten pickles are funny, so it doesn't. It's got bearing in the
You can be
argument.
funny, but we can't be funny with what you said. Okay,
No, I mean rotten pickles are
see how this
funny.
works. It's a double standard. Okay.
Rotten pickles are funny, but yeah, I'm just saying that like there's many things that can cause hallucinations, including stress and being low on sleep.
Apparently, I'm the only. Apparently, well, I'm not the only
No,
one.
well, let me finish, please.
But
Hold on.
only the people that know God have
I shouldn't have repeated that
access
again.
to
I should
these.
have just went to the next part.
Okay, only the people that know God have access to these hallucinogens. Apparently,
No, well, I mean, like, you know, it's if a guy says
it's a God, some type of catnip.
if a guy says Jesus came and told me to murder and
God.
if God comes to a guy and tells him to rape and murder a child, we say that's a hallucination and we throw that guy in the crazy bin. That's not really God. So I mean, people do hallucinate a lot, and people could hallucinate good
That's
things.
not a hallucination. That's where they did something fucked up and just said that God told them to do it. If that's the case, they could do something fucked up and say the police told them to do something.
So you don't
Does that
believe.
mean that the police ain't real because they said that the police told them to do it? Uh-huh.
So you don't believe anybody ever
Marinate
hallucinates.
on that a little while and get back with me.
So you don't believe that anything's a hallucination. It's always something like either they're lying or they saw something real.
Yes.
How do you know that those things are not hallucinations and they're real? How do we know that? The ones that, not the liars, just the
Didn't
ones
I tell
that.
you I wasn't gonna do the how do we know that and how do you I told you I wasn't gonna do that. Didn't I tell you that already?
Okay.
All right.
I just you know, like if you're gonna say that.
No, if you want to say something, see, you want to try to hold me to everything.
No, I asked you a question and you answered it.
When I tried to hold you to your pickle theory, you didn't want to stay there. All right.
My
See, you
what?
want to try to hold other people to stuff that.
No, I didn't. I didn't have a pickle theory.
You want to flip.
You had a pickle theory.
All right.
You had the pickle theory, not me.
No, you said I ain't said nothing about no damn pickles.
Yeah, you did. We both talked about the pickle.
God here, God side here.
All three of us talked the pickle.
Rewind the video, hon. I got you on tape.
All three of us said the phrase.
Three.
Yes, all three of us said the
He wasn't
phrase.
even in here when you brought that up. He just came in on the conversation.
He said something to you about the pickle. He said he wanted to eat some too.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
you had already said that before he came in the room.
Right, I said it first, but we all said it though. I said it first.
In response to what you look, I'm not gonna go there with you.
Yeah, you're right. That's what I'm saying. Is it was like you were responding to my statement, but your response was focused on the pickle when my statement was broader than that and included more than just the pickle.
I did the broad. I went there with the broad with you. You flip flop from that because I also said, okay, say example, what no rod pickle. Say whatever type of hallucinogen factors that you wanna incorporate. You mean to tell me this was the question I posed, addressing, okay, the theory that there were different hallucinogens that could have played a part in our encounter with God, all right? That could explain this, all right? So I pose the question back to you. So you think that only the people that have met God and had an experience with God, we the only ones that have access to these hallucinogens?
Huh? No. I mean.
Apparently.
No.
We're the only one. Okay.
Some people eat hallucinogenic drugs and then meet God. You know, and like, it doesn't have to be.
So apparently, only the Christians or the believers in God, we the only one have access to these hallucinogens.
No, I didn't say that.
Well, this is what you're implying, hon, that you're not even realizing. You're implying that the only people that have access to these hallucinogens are the people that say that they meant God. It had to be
I
a
did not
hallucinogen.
imply that at all.
If it was a hallucinogen
I
and
did
they
not imply
had
that at all.
a
I did not
hallucinogen
imply
one
that all
like
Christians are
we the
hallucinating.
only ones that have access to this.
I did not say that. And you keep
Okay,
saying,
we would have to be because we the only one that came up with this God stuff.
uh, uh, okay, that's what you're saying. I'm not saying that.
But with deductive reasoning, hon, it would have to play out as that. Only
No.
the people that know God have access to these hallucinogens.
No. I don't. I mean, you can say that, but I'm not saying that.
Reasoning.
I'm not saying that. You're saying that I'm not.
Yeah, but you're not realizing what you're implying, though. You might not be saying it, but that's what you're implying.
No, I'm not
I don't
implying
think
it.
you
I
even
said
got the stuff out. Just think about it a
no.
little.
That's not true. What I said was
Just
there's
think
a
about
lot of
it a
things.
little while, baby. Let it marinate a little while. Think about how you gonna come with your bullshit, and then
I don't
get it
need to let
all
it marinate.
together.
You just need to let me say it.
You
Because
said it already. It just
no,
didn't
I
make
didn't say that. I never said that. You keep on telling me I said it, and I'm always going to disagree with you. No, that's not what I said. Not at all.
Okay, what is it that you said, huh?
I can say it again. What I can tell you what I did say. What I
Okay.
did say was that there's a lot of things that call us hallucinations. Now, I've never had anybody argue that point with me. I thought everybody pretty much agreed on that. But you're the first person to challenge that belief, and you made me think about it. Like, okay, maybe hallucinations are not real. How do I know, right? I'm like you have successfully changed my mind from believing that hallucinations pretty much. I mean, I had a lot of confidence they existed, but you've kind of taken that down a notch, and I'm willing to explore it now. Like, okay, maybe hallucinations don't exist because you're saying, and this I've never heard before. You're saying that hallucinations, they're not. Either they're lying and they didn't see anything, or they did see something and it's real.
Right.
So, and that's what you're saying. I'm just trying to make sure I understand that.
Mhm.
That was really
Yeah.
what I was trying to get at. And
Because if somebody sees something, all right, that you didn't see, for example, if, say, for example, I saw somebody, and you've seen this in movies plenty of times, and it's a realistic scenario, all right? You'll see this in movies where somebody will be a witness to somebody getting killed. But by the time they go get somebody else as a witness to the person is dead there, the body is gone. So the person that they went to go get with say, look, this man killed this man and here he is laying right here on the ground. But the man not there. All right. They saw it, okay, that it happened. All right. And this did happen. All right. Just because they took the evidence away before the other person could see it, that doesn't mean that it never occurred. You did?
Did you check if they had a pickle on them or not?
I don't know. See, they might have had a pickle. All right. Maybe they got whole
I
pickle.
suspect they had.
Pumped up melon. let him make it, poor baby. But anyway, you get my point, hon. Just because somebody else don't see something, that doesn't mean that it doesn't exist.
I
Now,
agree. I totally
if a
agree with
person
that.
says, for example, if a person says, God told me to kill such and such and such. Okay, maybe they did have a bad voice in their head, and we do talk to ourselves. Okay, we can.
Wait, was that a hallucination or no? I mean, no, I'm saying like some people will say like Jesus actually came to, like you're saying, like Jesus came
Right.
to me.
Not Jesus. I didn't say Jesus.
Well, no, you didn't say Jesus, but
No,
some
I
people will
didn't.
say that. They'll say Jesus or some like
No,
some of
because
these
I
guys that
don't believe in Jesus, so I would never say that. All
some
right.
of these guys that kill kids. They'll say Jesus and God. And
Yeah.
some people see it as the same thing, but I
Right.
mean,
Some people do see it as the same thing, but we ain't gonna put that on candy. All right.
yeah. Okay.
All
Yeah,
right.
I'm not trying to put that on you. I was talking about the guy that kills the little kid because I know that's not
But
you.
just like I used the scenario, he could have just as well said
You said he
Martin
was
Luther
lying
King.
though.
He could have just as well said Martin Luther King came back and told him that he needed to do this for our freedom.
Yeah. Yeah, but
Does
and
that have any bearing on Martin Luther King?
but you, I mean, earlier you said that they're lying, but then you said that they might hear voices.
I said it could be either or.
Okay, so what if they're hearing voices? Is that a hallucination?
A hallucination and hearing voices is two different things. Hallucination is when you see something.
Okay. Okay, so but we still see them as, I mean, like we still see them as liars, or they're just not right for some way, for some reason.
Well, uh,
Like they're messed up in the head, and it's not
you could say
actually,
it's messed up, but that's their reality.
I'm not sure what to call it. I'm just trying to like
That's
I'm
their reality.
I'm
It
not
may be a fucked up reality, but that's their reality. See, but because what you don't understand is that evil spirits, just like good spirits exist, evil spirits exist as well. So just like
so they're being
evil is,
tricked by an evil spirit maybe sometimes.
yes, it's just like an evil spirit. Okay, you've been asking me about God all this time. You never asked me if I ever heard evil spirits as well. Uh-huh.
Well, how do you know the difference between when it's an evil spirit and when it's God, or when it's um lying?
You talking about for me or somebody else? Because for somebody else, I couldn't tell you that. Obviously, what the results are, okay? The evidence. What are the results? Okay? What they're doing? Did it cause any problems to somebody? Did they kill somebody? Then you automatically know that the result was evil. So apparently it had to have been an evil spirit told them to do it. The results. We was talking about faith earlier. Faith
Right.
is evidence, results, however you want to put it, substance. All right. What was the substance that resulted when this person had this encounter? Whether they heard a voice or they saw something, they felt something, they smelt something, because I've smelled things too. So if you, whatever your senses are, okay, and you picked up in the spirit realm something, all right, what was the result of that? All right, I have smelled things and it gave me a good spirit. Nobody else around me, I asked, did you smell that? Did you smell that? And nobody else smelt it but me. Okay, so but it gave me a spirit of comfort. I mean, I was comforted by that smell because even the scientists have proven, hun, that odors and aromas are therapeutic. Okay, let me tell you something, hon. All right. When we begin this conversation, we began this conversation about the definition of faith. All right. We found out somewhere along the middle of this conversation that faith is evidence. All right. Now,
It's like trust and evidence, right?
no, not trust in evidence. Stop adding stuff.
Oh, I thought that was in the
It is
definition, the
evidence.
trust.
It is evidence. All right. It is substance, materialized. All right.
Let me go back to that verse. You're
Yeah.
talking about the biblical verse,
It
right?
that's what we was discussing about spiritual things. Now you
Yeah.
want to flip back to the secular? What you want to do, hon?
I
Make up
forgot
your
about it, so I got to go back and read it again.
yeah.
Sorry.
Make up your mind, hon.
No, yeah, I wasn't changing my mind. I just was trying to remember. I want to
Right.
make sure I got it right. I'm just trying to make sure I understand what you're saying.
Right. But you didn't ever did ask me.
The
Uh,
evidence of things not seen. Okay, I understand.
mm-hmm. Evidence. Yeah. So, this is how you know which spirit it is by the evidence, huh?
Yeah, well, the evidence that you presented to me was that he visited you and that he put the knowledge in your head. Is that right? I think.
No, that's the way you want to put it, but you're welcome to do that, hon, because I'm not going to keep going back and forth. And I already told your ass you didn't put nothing in my head, but you want to say it like that, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, yeah, I have been saying it that way more than once.
Yes, you did, and
Yeah.
you're
I prob-
annoying me with that. I'm letting you know that right now.
okay, well,
I
I
don't like
mean,
nobody to twist my damn words around. I ain't twist yours, don't twist mine.
I'm not trying to twist your words, and I'm
I
sorry that.
specifically said he spoke to me and taught me these things. That's what I said. I
Oh,
ain't said
okay,
nothing
okay,
about
yeah.
putting nothing in my head.
You did say that. You're right. So did you hear a voice, or was it like talking to you with just? I mean, like, can you describe more how that conversation goes? Is it
No,
use
I
English?
won't. I'm not.
No.
I'm not
Okay.
gonna patronize that. I
I
said that, rewind the tape or something. I'm not going back there. Yeah. No, I'm not. All you need to know is that I told you that what I told you is he said this to me. He didn't put nothing in my head. He told me.
right. I understand. I get it now. Anyway,
Hmm.
I did have that. I keep saying that wrong.
Hmm.
So I mean, so he told you, but that's I'm just trying to identify, like, that's the evidence that you presented, is that he
I
visited you
ain't
and he.
present no evidence. I just letting you know. You asked what experiences that I had, and I shared them experiences with you, and I consider that to be evidence. Okay, if you don't consider it to be evidence, that's fine. But what you can't do is you can't negate that this is a reality.
No,
Oh,
I just was understood.
the evidence is not in who said something to me or how I came about the knowledge. The evidence is that I know.
Well, I just wanted to
You didn't hear
understand.
me tell that man how to fix his refrigerator? I told him about his refrigerator, did I? I don't
His
even know.
what?
Yeah. Did you hear that? Did you? You
His,
heard that, didn't you?
I'm sorry, my connection's bad again. What was it again?
I said, did you hear me tell Ron how to fix his refrigerator? Did you? All right. You heard
How
that.
how what didn't?
Did you hear me explain to Ron when he was on here how to fix his refrigerator?
Oh yeah, I did. Yes. Yes, I did.
I wonder if you're gonna sit up there and lie.
Hmm? I heard you explain how to fix it. You said you told him to go to Sears and get another one of those hoses and put it in
No, I
right. So
didn't. I told him to get a diagram so he can learn how to properly route.
yeah, I was gonna say that next.
Yeah.
You told him to go online on the website and they'd
And I
have a.
told him that his line was short and very limited and it's very distinctive of how you put that line in there and it got to be put in there properly. And did he not agree? You remember that? Rewind the video.
Yeah, no, he did.
Hmm. Right. So what you can't do is you can't nullify that evidence right there.
No, I'm not nullifying the evidence. I just wanted to
No,
make
I'm
sure.
explaining to you why I am so confident that God is real because He taught me these things that I should not know.
Yeah, I was just trying to make sure I understood
Uh huh.
what you were saying. That's
No
all.
hallucination, even if I had an hallucination, all right, or illusion of some God or something teaching me this. The point is the evidence, huh?
Yeah, I don't. Well, I don't want to.
There's evidence that I had some type of
I
encounter.
don't want you to think that I'm saying that you had a hallucination, because there's no way that I could know that. I did say that before, but I'd like to say that again. Like, I'm not saying I know you had a hallucination. You may have very well been visited by God. I can't tell you whether or not you did. I'm not qualified enough to tell the difference between God and a hallucination.
Right.
So I'm not going to tell you either way, but I just wanted to, like I said, that was the question I started with,
Uh
and
huh.
then the reason that I continued was just because, like I said, I've never had anybody say that they didn't believe in hallucinations. Um,
Right.
but I mean, then you kind of, but you kind of said that you do believe in hallucinations after that. I think, is that right?
Do I believe in hallucinations?
And I mean, not just I guess I should say not just hallucinations, but hallucinations and hearing voices. Like you believe that. Do you believe? I guess I should ask you instead of saying you do, because I'm not really sure. I'm just trying to find out. Like, do you believe that sometimes people think they see God, or even like you said, Martin Luther King, or maybe they think they hear voices from them, um, and it's just a hallucination? Or do you think that they never have hallucinations like that? They're always just lies, or they're real. One of the two.
Well, see, this is the thing, hon.
Do you,
All
like,
right.
basically, I'm asking, do you think hallucinations and people hearing voices that aren't God, do you think those exist?
Okay. First of all, we discussed this earlier about definitions, did we not? And about words and how people use words.
Did I say something wrong again?
No, you didn't say anything wrong.
Oh,
I just
okay.
want to be clear. Remember, we said if we use words differently, that
Yeah,
we
yeah.
make ourselves clear with what our definition of these words are.
Sure, sure.
Okay, so that's what I was preparing, the prerequisites for that. All right. So, your understanding of what a hallucination is or an illusion, for me, is more of a reality. Okay, it's real. So I wouldn't describe it as a hallucination or an illusion.
Oh, that's right. You said it could be a spirit, like a evil spirit.
Exactly.
Okay, so
Very real.
so basically hallucinations and
It's
voices.
spiritual, but it's real.
So any hallucination or voices is either a spirit or God. It's never, and it could be an evil spirit, it could be a good spirit, it could be God, but it's never just a hallucination.
There are different spirits that you can hear because all people have spirits. Okay.
I mean, so basically hallucinations don't exist, like unless it's a spirit
According
or
to
God.
you. Right.
Huh?
According to my definition, people just describe things that they don't understand as illusions or hallucinations. Because
Right. So they think Jesus told them to rape the little boy, but it was just an evil spirit.
right.
Yeah. Okay. So that means like illusions and hallucinations
On
don't.
himself, he can. Okay, remember I just said that all people have spirits. All right, are spirits, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we can talk to ourselves too. Okay, we can talk to ourselves. And like you might be at home, nobody's around. You're like, man, when should I go to the such and such? I think I'll
Yeah.
stay home today. I'll go tomorrow. You're talking to yourself, right?
Yeah.
And just as well as you can say, have that verbal conversation on that. You can have an audible conversation with yourself on the outside. You can do that in your head too.
Well, yeah. Well, and you're saying that's. I mean, like it does. It could be yourself as a spirit, and you're saying it could be.
Or it can be somebody else. Like, um, there's been circumstances where I could hear my grandmother's voice tell me things or remind me of things she said.
Yeah,
Like,
so that's like a good spirit, because I
right,
said, yeah. So it could be a good spirit, it could be evil spirit, it could be God. You could be talking to yourself.
yeah, there's different sources of where it can come from. All right.
Or like
In that case, it's not an illusion. It's very
yeah.
real.
So basically, like illusions and hallucinations don't exist.
They don't.
Right. Okay.
That's
So
just secular way of explaining things that are spiritual that they don't understand. That's just like when I was telling you that when Ron had brought up the idea that he said, well, if God is real, then you could tell me something that you shouldn't know about me. Like my grandmother, my great grandmother done something like that. I said, well, this is not soothsaying. I'm not no damn soothsayer. I don't know what the hell you think God is, but I'm not a
yeah.
soothsayer. And that's what soothsayers do. They tap into those type of spiritual sources, gather information, and tell you things like that. All right. Then you have godly sources where God will tell you things about people that you shouldn't know. And what happens? When you do tell people about things they don't know, what they do, they associate it back to something they can relate to. Okay, you must be a witchcraft worker. They still won't attribute it to God
Yeah.
because they don't want to accept the fact that God is real.
Um,
So they'll just say you're a soothsayer, or what they call them now, psychic.
I
Psychic.
under I understand. I yeah. And the reason, the main reason I was asking is because I really wanted to understand like how you see that. And now I understand that like hallucinations don't exist in your viewpoint. But I if I mean I feel like I probably should say that my answer to that would be I don't know. Like I don't know. How do I tell? Like I think I said this earlier. How the hell can I tell the difference between whether or not you're having a hallucination or not? And like I've seen stuff, but you know, how do I know that I wasn't hallucinating? Um, I mean, you say that hallucinations don't exist, but I'm not sure why you say that. My first thought is, how do you know that? But I'm not allowed to ask that, so.
Right.
So at this point, I mean, I guess like that.
If you said you've seen stuff, then what do you think about that?
Okay.
You think you was hallucinating?
I don't. How do I know? I don't know.
It was your damn sight.
It was what?
It was your sight.
Yeah. I
What did you
mean,
see? What did you see?
which time?
Just pick one.
Because I mean, they were extremely different situations a lot of times.
Pick
So
one.
I mean,
Pick one.
I've done shrooms and seen colors and and just imagery and memories and all kinds of stuff.
Okay, so you did some drugs which altered your
Made
vision
me hallucinate.
and caused you to hallucinate, right?
I mean, do you see that as a hallucination or no? Or is or did or were those things real? Like those were spirits that I was seeing?
What you think?
How do I know?
I'm still sticking with my definition, so what you think?
I mean, this comes back to the thing I was saying earlier about how people expect you to pick, like, do you believe in God or not? I mean, is it a spirit or not? I don't. How do I know? I don't fucking know.
You don't.
How do I know? How do I test it to see if it's a spirit? I'm just supposed to trust my sight? How do I know my sight is accurate?
Hell, if you was altered by drugs, you don't know, do you?
I mean, and there's a lot of things I could be like. They put shit in fucking pop I don't like, that I think is altering. I mean, stress can alter you.
Right.
People like if there's a possibility that that is a hallucination and it's not a spirit, then if that is a possibility, I don't even know if that's a possibility. But if it is, how do we tell the difference between the two? That's what I ask myself, anyways.
Well, for furthermore, uh, there's a difference between sober and
I can
unsober, right?
I can give you another example.
Okay, go ahead.
One time I was working at Burger King. I was closing up the shop, and like we close we lock the dining room, and at 10 o'clock we lock the dining room, and that's locked for it's like drive through only until midnight. It wasn't a 24-hour shop, right? So I was washing the dishes, and like I saw a person in a all white coat, like a snow coat, walk in front of the counter, like just from left to right, and I'm washing the dishes in the back, so I'm looking through a doorway and I see out to the counter and I see him walk past, and like mostly I was focused on the dishes, so for a second I didn't even really think about it. I was just like scrub, you know. But then it occurred to me like I've already locked the doors, so somebody's in here. Um, we gotta like serve them and get them out, you know, 'cause I gotta unlock the door to let them out and then lock it again.
Mhm.
So once I realized that, I went up front to do that and or to, you know, just to talk to them, see if they needed out or see if they wanted to buy something else, and there was nobody there, and I thought, well, maybe they went to the bathroom. You know, I checked the bathroom. I like went all the way through the whole restaurant looking for a person, and I checked the doors again to make sure they were locked, and they were all locked. And at that time, I was a Christian, and I'm sure I was like absolutely sure it was a supernatural spirit.
Mhm.
Um, but now it's like um,
Because you hadn't taken anything.
no, no, I
Okay.
was sober then. I was just, I mean, I was at work, and
All
I
right.
was I was
You
not
didn't
as
have
much.
no bad pickles.
I don't how do I mean sometimes
I'm meddling. I'm meddling.
no honestly I eat pickles and you know sometimes food that's bad doesn't taste bad. How do you like how do you know? Like
Okay, so you might have had a bad pickle.
you know so how you could eat a bad thing at the fast food restaurant and you get sick to your stomach for a little bit, you puke it up and then you're all right after a little bit.
Possible that you didn't see the man with the white coat. You just might have ate something that was going
Yeah,
bad.
I mean, I could have been really tired too. I mean, I was at work and it was late,
Uh-huh.
and I was probably stressed out from work, and like there's a that's I mean, see now you're following the same line of logic that I was thinking of
No,
though, like
I'm
that.
not following along. I'm just letting you. I'm just going. I'm
Oh,
just.
you're going with mine.
Yeah, I'm just letting you
Yeah,
know I'm
yeah, and
following what you saying. I ain't saying that I'm agreeing.
yeah,
I'm
I understand.
following what you're saying.
Yeah, you're saying you understand.
Right. I
Yeah.
understand what you're saying.
Yeah. Okay. So at back then I believed it was a spirit, but looking back now, I think when I think about it, I say to myself,
Just trying to rationalize it out.
no. Well, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of things.
Somebody made you doubt that it was the spirit. Somewhere along the line, doubt came in. All right. This is why the Bible speaks about doubt.
Yeah. Doubt did come in.
Doubt isn't
Yeah, you're right. Um.
doubt is an opposing factor to faith. All right.
Yep.
Doubt
It's like a
will
lack of
make
faith.
you unsee what you saw.
No, I still believe I saw it. I just like at this point.
It'll make you. It'll make you. It really. Now you know damn well you seen that man with that white motherfucking coat on. All
Yes,
right.
I did. I know
You
I
know
did.
goddamn well you seen that man with that white motherfucking coat on. But what doubt will do.
I don't know if it was a man that had their hood up.
Let me
It could have
explain
been a
to you.
woman.
Doubt will make you believe that you didn't see what you know goddamn well you seen it.
No, I know I saw it. I'm not. It's not making me think I didn't see it. Like I know I saw it, but now
You trying to rationalize it out. Okay, I
well,
seen it, but perhaps I was just tired. Why would you just see a random ass motherfucking person because you tired? That don't even
um,
make sense, huh?
I don't know
That's the
that.
thing about doubt.
No, I'm
Doubt
not saying
makes
that.
less
I'm not.
sense than faith.
Hold on. I'm
Because
not.
that's irrational to think you just gonna randomly see a motherfucker in a white coat specifically. Why the motherfucker couldn't have a red coat on?
Well, if you're. I mean, if being tired caused it, it's not random. But I'm not saying that being
It
tired
is
caused it.
random.
No, I'm not saying
You
being
just
tired.
randomly seen a person. Why couldn't you just randomly seen a bed? If you
Huh?
tired,
Why couldn't I? That's a good question.
yeah,
Look.
like that didn't even go together. If you tired, all right, then It would look like just like a mirage when people are thirsty and they having and they
No,
going
it didn't look like a mirage.
they have a mirage and they envision water. I need water. I'm thirsty. I'm dehydrated, and they have a mirage of water
Well, I'm not.
or a
I'm not.
mirage of them being safe. All
I'm
right,
not saying that. I'm not saying that being
listen
tired.
to me now.
No, because you're
Okay,
no,
listen
because you said something
around.
wrong.
All
You
right.
you you said something wrong though at the beginning about what I said, and I didn't say that being tired caused it.
I know you didn't. I'm trying to get you to rationalize more reasonable
Huh?
concerning it, even if that was hypothetically the case, what I'm saying. Hypothetically, if it was just you being tired, if I said if we wanted to rationalize it out and say that wasn't a spirit you seen, all right. Let's just say it wasn't, all right. You said, okay, I did see them, but I was just tired. Okay, why in the hell would you just being tired? Would you goddamn see a man walking through the motherfucking building? Why wouldn't you see a bed where I can, oh Lord, I need sleep, I need rest, Jesus. Or if you were stressed out about your job, why didn't you envision money just laying out over the floor where you wouldn't have to ever work no more?
I don't know.
You understand what I'm saying, baby?
I'm not sure I do, because I mean my answer is I don't know why I wouldn't see other. I don't know why I saw what I saw. I don't know why I didn't see something
Yeah, it
else.
don't make no fucking sense. That's why. When you start doubting what you know goddamn well you see, it don't make no damn sense.
It don't make sense. That I mean that's why I say I don't know what it is. I don't say like I agree with you. Like I'm not saying that's why. I mean you started out by saying if we were gonna assume that it's from being tired, it doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense to see a man walking through the fucking building. All right, because if it was if it to me logically, cause see I think logically I don't do the fantasy land bullshit. Okay, logically, if it was stimulated by you being tired, you would envision a comfortable ass bed, okay, or something. You would have had an illusion or a hallucination of something comforting or comfortable, or where you chilling in a big chair and you relaxing. You know what I mean? Because you would envision a recliner, a good comfortable lazy boy. You understand? That's
I don't know.
I'm just you.
I don't know how you know that.
I said if it makes more logical sense to hallucinate about something of comfort if you're tired. It
Yeah,
makes
it
more
does.
logical sense than just to hallucinate somebody walking through the building.
It does make more sense that I would hallucinate about a bed if I'm tired. But
It just makes no sense.
like just because that makes more sense doesn't mean that uh being tired.
Okay, but now you wandering into la la land.
No, I'm not. You are. You're the one saying that hypothetically. I didn't go there.
I'm saying you wandering into la la
No,
land.
this isn't my scenario. This is your scenario.
Okay, this is my scenario. All right, this is I mean not my scenario, but it's your experience.
My scenario is I
You
don't
wanted
know.
to rationalize it out. All right.
No, no. I mean I want to rationalize it out, but that wasn't my experience.
You didn't have an experience that the man was walking through.
Yes, I had that experience. I didn't have the experience where I'm trying to uh, rationalize it out, and then I think that uh, it was caused by being tired. I wasn't thinking that to rationalize it out.
Oh, okay.
I just have I have read in articles that a lot of things can cause hallucinations. I don't know if that's true or not.
Hmm.
It's just another. It's what other people are saying, and
Yeah, but
and
that's what I'm telling you. These same people will try to give you that as a rationalization, but it
yeah.
don't even make no fucking sense.
Um, I mean, I-
You know how
well,
I know this?
like
You know how I know this here?
it doesn't make sense to me, but you know, those guys, they have you know, a PhD in some
I don't
field.
give a fuck if they got an HPD. They still don't. It don't make no motherfucking sense. That's
Well,
just like if
I
you
mean,
tell me that I didn't have experience with God, okay, at the hospital.
I'm thinking if I mean, it doesn't make any sense to me, but I would also like to you know, I would be curious to hear what their arguments are so that I could analyze them, because maybe that would convince me even, you know, more than just them saying that these things cause hallucinations. If I could learn how they came to that, why they think that,
Right,
that would be beneficial. Maybe that would convince me. Maybe it wouldn't, though. I don't know.
right,
And currently they haven't convinced me. Like I'm not saying that I'm completely convinced that I hallucinated. You know, I don't know
right.
if it was a hallucination. Back then, I was sure it was a spirit, but now I have doubted myself. I do doubt myself, and I feel like, you know, how can I tell the difference between the story that you're giving me that says it's a spirit, and the story that they're giving me that says it was a hallucination? How do I know which one is which?
Well, baby, that's something you're gonna have to. You're gonna have to. You know, have you ever heard of that saying that some journeys you gotta walk alone?
I mean,
Somebody hold your hand on every journey you take in life. All right.
yeah, no, I don't, some journeys you don't have to take, so.
Okay.
You know, I just like I don't really have any reason to, like, if I figure out whether it's a spirit or not, what does that matter to me?
It matters a whole lot because then if you find out that the spirit world exists,
It
you
does.
open up. That means that will open your mind to a wealth of knowledge that maybe that will blow the rest of your mind.
I don't know. I don't.
Find
I
out
mean,
why. Then you can find out why Candy. How did Candy start a record label in a homeless shelter?
I don't. I mean,
It's
I
the
don't. I
shit
don't
off
know.
up in spirit land, huh?
Yeah, I mean, what you're saying is there's stuff that I don't know.
It would unlock some awesome mysteries.
What would, if I believed that that was a
If
spirit?
I can help you, is what my point is.
If you can help me,
Mm,
I said knowing Mike can help you in other ways that you didn't even think about.
what do I need to know?
You don't need to know. If you don't want to know it, you can stay where you at in nothingness land. All
Yeah,
right.
I'm
That
not
was my
sure.
point.
I'm not sure if it's even possible to know.
Okay,
it
well,
isn't
So,
exactly
that's
impossible,
your
no.
choice.
Hello, everyone.
Hey,
I got my camera
what's
on
going
today,
on?
so hello.
So what
This
you
is
up
my
to today?
this is
You
my
try to make
face.
some music?
Hi, everyone.
Huh?
This is my face. Hi. Hello.
Hi. You've been making any major moves today?
Actually,
Don't you start lying.
when I woke up today, my brother was telling me that I wasn't looking for a job. And then I'm like, okay, that's nice that you think that. That people can think. That's very interesting of you to think that, but all right. And then I went to my tablet to check my email to see if any of the places I've applied for online have made a response. And he had cut off the Wi-Fi because he was under the assumption that all I do on my tablet is just do the Google Hangouts. And then after that, I'm like, how am I supposed to check my email to apply for a job? So then I just kind of just went like right back to sleep because I was just didn't want to have to interact with him because fuck it. And then after that, I wake up, I check to see if my internet's working. Facebook's usually the fastest way to do it. And uh, as I was checking my responses on Facebook, I saw a video that was so hilarious. It was a man who ran into a convenience store to rob it at knife point. And there was an elderly gentleman walking outside the store, and when he had saw what was going on inside, because the door was transparent, he held the door handle shut. And the guy who was trying to rob the place just starts beating on the door, trying to get out. But the old man's just holding the door shut. And so another old man comes up and holds the door shut, and the guy's trying to get out. And so basically, they held the door shut until they were able to apprehend him and the authorities took him to jail. And so when I'm watching this, the guy's just beating on the door. So I'm kind of just now waking up, I'm just kind of fumbling around my tablet, and I see this, and I just erupt with laughter because it was so funny, right? And then after that, everybody just starts like attacking me. I'm like, wait, what the fuck's going on? They were watching the BET Music Awards, and there was a performance that was happening, and as soon as I had laughed during the performance, everybody was like, "Hey, why are you trying to laugh so hard?" Like trying to laugh so hard, and then they was like, "Hey, are you on drugs?" And I'm like, "What the fuck? I just woke up. Like, what did I do? Do drugs in my fucking dreams?" And then after that, I'm like, is this recorded? Can you record this? Like, if you feel that this entertainment is more important than respecting me, then just record it. Because I can understand if you don't want to respect me. There's no law saying you have to. And then after that, I kind of wanted to get something to eat. There was some food that was prepared, I guess, in celebration of the 4th of July, but it wasn't finished till like a day later. And then they told me I can't have anything to eat because I don't have a job or something to that degree. And it was just really frustrating because it's like the reason why I don't have a job is because my previous place of employment had basically lied and said that I had harassed some girl when that wasn't the case at all. And because of that possibly being on my employment record, it probably discourages people from hiring me. I'm having a very particularly hard time. And before I had moved in with my sister, I was taking care of my grandfather, and after he had passed away from cancer, I stayed at my grandmother's house for a while. I was looking for jobs at that time as well. And my grandmother had went out of town, and then because she had went out of town, I had stayed at my sister's. So now I'm kind of like, what do I do now? So yeah, that's pretty much how my shitty ass life has been going.
All right. The question that's being raised in this particular broadcast, Anthony, is what is faith?
Faith? Faith is, in my opinion, because it all comes down to opinion, because people like semantics. I just like to say what I believe faith is. Faith is believing something, but always trying to prove it right. You believe, and usually believe is the definitive end in the journey of information. But with faith, despite your belief, you still embark on a lifestyle and journey that is constantly trying to prove what you already believe. It's basically the opposite of a confirmation bias.
What's a confirmation bias?
A confirmation bias, here's a good example. My brother said he saw me on my tablet and he saw Facebook on it. So his confirmation bias was, oh, good, I saw Facebook on his tablet. Now I can continue to say that he's not looking for a job, that he's only on Facebook.
Because he believed that
He has seen something to substantiate a preconceived notion and dismissed all other possibilities off of 1 to 2 seconds of seeing Facebook on my tablet. That's a confirmation bias.
Oh, okay. Right. Okay.
Now, faith would be like, well, yeah, I saw Facebook on his tablet, but, I'm pretty sure something will turn up as far as his job searching goes. Maybe you need help. Maybe you need some connections. That's kind of how that works out.
Okay. I wasn't familiar with that term confirmation bias, but thank you. I need to use that sometimes because people be doing that a lot.
Oh yeah, some people, their entire lives are based on confirmation biases, and it's kind of sad. That's why I believe that the faith-based religious requirement of my Christianity beliefs is it's so freeing, because no matter what information comes my way, because my Lord and Savior has asked of faith and obedience in Him, I never have to close my mind to anything. I can actually expand my understanding in every instance in the purpose of enriching my own personal life without ever having to leave the safety and comfort of the hand of God, you know? And
Yeah.
that's why faith is very unique. And in fact, I think faith is kind of superior than belief, because belief only charges you with embarking on a linear path. Like if I believe that the Pop Tarts are done in my toaster, I now should eat them, you know? But as far as like faith goes, it's like I wonder what I can, you know, make with these Pop Tarts. You know, like I could probably crumble them up and sprinkle them in ice cream or something. You know, the possibilities are unlimited with faith.
Hmm. Okay. All right, Outbound, come on back now. Yeah. I don't know what it is about you, y'all and y'all. It's, I think it's more so an ego thing. He be wanting for attention, and poor thing. You
I
know.
do that with a lot of people. I really don't even try to do it. I just have that ether, you know. I just say what has to be said, and it's really nothing left to say after that.
What?
It's not that I'm trying to say that I know everything. I'm just saying I have a way of presenting information to people that is open-ended. And because it's open-ended, their arguments don't work, because arguments are basically trying to block a linear path. Like, hey, you know, stop right here, you know. And it's like, but you can go every possible direction with this. This is
Right.
called knowledge. This is called wisdom. It is a tool for you to use. You can take this hammer, you can beat a bunch of car windows open with it, or you can use it to nail something. You could probably use it to make a put a picture frame up. It's a hammer. It could be anything you need it to be. But if you're responsible with it, it's everything that you need to be and what you want it to be.
Right.
And yeah, and some kids shouldn't be given hammers.
Right. You put.
Yeah, like some people will hear the words that come out of my mouth and go, oh, I better put this down. I might get in trouble. My atheist friends might catch me with this and think I'm like all, you know, questioning my definitive belief that there isn't a God or something. It's just like, wait, whoa, whoa, whoa. Well, you know, if you feel that that's not something you feel safe having, or that you'll get in trouble if you're caught with it, then yeah, by all means, see you.
All right, stop. Hammer time.
Can't touch this.
That's Paul. That's Paul and something else. Paul, I hadn't heard from you in a while. I was wondering what was going on. I see you switched to little fat man. He ain't with Halo now.
I was
Yeah.
checking up on Nadia. She's in the hospital again.
Oh, wow. I haven't heard from June in a while. I wonder how she's doing. There's a lady in another circle of friends of mine, and she gets on Google Hangouts.
You're talking about something productive. All right. Yeah, I don't have the capacity to have a whole long.
What were you and oh boy talking about before you left? Like he seemed like he was kind of trolling the issue of the spiritual world.
Who?
Outbound.
Outbound. What was we talking about?
Yeah,
We were
he was
just
talking about the spiritual world.
elaborating on faith. I had used some experiences as examples. Okay. And we were just elaborating on and kind of collaborating experiences with the belief, okay? Because
You gotta be careful with the whole confirmation bias. You know, all options are open ended. Like this one guy. This actually was this morning. He tried to tell me that God is my super ego personified, and I'm like, cool. He's like, don't you find something wrong with that? I'm like, no. Well, doesn't the Bible kind of like disagree with that? No.
it doesn't.
Well, shouldn't you disagree with me because you're a Christian? I'm like, no. Well, God is just in your head. Yeah. In
Ah!
fact, the Bible. I'm like, yeah.
Yeah.
The Bible says that I am welcoming God into my life. I'm opening up my heart to Him. And by all the cognitive faculties that kind of indicate those sentiments, I literally did let Him into my head.
Right.
And you just have the scientific lingo and the study of neurology to just explain what I did.
Right.
It doesn't
Doesn't
discredit
negate it.
anything at all.
Right.
All you did was just explain to me what the Bible already told me, but with much fancier terminology. You didn't even really refute it. It's like, yeah, okay. I'm just nodding my head, right? So
Right.
then after he says that, he says, well, if you believe in Jesus, then you should also believe in Vishnu, and you should also believe in Muhammad. And I'm like, no. And he says, no, 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 you have to. And I'm like, I what? I have to what? Like, so you make the rules to what goes on in my head.
Mhm.
Really? Really now? I can choose to believe and not believe in anything that I want indiscriminately and absent of any of your opinions.
Right.
And to even inquire about what I believe and to even speak from a place where you say you know what I believe is arrogant as fuck and
Right.
disrespectful. How dare you? And so, of course, I excused his ignorance because that's something that he believes is comfortable. So it wasn't like he was doing anything negative to me from
Right.
his perspective. I felt it was negative, but I don't like to take my offense to a place where it's supposed to be addressed in real life. I just work it out in my own head and keep it pushing.
Right.
So then he continues on the conversation, and it's like I had to just basically break it down like this. If you were like some kind of crazy person from PETA trying to liberate animals from a zoo, right? You're just like, free the animals. And let's pretend like a religious belief is an animal. There's the Christian cage, and then there's the Muslim cage. Which one are you going to open? Keep in mind, you're on foot. You're freeing the animals, you're liberating them. What would you leave in a cage to make sure you can safely escape this this vigilant act of animal liberation? And which ones do you need to leave in the cage? So, I mean, basically, what would you do? And he says, well, yeah, I would keep the Muslim cage shut. And I'm like, so wait a minute. Based off what you just told me earlier, where I have to believe all this extracurricular shit, you should have to open all the extracurricular cages, which means you got to open the lion's cage and get your ass eaten up by the Muslim lion. Oh, all of a sudden, you're starting to comprehend, picking and choosing based upon, procuring your own personal safety and well-being.
Right.
When it comes to personal safety and well-being, there are certain beliefs and practices in my Christian faith that would get me killed if I were a Muslim. I would not be able to do this.
Right.
Like, seriously, if I were to try to explain to somebody what I learned today about the whole neurology and how it can be scientifically proven that accepting God into our lives does happen, because basically he gave me more evidence to kind of go along with what was already in the Bible. Now, that's not exactly a confirmation bias, because thank God the scriptures actually coincide with the scientific research he gave me. So if I were to do that as a Muslim and say, hey guys, did you know that we neurologically, have welcomed Allah into our house? Allah is not in your brain. Bah, 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 bah. Yeah, that's basically what would happen, and that's kind of why I've shied away from that particular belief system.
You did not just enact the whole scenario.
Oh yeah, I'm a particularly animated individual. I really would want to get into sketch comedy, man. I look at Funny or Die or College Humor and stuff. Or BuzzFeed. I'm just looking at these sketches, and it's like I could make people cry from laughter or from like an ungodly level of offense.
Oh, stop.
Like here's a sketch I want to do, and I'll just throw this idea out there because I'm too lazy to make it. And if someone has their ear to the floor, please make this sketch. You know that little sad commercial that plays that little sad country song, however the fuck it goes. And it shows like the cats and the dogs all sad, and it shows them all like in the shelters, and it's all dirty and stuff. I want to take that same concept, but I want to make it for like what I consider to be manginas or blue pill men or whatever, where basically it shows a bunch of guys hanging out with girls, and you can tell that the girls are not giving the guy the same level of attention and affection that he's giving to her. And it's just playing the sad music, and it goes, with just a donation of 5 cents a month, you can help these guys get out of the friend zone today.
Oh, stop your shit! Stop your shit! Oh shit! Oh God! Lord have mercy.
You know that's hilarious. You know that's ether. You know that's ether. You know that's hilarious.
Quit your
No, seriously, because a lot of guys out there don't realize how they look when they're being friends with these females. They're thinking that they're seeing, you know, a work in progress. Like, yeah, this is a work in progress. You know, eventually, you know, after I simp enough, she's gonna love and respect me. Yeah, this is totally gonna happen, guys. She's totally gonna like love me and everything. You know, I just have to wait till, you know, the guy who beats her every day, you know, he you know, accidentally leaves a bruise that lasts a little too long, and then hey, she's gonna totally be with me.
Yeah.
No, she's not gonna leave the house for 2 days, not talk to your ass for a couple days, wear makeup, and then when it heals, she's gonna be right back to using your ass and fucking that guy. Because when I see these guys, I'm looking at them, and all I can think is, I'm like, I don't know how the song goes, but like I just imagine that sad, soft, ass music, and I'm honestly realizing that's probably how the females look at them too. They just have pity on them.
Right.
It's pity, and I find that type of thing to be informative and hilarious at the same time because it needs to stop. The worst thing you could ever do to a woman is be her friend when she's not being her own friend, because you're basically giving her a pass to continue on that self-destructive path. Hey, I'm with some guy who doesn't respect me or treat me well, but I have another guy for that. No, you shouldn't have any guy who does that if that's the guy that you want to have the most romantic relations with. You shouldn't have shit else. Because a man is supposed to be your everything, and if you want to, you know, divide and conquer, you know, your emotions, having 2 guys is deplorable. I had realized that when I was in a relationship, it's like, you know what, if I wasn't this girl's friend, she would get rid of that guy so quick. It's the truth of the matter, you know. It's society's on its head, and I'm just trying to show everybody in the most hilarious way possible.
Right.
Yep.
Well,
I actually met these 2 young black guys who used to be on a animated. It was a television series called Roundhouse back in the day. It aired around 1992, and it was a sketch comedy show where teenage kids were like basically like an improv group on Nickelodeon. And at the end of the show, they would sing that song, "If you wanna be somebody, if you wanna go somewhere, you better wake up and pay attention."
right.
And so, yeah, since it was the 90s and they were saying something that made sense, that show only lasted for about 4 years. It was actually canceled shortly after the death of one of the cast members. I think he died from leukemia or lupus or something. But yeah, I met those 2 guys, and they still do their thing out in Venice. And it would be really cool if I can like kind of get them on board with this, because they're just chilling out at Hollywood, just, you know, doing their little routine or whatever. You know, the street performers and stuff. And it's like, damn, these guys were on a television series on a mainstream network that had a positive message, and now they're fucking street performers, man. There's no justice.
Mm.
This is the thanks people get for being a part of something that's right. You know, they could have made personal problems absent of my knowledge, but that's just my perspective on it. I'm open to look into it further, but that's just the way it looks to me.
So, what are you doing about your um, job situation?
Um, I have a friend that does kind of handyman work, and uh, he hits me up over Facebook Messenger sometimes to let me know whenever there's some work to be done, and I make a couple of bucks, whatever. And the cool part about it was with the money, with the little money that I made contributions to where I stay. I have some money saved up, and that's usually just for gas money to get out of Dodge. And I have another friend who is helping me fix up my car and trying to take care of an overheating problem so I can make it down to LA. Because in LA, that's where my legion's at. I got a whole army of people who are, you know, able to help me and ready to do anything for me. Because there was a time where I was, you know, helping me and doing things for them. And so they're like, hey, man, send this resume, you know, so before you come, so that way we can have some interviews lined up for you, you know. Really good people. It's just out here in this desert, I made all the wrong friends out here, and yeah, it's nothing like how it was for me in LA.
I thought you was at your brother's house.
My brother's house is not in LA.
Where are
I'm
you?
not I'm not trying to get into too much geographical details, but I'm just not in LA. And LA is like that's my established network of friends that help me.
Uh,
Yeah. The main reason why I
so
was
why do you necessarily need help?
need help
Yeah, you seem like you're a pretty smart fella. Why do you?
because some young lady had lied her ass off into causing me my last job, which had put a mar on my work history. So it doesn't matter how intelligent I am. When they see my application and they pull up my information, they just move on to the next person. And this is an assumption of mine. I don't let this discourage me. I still continue to apply for jobs, but it seems to be this way because ever since I was 17 years old, I have always consistently had a job. I went from Sears to the sheriff's to LAX to you know a warehouse distribution center, meat packaging company. Um, like I just consistently since I was 17 have had a job, and only at this one point in my entire life have I ever been without a job for a year. And now all of a sudden, everyone who knows me personally thinks that I'm just this lazy ass bum, and it's like, you motherfuckers haven't had a job consistently for 7 years. Are you shitting me? But yeah, I don't like to think of it as a contest, but it's just weird when you hear somebody speak from a place where they don't have grounds and they're standing on your neck. It's like you don't have grounds to say that. Okay, pick your foot up off my neck. That's how I feel.
Right.
It's like, oh, I get it. They don't have grounds to speak, so they stood on my neck. Ha ha ha, very funny. That's not quite the ground. Very funny. But yeah, the way I see it, it's on that revelation shit, brother against sister, father against mother. Everybody's turned against each other, man. The issue of money is just making everybody forget what the fuck it means to be human. My grandfather used to say that the best gift you can ever get in your life is good people.
Right.
Well, the Grinch has stolen Christmas.
Well, not necessarily. Now there's another saying that goes that if you want to see good in life, be the good that you want to see. Be it.
And that's LA for me.
It does. Being good doesn't have a geographical. Uh, it's not geographical. That's something within you. That means that no matter where you go, you can be good. I mean, even when I was in jail, I was in a jail for 45 days. All right. And that 45 days, I had so much impact that I literally changed foes into friends. And
I know I've done that, but like the geographical
got
restrictions.
saved. And I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah, yeah. But as far as you were saying, like there is a geographical restriction on it because if people don't know you,
it doesn't matter. They didn't know me. None of those people I knew. I didn't know any of those women in jail. I hadn't been in jail before.
yeah. But here's the thing, though. Jail. I worked at a prison for 3 years, so well, 2 years and some months. You know, close to 3 years. And so the social environment in a cage, in a social environment in a much bigger cage we call society, way different. Having somebody hang out with you at your cell is nothing like having somebody hang out with you at
It's
your
worse because
home.
you can't
It's
go
way different.
nowhere if you wanted to.
Exactly.
It's worse.
Exactly. It's worse. There is no cell block so and so I can go hang out with if they don't want to let me play dominoes with them anymore. That's not how
No,
that
I'm
works
talking
in
about
real life.
in a cell is worse because there's nowhere you can go.
No, no, no.
Somebody hates your
No, no,
guts.
no. The social environment in a jail is exactly that. The good people thing, it works there because good people is almost a monetary valuable thing because they're being taken care of by the state. They don't all have to have pay rent. They don't all have to pay groceries. They don't all have to make the contributions that cause the hardships that you see out in the real world. So it's a
Yes, they do.
million times easier to get along.
Yes, they do because some people, okay, if you don't have what they call, if you're indigent, where you don't have no commissary,
Yeah, I know what
you
indigent,
have to
indigent,
live
less than
off
fifteen
of.
dollars on the books.
But listen to me.
Mhm.
No, indigent means you have nothing. Okay, so if you
Title 15 considers you indigent if you have less than $15 on your books,
no
which can constitute zero. But I'm just saying that's what I was taught in the sheriff's.
no because $15 is a whole lot of money in jail.
Not
You can
in
buy a whole
California, they
lot.
rip you
You
off.
can buy more shit in jail for $15 than you can in the free world.
No, the
And
commissary the way the commissary worked, they
well,
would sell
we are in
ramen soups for a whole dollar. At the
no
99-cent store, you can get 5 ramen soups for a whole dollar.
wait a
So
minute
the commissary in California is way different. They
right
gouge the shit out of those guys.
okay but listen though
Uh-huh.
Anthony, you gotta listen
Hmm.
sometimes, hon. You can't know
Okay.
everything, hon. You got to listen sometimes.
All
I'm
right. All right.
from the perspective of Texas, which is totally different in that regard, hon.
Hmm.
Okay, so
Hmm.
what I'm saying to you is that basically what it all boils down to is what you think is a reality or what you feel is a reality. All right.
Hmm.
Maybe for you, with your understanding of jail, all right, from the
Hmm.
perspective of a guard or whatever, maybe your
Hmm.
understanding is totally different from the inmates you were guarding. They're in a whole totally different world. Even though you may be in the building, you're not experiencing the life and what it's like. You understand what I'm saying? You was if you was a guard in the building, then you was in the building, but you still wasn't experiencing the life of an inmate. Even if you've been to jail before, all right, your experience in jail can be totally different than mine. And we were, even if we was in the same cell.
They played Xbox all
Huh?
day. They
What you
played
say?
Xbox all day.
Who played Xbox?
The inmates, they just played Xbox all day.
Are you serious? In our jails, they're not even allowed to have an Xbox. What are you talking about?
Yeah, exactly. Like I said, it's a much different thing, which means that the people who experience this have a much different shape experience, which means that the outside experience would inherently be different because their inside experience is different.
Oh,
Yeah, you can't really get buddy-buddy with total strangers like that out here. It doesn't work that way. Everybody out here is stingy, and stingy for very good reasons. I don't fault them for it.
What do you mean?
That's why I'm.
Because somebody doesn't
What,
give you something, does that make them stingy?
stingy is just simply not sharing.
Does the person have to share?
No, I didn't say they had to. I said they're stingy for a good reason.
That's not stingy. Stingy is when it's okay. For example, all right.
Mm-hmm.
This is a good example. When I see people cause them own selves hardships, all right, and then they want me to feel sorry for them and help them with that hardship after they wouldn't listen to me when I was trying to help them to find out a way to make money. Say, for example, this is a good example because this has really actually happened a lot to me. Somebody asked me for some money, right?
Right.
And I told them, no, I don't just give out my money. I said, but what I will do is I'll teach you and I'll show you how to make your own money. Do you know they turned that down? Okay, so that lets me know, that lets me, I feel like I'm not being stingy not to just give you my money.
Why'd you assume that they don't know how to make money?
Huh?
Why did you assume they don't know how to make money?
Why did I assume? Where did that come from?
You said someone asked you for money, and then you said no, but let me teach you how to make some. And I'm like, why did you think that they needed to be taught how to make money?
Apparently they did. They didn't have none.
Well, I was taught that it takes money to make money.
Yeah, you was taught that, but I can teach you that it don't. Now, Mr. Smarty Pants.
Nah, I remember doing that type of bartering and stuff, and yeah, I mean, you'll never really get to a point of self-sufficiency with those types of with those type of tactics.
What type of taxes do you don't even know what I'm talking about? You just think you do.
Well, maybe we could share in a
Now, what are
private
you talking
chat.
about? I owned my own business for 7 years and I did very well. So what are you talking
Well, like I was telling you, I do handiwork. I, work on stuff, paint people's houses and stuff. Whenever any opportunity comes up, and my friend needs more help than money, because it's like it's really just him having these jobs. But if he needs more help than money, then he'll hit me up like, hey, you want to help me paint this house, or hey, you want to. The hell are you sneaking up on me for, kid? No, Sam Fisher, I don't have a charger. Sorry, I was just a little interrupted. But
about?
yeah,
That was rude as hell unless she was meddling.
no, like I could tell they were meddling. They
Oh,
were looking for a charger to the little Android devices, whatever. I don't know why parents give kids those damn things and then don't even block certain sites. It's just like, this is a disaster waiting to happen, people. Whatever.
okay, but if we go back to the conversation at hand, we were talking about stinginess, and I was explaining to you that so you would consider me to be stingy because I didn't give them money and I offered to help them learn how to make money.
No, I didn't consider you stingy for that. I was just saying,
Well, they said
how did you know they didn't know how to make money?
because they didn't have any.
So every business that goes broke never knew how to do business?
They might have knew how to do some business, but apparently they didn't have enough knowledge of how to for that particular market. They didn't know how to sustain it.
Or they were driven out of business by price gouging of much larger corporations that offered
That's the
services at a
possibility.
cheaper price.
That's the possibility as well. I don't deny that.
Honestly, that's the
But
only way
at
I've
the
ever seen a
very
business
same
go out of
time,
business.
but listen though, at the
Mhm.
very same time, if they still have the knowledge of business, they can
Mhm.
take that knowledge and rebuild a different business and still survive.
Don't businesses require investment?
No, they
Investment is
don't.
capital.
No, they don't.
Hmm.
No, they don't.
I think there's
I just told
differences in
you
the
that.
laws. I think there's differences in the laws out here.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. This don't have nothing to do. This the principle that I was trying to go teach them is something that is applicable anywhere. Yeah. So this is what I'm trying to explain to you, hon. Uh,
Mhm.
Having some knowledge, you can't be a know-it-all. All right. I mean, you can't be a know-it-all. Let me correct
Mhm.
that because Bob said with the Holy Spirit we know all things. All
Mhm.
right. But wisdom is knowledge guided by understanding. All right. So you can know something, but what makes it wisdom is having the proper what do you call that, application of that knowledge. You understand?
Laboring under correct knowledge, luck.
No luck. No, G's make their own luck, baby.
No, no, no. Laboring under correct knowledge. It's exactly what you were saying.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, that's like an acronym. All right, got
Yeah, I learned that from Robert Kiyosaki. I read his book, Rich Dad, Poor Dad, when I was 19.
okay. You should try reading Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill.
That's actually uh, at home. Well, that's at my parents' house that I grew up in. I had that as well.
You can get it online on YouTube. They got the audio.
Yeah, I was actually going to pick up a PDF if I can find it online because now that you mention it, I do need to finish that one. It's just that Robert Kiyosaki just had a much more simpler way of writing his book, kind of like Steve Harvey's book. You know, like he writes like how he talks. It's like he's talking to you. You know, it's not such a like dreadrous experience to just read. It's just like, oh, it's like he's talking to you.
Yeah, but Steve Harvey can only share with you. Steve Harvey,
He was homeless. He was homeless and he lived in his car for
but
I forget how long.
his only principle is I work my ass off. This principle I that I use is you don't have to work hard. You just gotta work smart. All right. Yeah. So his knowledge, there are limitations. All right. For somebody that can't, that's immobile, his principles wouldn't work. Somebody that there are certain circumstances where his principles would be limited. All right, I'm not saying that they're not applicable, but they're not applicable in any circumstances. All right,
Right.
and this particular principle that I use, and I've been put in predicaments in life. Like my last business I had that I told you what I had the appliance business I started while I was living in my truck on the road. I'd pull over to the side of the road, all right, and wherever I parked, that's where I lived. All right, and
Hmm.
sometimes I couldn't travel far because they ain't had no gas to go nowhere. All right.
Yeah.
So I can really speak from a place of lower than low where it's been time when shit yeah I done lived like I say in some very inconspicuous places. All right. So I definitely would be able to give someone knowledge that's applicable under any other kind of circumstances. All right. Uh,
Right.
the thing about it is this. All right. If a person have it in their mind that they can't do something, then you really can't. You just cannot. If you have it in your mind that you can, that's all it takes. All right. Now, me myself, I specialize in something from nothing. That's my specialty. All right. I'm not just a singer. I'm a businesswoman. All right. Always have been. All right. That's where my name Candy. That's where my name Candy come from. I was on welfare one time in my life. All right. And I had got down so low. I was on welfare, all right. And what I did was I said, I don't want to be on no fucking welfare, all right, because I'm very prideful. I always worked it all my life, and I had business and stuff like that. But this particular time, see, I let other people get me down, all right, and bring me down, reduce me to nothingness sometimes, all right, because I call myself being nice. So anyway, I was put in a predicament where I had to go get welfare, all right? So what I
Hmm.
did was I said, fuck this shit, I'm not gonna be on welfare and stuff like that for no long period of time. But what I will do, I will go down there, I'll get first allotment or whatever that they gonna give me. Because these them where people at the welfare office, they run your whole fucking life. They don't even give you I'm speaking from Texas now. I can't speak from nowhere else. Okay, but they run your whole damn life, ask you about your sex life and everything, all right? They run your whole fucking life to the point that they wouldn't even allow you the opportunity to go.
Those opportunities I've already explored, and I have about another month until I'm able to get assistance in that area. So I'm aware of those particular avenues,
What do you,
and that is still asking for money.
huh?
Isn't that still getting money from, like, when you get welfare? Isn't that money? Isn't that still getting money?
Yeah, it's getting money. So what are you talking about? I didn't even finish my
No, no,
story.
no. I was just letting you know. I'm listening to you, and I'm making parallels between my experiences to see if I can find something different that you had did that I could do. And I'm just letting you know that that's something I tried. If like there was something else, because you're kind of getting into details for the welfare office, and I was letting you know I understand how the welfare office works, and if there was anything other than that.
I wasn't even applying that to you. I was just sharing an experience of how I came from very well. Some people say nothing to something or very little. It took very little to make a whole lot. Okay. When I say nothing, I may not mean zero zilch all the time. Sometimes I may mean uh, so little that it's on. I mean, you really couldn't equate it too much.
Yeah, it reminds me of when I was homeless. When I
Very
was homeless, I would be at the train station, and what they used to do before they switched over to the electronic little ticket system, they would take tickets from passengers who reached their destination, and they would try to sell those tickets back because the tickets didn't give a definitive destination. They only had a duration in which you're permitted to ride the train. And
right.
so they would flip tickets. And I actually saw an old high school friend that was there, and we had talked for a little bit, and I saw what he was doing, and I'm like, so yeah, what you're doing is stupid. All these people are getting on this train and they're going to this thing called work. Watch this. Hey, excuse me. Good morning. How are you doing? Hey, I couldn't help but notice that you appear to be going on your way to work. Is the place where you work hiring? Is exactly what is it that you do? Are they accepting applications right now, or would it be all right with you if I went with you to your place of work to see if I can apply? I got a job like that because I didn't want money for tickets. I wanted a job. And people were so refreshed at my approach because usually it's like, hey, ticket, can I get your ticket, ticket, ticket? It was much more of a different approach. And just in that alone, it's kind of a demonstration to myself that you have to think outside the box. When you're seeing what everybody else is doing, that's your clue that
You
there's
know what I
something out
think
there
your
someone
main
hasn't
problem
tried
is?
before.
I think you know what your main problem is?
Huh?
You too smart. You so smart that you outsmart your own self.
Too smart for your own good. Yep, that's the 187th time I heard that.
And that's not a good thing.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out how to dumb it down.
Um, how about not being knowing everything so you can learn something? You know, the wisest thing about knowledge is to become dumb. You know, the Bible styles the people of God as sheep. Did you know that sheep are a dumb animal? And they have to be guided with the shepherd's staff for,
Right.
okay? And they rely totally upon the shepherd for their protection, for their provision, to lead them into good green pastures. Because a sheep will graze where the grass is molded and get sick, but it's the shepherd's job to guide them. All right. And the Bible styles us as sheep, hon. If you're a know-it-all, you can't be a sheep and a know-it-all at the same time, hon. You cut people off because you have it in your mind that you know already. Like I was finna share something with you, a very valuable lesson in that. You cut me off to tell me how smart you was in getting a job before. All right. That was awesome. You did think out of the box. That was a good thing. But that didn't nullify the people that was getting money for the tickets. That was smart as well. So either option, whatever it takes, to me, the people that were selling the tickets were entrepreneurial. Okay? They weren't bound by, I have to be at work and punch this clock. That's the entrepreneurial, okay, aspect. So it didn't make you smarter to get the go to the people and ask for a job. You just did something different. It didn't make you smarter.
No, I was saying different. That's my whole point. When you see a
You
lot of people doing
get
the
out of the
same
box.
thing, that means that there's something someone hasn't tried before.
Right,
If
right,
everybody's doing something different, then that means that somebody hasn't made something more efficient. So then you would be geared towards efficiency. If everybody's doing the same, then you'd have to do something creative.
right, right, right. But like I said, I was going to share with you, and it's kind of similar to your story. Yeah, a lot of women go down there and they get their welfare and stuff like that, and they just totally depend on the government to take care of them. Whereas I went down there, I got the food stamps, I bought candy with it, and I sold the candy, and I made so much money off of selling the candy, and I pushed the candy around in a golf cart. I mean, not a golf cart, but a shopping cart, and up and down the street. I pushed it up and down the street, and I sold the candy, and I bought me a Cadillac in a couple of months. Uh, and then after I bought the Cadillac, cash money, I was still receiving the food stamps for a little while after that. And so anyway, but I was making cash money by then, all right, from the kids. So once the certification for the food stamps was over with, I didn't need to go and reapply. I was making plenty money, all right. But my point is, okay, so once I got the Cadillac, I started buying my inventory and put it off in the back of I put it off in the back of that car, and I would sell the candy and stuff in the apartments, in the ghetto ass apartments where there's lots of people, and make money, all right, to survive and stuff. And this is why people start calling me. They first started calling me the candy lady or the Cadillac lady, and so candy kind of stuck with me, all right, because people gave me that name, Candy, out of honor and respect for what
You
I
realize it's not safe for me to do that, right? As a male, right?
to do. What?
To live out of my car and sell candy and stuff. We're primary targets of robbery and violence, it's another dynamic that's different. I understand that it happens to women too, but they prefer male targets, and that's one of the reasons why I couldn't continue doing that type of business, because
You know
I
what?
didn't have ways of protecting myself.
This is what I mean, Anthony, by you
No,
being
no, no. I did that before.
you so smart. You
I
ain't
need. I was
you don't
thinking
know
maybe I
you
should
don't
create
know the
more.
things that you need to know is your biggest problem. Because you seem like you giving me a whole bunch of reasons why you can't do something, and instead of telling me how you can get it done.
No, no, it came from a place of experience. I could do it if I went somewhere where people had money, but people who have money would be like, "Ugh, don't buy that candy from that guy." You know, oh man, those kids are going up to that man selling
No,
candy. I hope he's probably up to no good. We should call the police on him. He's probably a child molester. You
no,
know, there's all kinds of things that come along with
no,
just being a guy that directs us in a much different path. We don't have the luxury of
no.
being perceived as peaceful candy sellers, and I found that out the hard way.
That's
I
bullshit.
used to sell candy in high school. I used to sell candy on the train whenever I went anywhere.
My point wasn't even
Lost my money on that day.
Anthony. You know too damn much, son.
Well, it's from experience, though. I can't help that.
It wasn't my point wasn't even about selling candy.
Oh,
You zoned in on that and just went to fucking I don't know Kalamazoo, because that wasn't the point.
okay.
The point was is that if you want to be successful, you can think just like you went all off on a tangent about how you couldn't sell candy. It's funny how your brain can't fathom how you can be successful, but you can think of all the ways you can.
Well, here's my current hustle that I actually have. I do digital artworks, logos. I actually have computer hardware. And as long as I have somewhere to stay for some duration of time, I like to try to, explore the YouTube avenues and try to find up-and-coming people with YouTube channels and just make an offer to do artwork to help, promote the channels and make it unique to them. And, I've done it for free for a couple of people to build up a nice portfolio, but at this point, I kind of am trying to see if I can get like money from it. And I was hoping I can build up my reputation into my artwork for that. I actually have an artwork channel under another account that I do screen captures of my drawings so that people can see my proficiency. And I've really been trying to see if I can go into business for myself since it appears that people aren't hiring me at this time. And that only works if I have electricity and internet.
Right. Well, you can always go to the library. You got a car.
I'll check with the local library to see if they'll let me hook up my equipment there. Yeah, I have invested in a lot of equipment. I have like $1,000 computer with a high-end graphics card for video editing and for photo editing and all that. I have the tablet with the pressure sensitivity so that I can draw in a natural way. So that way I can have more efficient ways of putting out my artwork, because using the mouse takes forever. And the longer it takes, the more money you need to make, and eventually, if it takes too long, it's not going to be worth what you would charge to the person who wants to buy it. And so I bought the tablet. I have all these things because I was trying to go into business for myself as far as digital art goes. But I'm not sure. I'll probably check in tomorrow and see if the libraries will allow me to hook up my equipment there.
Hell, I used to go to Starbucks when I was on the road and I was traveling and with my promoting my music and everything. I used to at Starbucks all over the damn world, and I used to go in Starbucks. And I'm in a very wealthy environment. The environment is conducive to wealth and positivity. And I'd go in there and I'd go in libraries where the electricity was free. I'll hook up my laptop and hook up my burner. I had a big ass burner. I'll bring that motherfucker right on. I broke that bitch right on up in there. And I burned my CDs. and package them and everything like that stuff. And
Uh-huh.
shit, I ain't asked nobody, can I survive? Hell no. What you gonna have to do for me is tell me I can't do it. Cause I'm up until you tell me I can't do it, I'm just gonna
Uh-huh.
go in like I can. I don't
Yeah.
accept no for answer. I don't accept defeat as an answer. If somebody tell me no at that Starbucks, I'm not gonna be like, oh man, I can't go in no Starbucks and do this. I'm gonna go get on my damn cell phone and look up the nearest. Where's the nearest Starbucks from this location? Because that
Mhm.
happened to me in Dallas. Shit! I said, fuck that. I'm gonna go to the next. I looked up the next location, nearest location from there, and went over there. And the people didn't give me no problem. Matter of fact, they was like, "Oh, so you're a singer? Oh, that's awesome!" you know.
Mhm.
So it's like just because one door is closed on you, does that mean that you failed? Hell fucking no. Hell fucking no. You can't accept no for an answer. Whatever it is you want to do, you got to go the fuck for it.
Uh-huh.
And I don't accept no for an answer. And I'm not trying to hear these bullshit ass excuses you're trying to give me. Just go for it. Just do what the
My family told me to sell it.
huh?
My family told me to sell it. Everything that I had invested into try to do my digital artwork business because they
Well,
know art's
don't
my
do it.
passion.
You ain't got to focus on that. Don't
I
don't
know that's kind of one of the main
listen,
reasons why everybody's all like looking at me
don't
funny.
listen
It's
to
like,
them.
hey,
If you have a dream, go for it. But no need to focus on the negative. I'm not trying to hear that shit.
uh,
Just
I'm
go
not gonna
for
do
it.
it.
Go for it and make them look like damn fools for not supporting you in the process. That's what I did. My sister came. One of my sisters, um, after the success of my record label,
Mhm.
nobody supported me along the way other than my children and my mother,
Mhm.
partially. And nobody supported me all along the way. Then now that I've reached level of success, here come my sister, and I did ask her. I was like, okay, I don't mind letting my family in, even though people that didn't support me, I tried to give them opportunities. Still, she come bringing her ass, and my motherfucking company gonna tell me how to run my damn company. It's like, bitch, you got to go. Hell, motherfucking no, bitch. What was you? She told me I was in support of you. I said, bitch, if you was in support of me, you was way. You know how people say they had your back. I said you must have had my back way back, so fucking far fucking back where I ain't see your fuck ass. Get the fuck.
Ha, that's funny.
No. And I still gave her the opportunity. Like I said, I have that. I forgive. Let that shit go because God can't bless you if you don't forgive. Ain't that what the word say? If you don't forgive, what happens?
I think I don't hold enough people accountable personally, but yeah, forgiving is very important.
Yeah, you can't hold nobody accountable for shit. You ain't God. You don't want nobody to hold you accountable for all your bullshit. You can't do it to them. Because trust me, your shit stink like anybody else's do. And we all shit.
And on another topic, you know that Rose lady?
Uh-huh.
I had the most bizarre encounter with her this morning.
What about it?
She joins a hangout and she says she knows that I'm a fake. She knows that I'm a phony. She knows that this, that, and the other, blah, blah, yada. And that I'm a liar, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, good morning. And so um, I'm just letting her speak, just listen to what she's saying. And she says, we found out you're fake, you're a liar, blah, blah, blah. And we have proof. And I'm like, oh, goody, proof. This is going to be hilarious. So I asked her to present proof, and she said that there was a channel that had a hangout where I was in this hangout with some guy named Max something, and that I was saying that I was a third degree Mason,
Mm.
and and that when I had did like a Scottish accent during the hangout, and she's like, "Yeah, you had you said you were a Scottish third degree Mason." And I'm like, really getting weirded out at this point. I'm like, please put up the video. I really could use a laugh right now because they're mistaken. And so then, after I had requested for the video, she started hurling insults at me, saying I was puke, saying that I need to suck dirty dick, you know, just saying all kinds of rude, foul stuff. And I'm like,
Christian,
what the heck? What the heck, Rose? Like, seriously, I've only known you for like half a day. And so,
what is it? Why are you so obsessed about Rose? Because yesterday, even after she left, you kept mentioning her, and now you, out of the blue, you bring her up again. What is your obsession with Rose?
I'm not obsessed with her. The thing is, she actually did homework on me to a point where she felt she found a hangout that I was in 9 months ago. I'm like, 9 months ago, I was taking care of my grandfather who was dying of pancreatic cancer. I was not on the internet trolling around like an idiot. And so, honestly, my curiosity was about her obsession. I'm like, why is she obsessed with me? Like, who does homework on moi? I'm nobody. So, anywho, she just insults the heck out of me. And so when I requested an apology, the insults just kept coming and kept coming and kept coming. And then when she tries to find a video, she says, oh, well, that person's whole channel has been deleted. I'm like, his whole channel deleted. So just one night before, you found some evidence that I'm a fraud, and then the next morning when you want to present it, the entire channel is deleted, not just the video in question, but the whole channel just goes down coincidentally.
Wow.
Like, really? Like, you sound ridiculous. And then I asked for an apology, and, you know, she just keeps on insulting me and blocks me, and I'm like, sweet lady. And so I was just kind of wondering, she's not gonna like make up no crazy shit about me and tell people get me in like any legal trouble, is she? Like, is she that type of person?
How can she get you in legal trouble?
Because my name is actually Anthony Johnson. This is who I am.
Okay, but is this supposed to be okay? What did she say that you did?
I just lost my job last year from a female lying through her teeth.
That ain't goddamn.
So I have PTSD when a female lies through their teeth. So excuse me, sorry. That's my PTSD kicking in.
She say that you did. You're not answering the goddamn.
She said that I was a fraud. She said everything I've done as far as our interactions for whatever brief period of time is fraudulent and phony, and that I have a bunch of different accounts.
Okay.
And so people, in my opinion, who grow an obsession of somebody so quickly that they would go and start digging and doing homework on someone, that person seems like a little off in their head to me. And people who are off in their head, especially in the female variety, can do a lot of damage in this day and age because everyone takes what they say for face value.
Okay, but if you haven't done anything, Anthony, how would she be able to provide?
There's this crazy thing that I kind of like discovered. I think it was like the 3rd grade. Did you know people can say things that are not true?
No, I said how
and people can believe it.
Provide proof. I didn't say nothing about saying things. I said how can she provide proof? Listen,
she doesn't have to. She doesn't have to. That's my issue. There was no proof of what happened to me at my job. There was no proof of anything that any girl has got me in trouble over. They lie. And I'm wondering, from your experience with dealing with this particular individual, do you think she's capable of going off in the deep end and lying through her teeth to try to get me into some kind of trouble?
I don't know her like that. Since I've known her, she's been emotionally out of control.
Holy yep, so that's up in the air. Well, you can't serve an arrest warrant to someone who's homeless.
Well, unless you did something criminal.
I ain't done nothing. All I had to do
Even if you what you saying, all I know is what you said, she said. Okay, I
Hmm.
can't be.
Actually, I can screen share the chat box where she's insulting me and stuff. And 90% of what she said was an insult, and then the only accusation was that I'm a fraud, I'm a phony.
Okay, but there's no crime against being a fraud and a phony.
But there is a crime in whatever else she can make up in her head.
No, it isn't. You have to present evidence.
Like all the times before where I got in trouble over this type of stuff.
Oh, if you've gotten in trouble before, it's because you keep doing shit and you think you're gonna get away with it.
Cute. That's exactly what people think when they, conjure up ways to lie on somebody.
I ain't conjuring up a motherfucking thing. You
No,
said,
I'm just saying that's the line of reasoning that people use to not listen to someone who's lying on them. Hey, you know what? Something happened before. So, even though this person could be lying through their teeth, something happened before. So let's just not look at evidence at all and just arbitrarily enact some punishment on somebody because woohoo, money.
money
They
for
don't care.
you're homeless. Where is this money supposed to be coming from?
They make money off of people being in jail. I used to work at a jail. I used to work at a prison. Every day you're in jail, that makes the system money. The system is the ones that facilitate the grievances that can be enacted by anybody for anything.
Okay, but Anthony, you may not realize it, but you're okay, dude. But you got this ugly side. You got this ugly side to you, hon. And
Yeah, it's the side that always gets fucked with. And it gets me freaking paranoid. And it gets me really offensive because it's like, I'm not going to spend another second of my life getting in trouble for some shit I ain't done. I'm about to start doing some shit so that people can really have something to say. That's kind of the ugly side. It's that ugly side saying, hey, big guy, cheer up, man. They lying. You know you ain't done nothing like that. And why the fuck haven't I done it yet? What's that? Well, you keep getting in trouble for people saying you're doing this. Why the fuck aren't you doing it?
yeah, but that's the rationale of a fucking stupid idiot. So if you're trying to portray yourself as being this smart ass guy, that sure sounds like the thought process of an idiot.
Like how thoughts matter and thoughts have an equal and opposite reaction. That's why I'm saying when people keep fucking with me, it makes me stupid.
No,
That's the other side you're speaking of.
you're choosing to be stupid.
I ain't done nothing.
You're
It's
still
just in my head, I'm thinking to
you're
myself,
choosing
it's
to.
going to get to a point where you're going to want to do the shit that people are lying on you about.
No, it's
Because you can't sit in a jail cell
not. Lots of
completely innocent
people
and really
call.
think it's cool.
People said that I was a crack addict because I lost weight and I danced. I danced and I lost weight and I was always working. So I lost a lot of weight. People said, "Oh, she's smoking crack. She's smoking crack. She's still smoking crack. Can't you tell she's smoking crack? Look how much weight she lost. She's smoking crack." Did that make me want to smoke crack? Hell the fuck no. You can't tell me just because what people say or accuse you of that makes
So I'm you now.
it.
So I'm you now.
That's a
So I'm you.
bullshit ass cop out.
So I'm you now.
I'm telling you,
Hmm?
I'm telling you that that is a bullshit ass cop out because you
Okay.
want to do something
So if
that's
someone lies on
so
me
you
and
want to
says that
blame.
I hit them and I get in trouble for hitting them even though I haven't done it, you're telling me that it's stupid for me to want to hit that person who lied and said I hit them.
Yeah, you're so smart, Anthony. You'll figure it out, Mr. Smarty Pants.
I'm just asking for empathy at this point. I'm not asking you to criticize the thought process. I'm just
I'm
saying
not
when
giving
people keep messing with you, you snap. There is no control anyone has ever had on this planet Earth over snapping. That control resides in God and God alone, which is why I have such a good relationship with him because I keep on getting fucked with and I keep on getting close to snapping. And when I pray to God, God does his thing however he does it, and then things end up being okay. But
right.
it's just like it won't stop. And if you don't acknowledge people's propensity to snap, then you're just going to advocate for people fucking with people, which means you're no help to somebody who's being falsely accused of something. And you said the girl's emotionally unstable, and emotionally unstable people do insane shit. Had I had prior knowledge to that, I would have never interacted with her.
So why the fuck you, what the fuck you think I am, Captain Save-All?
I just wanted to ask your opinion about.
I gave you my opinion about it. You didn't like it.
Yeah, I didn't like it because it seems like she's the type of person to say some crazy shit. If you don't understand how hard it is as a man to deal with a woman lying on you, then I don't really
So what do you
understand.
think? What difference do you think it makes when a man lie on a woman? What difference you think that is?
I don't know, something to do with social stigmas and norms, practices, biology,
And
sociology.
when I've had several men, okay, that I've dated, and I treated them like kings, and they go after I break up with them because they were
Because they dated you, that type of interaction automatically dismisses
Let me
their
finish
opinion.
my change. Can I finish any motherfucking sentence, Anthony? That's rude.
Sorry.
So when I dated men and treated them like kings, and they acted like assholes and fucked up their opportunity, when they go and tell people that she's a Miss Goody Two Shoes and she thinks she's better than me, and they lie and say stuff like that, or she's controlling because I wanted them to do something positive. They say I'm controlling. So all this kind of stuff they say, is that supposed to affect the truth of what the whole situation is? They know that they were assholes. They knew that they didn't deserve me, so they said, okay, she thinks she's better than everybody else. No, how can I thought I was better than anybody when I gave you an opportunity to be in a relationship with me and you were already financially less than me? So how does that equate to being a goody two shoes? Okay, it doesn't. The evidence, what I'm saying is the
Is there a
evidence.
law against being a goody two shoes?
Apparently, it is.
How long did you go to jail for being a goody two shoes?
I didn't go to jail for being a goody two shoes. I went to jail for not being a goody two shoes.
Yeah. Meanwhile, at the Hall of Justice, as a guy, when girls lie on a guy, there is social dynamics already built into this society that automatically discredits its need to a certain extent. This has cost me a lot of opportunities in life, but usually more so because I have an awkwardness to myself where I end up offending women because I guess I'm not reciprocating in the manner that they feel is within me. Basically, I kind of remind them, hey, I'm the guy, I choose, and I'm not choosing you. And then all of a sudden, all hell breaks loose.
Well,
And I wish I could be saying this in arrogance, and I really wish, I was crazy, but it's just true. Every once in a while, they just hate me out of nowhere. They stalk me out of nowhere. It's like, whoa, you Googled me?
Anthony,
What the fuck? You Googled me? We had a conversation for 30 minutes, and you Googled me. What the fuck? Dude, there are people I've known for years, and I've never Googled them. And girls, it's creepy as hell to me.
yeah, but Anthony.
And these females have done crazy shit to me my entire freaking life. And it's getting to a point where it's like, pow zoom straight to the moon.
Yes, but Anthony, I have had nothing but respect for you, and you couldn't.
Well, because you're normal.
Yeah, but you're not being normal towards me because I can't even get a fucking word in edgewise with you.
I'm sorry about that. It's just that there was a question that I had. You answered it, and then when I'm explaining to you why the answer is discouraging, you try to comfort me, even though I've had prior experiences that indicate that I'm in danger now because some crazy bitch is saying crazy shit about me. And every time that has happened, something horrible has happened. And unless you can just say, hey, bitch is crazy, bitches be crazy, I'll pray for you. Other than that, there's really no comfort. My experience as a man is not the same experiences as a woman. If I broke up with a girl and she went to the police station and lied and said that I raped her, I'm going to jail. Period. In spite of it being a complete fabrication, that's my life. You don't know that life, so just Try not to compare.
I'm not gonna try not to compare. Simply,
Oh damn! I'm sorry. I got 4% on my tablet. I'll have to hop back on later.
all right. Bum jam, bum. You sleep, Palm? Palm out of there. Bum, pum, 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 pum. Bum jam. Please, 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 please. Galactic pleasure that can be synthesized. I'm mesmerized.
Oh, Candy. Hey, I'm back.
Hey.
What's going on?
Oh, nothing much. I did decide to jam a little bit. Hey, where you been?
I was just doing more chores.
Oh, you like to clean, eh?
Well, somebody gotta do.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You single. If you don't clean, you're gonna be living in a pigsty. But at least, uh, if you do be living in a pigsty, it's gonna be just you.
No, no, I am on sick leave, so I'm occupying my time with doing house chores.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, do a little bit here, a little bit there. It makes a difference. Just washed my clothing. Oh,
Can you hear this music?
I hear nothing, Candy.
You don't hear anything?
Nope.
Oh, only I can hear it.
That's probably because you got a headphone. You gotta remove the headphone.
Oh,
There we go. It works now.
this is just a recording of one of my practice sessions.
Be right back, hon. Gotta do some more chores.
All right. painted this picture with the loving soul, a shattered beat. It's magical, and it's so sweet. All music is magic. Presto, and poof, there you go. Just like a genie in a bottle. All music is magic. It's something kind of like now. Oh, music. Oh, music. Oh, music. Oh, music. Oh, music is magic. It's something. It's something kind of like. It's something. It's something kind of like now. Oh, music. Oh, music. Oh, music. Oh, music. Oh, music. Oh, music. Oh, music is magic. Every time, every time, every time, I play music is magic. And everybody I'm home now. Oh, music. Oh, music. Oh, music. Oh, music. Oh, music. Oh, music. I'm playing music is magic. Energy. Energy. I'm playing music is magic. Every good time, every good time, every good time, I'm playing music is magic. Check it out, no, they can't even get blue cheese. She said, believe the real fans in me, y'all explode. They try to mess with me. I'm rocking TNT, a wreck shop, Muhammad Ali. Moves like a butterfly, sings like a bee. I ain't got no sex, cause I got skills. Now listen up, I'm getting a deal. I got lyrics so fly, beat so smooth. And he did just the candy groove. I'm telling music is magic. Every good time, every good time, every good time, oh, music is magic. It's something on, it's something kind of like, it's something on, it's something kind of, it's something kind of like now. Oh, music, oh, music, oh, music, oh, music. Oh, music, I'm playing music is magic. Every good time, every good time, every good time, I'm playing music is magic. Blowing them words on the mic like fluid. Then that I give a cook out. I do it, I'm so cold with it. I come up with hit songs and then it. I'm telling music, I'm telling music, I'm telling music, magic. It's happening, it's happening, God, it's happening. It's happening, God, oh, music, oh, music is magic. Drop a beat, I'ma put something on it. I'm showing how to gotta keep it, I'ma flown it. I'm telling you music, I'm telling you music, I'm telling you music is magic. Every good time, every good time, every good time, I'm telling you music is magic. I'm so with it, I come up with his songs a minute. I'm going in my chest. I was too down, I was too down, I was too down. I'm going in my chest. To love you, his love, his love, his love, we haven't got a life. We haven't got a life, love. Oh, music, oh, music, oh, music, oh, music. I tell you, music is magic. And there's nobody unknown. Oh, music, oh, music, oh, music. Tell you, music is magic. I break it down. must be real nice. Hello, baby. I want to talk to you for a moment. I want to let you know that I think about you all the time. And you're always on my mind. It must be nice. It must be real nice. It must be nice. It must be real nice. It must be nice. It must be nice. Lay back, chilling in my birthday suit. Tell me what you want, that's what I'll do. X-ray and look through me like glass. You can have anything in your hands can grab. Take a big stretch out, I reveal my intimate secrets, my soul is sealed. If loving you is wrong, then it ain't no right. I'm addicted to your love. It must be real. It must be nice. It must be nice. It must be nice. Real nice. It must be nice. It must be nice. How can you girl around for your pleasure? It must be nice. Chilling with the one you love me again. You and me together. It must be nice. It must be real nice. It must be nice. Sweet and bitter like candy should be soft to the touch. My heart's already soft to your honor. I lay at your feet. I never make a promise that I can't keep. I told you once, I told you twice that I'm down forever. It must be nice. It must be nice. It must be nice. You know, baby, I think about you all the time. It must be nice. It must be nice. And you're always on my mind. It must be nice. It must be nice. time I listen to the mind say, don't you ever find blind love? Can't you look for the very best? Love every best, love every best, love every best. Love every best, love every best. Love every best, as I know God of you. Create a vivid picture with the Oh, hey, I'm sorry. Did I tap you in, Outbound? Hey,
How's it going?
all right. I think you can speak when you come in. It just blocks. I don't know how it works because I'm not on the outside looking in. Uh-oh. Palm Jam dropped out. Okay, so what's going on, Outbound? Is you and Anthony taking turns?
No, no, I actually was hoping to hear what he was saying, but I had to go. Uh, leave for a little bit. So, can you hear me?
Barely. Your mic is real low. I had to put my block back on because of trolls.
Yeah, it was. I wish there was a way to make it like automatically be on unless I turn it off. Because like when you start a new Hangout, you got to turn it on every time.
Hmm.
There's a few other things like you always have to add the link to the post, and
Hmm. Yeah, I think it should. I mean, well,
it'd be
uh,
nice if you could just turn an option on and make that automatic.
yeah, if you can turn it on, because sometimes, like, well, sometimes you might not want to
Or
automatically share it because,
if it
uh,
could remember your last choice.
right, that would be, yeah, that would be very helpful. Like, with the lower third. Oh shit! What happened to my lower third? um, with the lower third, it does remember. Well, if the app isn't kind of, glitchy, it does remember the last lower third you used because I got several, and it does remember the last one you used, and it'll pop up uh, whenever you create a new uh, hangout and you come in and and broadcast it or whatever like that. It automatically remembers the last one that you used. Um, but that would be nice to have that. What do you call that? That block feature. Where it would just remember that. Well, actually, like earlier, I didn't have problems with trolling, and then I didn't. It was like, okay, I'm not having any problem with trolling, and I'm right here, and I'm keeping an eye on the broadcast, so there's no need to really have the block up. But when I'm back and forth, that's why sometimes you'll see that my other lower third that says we're broadcasting live now or whatever. I have that up when there's no like not much conversation going on and I have to leave, I'm going moving about, and I just kind of have it open for people to come on in and I might walk away from it and then if a troll comes in and start like being ridiculous or whatever, then that's being broadcasted and I don't even know it. So it's good to have that block feature, where they can bring their ass in here, but they won't, it won't be broadcasted, so who gives a fuck, you know. I'm glad they came up with that feature because they haven't always had that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And it's because of the troll, not probably, it's because of the trolls that somebody created that app, and thought, hey, this would definitely be useful. And it is. I'm glad I found out about it. Apparently, other people that's been doing Hangouts for a long time didn't even realize that they could do that because even Nadia, she's like, Um, we had to privately share the link because the trolls was coming in and pouring bombing us. And so she apparently didn't know that she could block people. And the good thing about it is that you don't have to be afraid to share your link. And people can share it all over the place. It didn't even matter because when they bring their ass in here, shit, they're gonna be blocked anyway until I check them out, and you know,
Yeah, I'm glad you showed that to me.
mm, yeah. Um, I see. I mean, I think it's such a I don't know whether I should be honored or a little bit offended. I'm a little offended by other people's that they have their hangouts, right? Um, I've even noticed that people that didn't even used to have hangouts, all of a sudden they started having hangouts. Um, and I'm sure you wonder why. Well, why would you be offended by that? Well, um, they copying off of me, right? Um, a lot of people, what they used to do is there is these certain groups of people, all right, that have hangouts, like these main group of people, and only these people would have hangouts, all right, particularly these certain amounts of people. So everybody would be trying to bum rush to get in their hangouts because you can only have a maximum of 10 people in your hangout, right? So, and Nadia was one of them, and Neff was another one, and about a year or so ago, Rob was one of them. You had these certain people that everybody wanted to get in their hangouts because there was a limited amount of people that had them, right? Now I know with the progression of anything, you're going to have copycatters all over the place, all right? I can dig that. All right. So people are opening up and they're having their own hangouts. Okay, cool. All right. That's not the problem. What I got a problem with is these motherfuckers, they won't come into my hangout because I be debunking people because I don't went in other people hangout and debunk them. Uh, I guess I should be a little mad at myself because uh, it's kind of like when you have friends come over to play with you, you beat them all up, and then you be mad because they don't want to come back over and play with you. uh, so anyway, it's kind of like that, but shit. But no, the reason what really ticked me off is that they won't come into my hangout, right? And they see now, mind you, all these people that I'm telling you about that's had hangouts. Even the people that was the offsprings of those hangouts and they was having their own hangout, they never had the type of topics that I have. All of their hangouts is debates, debates, debates. All right, all debates. Now because I'm having hangouts like with different topics. All right, intriguing type topics. All right. Now they all of a sudden want to have topics the same or similar to mine. That's what's pissing me off. If you're gonna go off and you're gonna do your own thing, fine. But this still in my ideas thing that's annoying, a little bit annoying.
What idea did they steal?
Huh?
They stole one of your ideas.
No, they stealing all of my ideas.
What's one of the ideas they stole from you?
My topics.
Oh yeah, they're
Yeah.
copying the topics.
Yes.
Yeah, that's kind of douchey.
Yeah. So of course, if I got a really catchy topic, all right, and people are like, "Oh yeah," like you had typed in my thing, you was like, "Oh, that's a good question." You know what I mean? Now other motherfuckers want to have topics concerning faith. Y'all ain't been having no motherfucking topics concerning faith. Now all of a sudden y'all got topics concerning faith. They'll reword it, of course, and not verbatim my topic, but you can obviously see that they stole the idea from me. If you look at the pattern of their titles that they've been having, nothing like it. You understand what I'm saying? Like, they'll have topics about like debating Scientology, I mean, not Scientology, scientific studies of this and that, comparison of this and that, such and such, okay, a battle between these theists and atheists, always battles, debates, I'm right, you wrong, bullshit like that, right? uh, Maybe two people going head up against each other, or perhaps debating two ideas against each other. So what I did was I flipped that. Instead of having the same kind of stupid debate about like uh, evolution against creationism, I would put up the title, like I had a series going. I mean, I still have this series going. I just run at different times to switch it up a little bit. But Christians versus atheists, all right? And I put up Christian versus atheists, but when you actually come into my hangout, it wasn't Christian versus atheists. It was actually like saying that Christians and atheists uh, always fighting each other, but they are much alike. They're like each other in many ways, and they think they're one and think they're better than the other, but they're the same. And so then I had the topic. I said, "Do Christians really believe in God?" Then they had the topic. Uh, do Christians think God is real? How much different is that for me not to know that you copied off of me? You're like, really? Stop it. They're starting to have true talk, real talk, shit like that. You know, it's a little annoying.
You know what they say? Flattery.
Yeah, that's what I
Or no,
said.
what
Maybe
is
I
it?
should just not really.
Mimicry is the best flattery, or something.
Yeah, I know. That's why I said in the beginning of my sort of complaint is that I guess I should be honored or whatever that they, I know they look up to me and whatever, but it's a little annoying because, like, if you don't even give me the courtesy of saying, "Hey, Candy, I'm gonna come in and contribute to your convo, and then I'm gonna do a spinoff of that." Oh, this is a good idea. I'm gonna do a spinoff of that. You know what I'm saying? It's like, okay, just like in the music industry, when you do a remix of somebody else's song because you really like that song, okay, you still give them credit for it. That's why you call it a remix. You understand what I'm saying? Because you calling it a remix lets people know that this is not my original shit. I was inspired by someone. You know what I mean? And give them the credit for that.
Right.
And that's respect. When you're inspired, that's the respect of being inspired. That is It's not violatory. I mean, you're not violating at that point when you at least give the person respect that they were the originator of that particular idea. Otherwise, to me, it's like stealing. It's violatory. It's violating in a manner of you going off. You know you brought your ass on my page. I sent you an invite. And this is how they're doing. That's really so cold. I'll send them an invite to come to my hangout with a title, right? Then they'll turn around and right after they get an invite to my shit, they don't turn down my invite, but they just don't ever come. All right. What they'll do is they'll go open up a hangout and title it similar to mine. Then some have even had the nerve and the audacity to send me an invite to the hangout they copied off of mine. If that ain't a slap in the face. You did? I'm like, you just
I understand what you're saying.
I'm like, you just received the invite from me for my hangout. What the fuck make you think the person can't be in more than one hangout at one time? So what you mean? You gonna send me an invite to come to your hangout, knowing damn well I was already in mine. So what? Like that's like saying, bitch, your hangout ain't shit, come to mine. You know what I mean? I copied off of your shit, but your shit ain't shit, come to mine. Like what the fuck? You know?
I don't know.
That's state violators right there. I'm like, hell no. I'm not coming to your fucking hangout. You can keep copying off of my titles as you
Did they invite you to?
Huh?
Did they invite you to their hangout?
Yes, that's what I'm telling you. They will get an invite from me right afterwards, steal my title, start a hangout, and literally invite me to
They're
their
like,
hangout as if to say, your hangout ain't shit.
yeah, well, or maybe it's like, I'll talk to you about it, but I want to be able to mute you and kick you out.
Yes, exactly.
Which is like really shitty and unchristian.
Well, some people aren't Christians. I mean, most of these people are atheists. So,
Oh, some of them are atheists.
yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean it's still shitty.
It is. I mean, but they don't. It's not because they're atheists that they're being shitty. The Christians do it too. It's just a people thing. People just don't think a lot of times. They just don't think. I don't even think that, like you said, they might be thinking, oh man, if I go over there and say something stupid, Candy gonna eject me. But if they had ever come to my hangout, they would know I don't just you fucking eject people for no reason. I don't do that. Only people I eject is trolls, and I've never ejected anyone otherwise.
Yeah, that's all only
I
ones I've
will
ever.
tell a person they can't just come to my hangout and just take over. No, you're not going to do that. Like, no, I will say that. But as you can see, I pretty much give people liberty to speak. All I ask is, I mean, I don't think it's unfair to say, at least let me speak sometime. If I'm trying to, only time I will ask people, I'll say, okay, if you ask me a question, let me answer it. That's fair. Um, if I'm talking and I'm making a point or whatever, and people cut me off, I'll say, don't cut me off. That's fair, because I'm not gonna cut you off. Or I'm at least try not to. If I cut you off and you correct me in my hangout, I don't have a problem with that, because if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. It don't matter who hangout I'm in. If I'm wrong and I cut you off, hey, I'm wrong. It's that simple. It's that simple. Right is right and wrong is wrong. It don't matter who fucking hangout I'm in. I have respect, okay? And sometimes I will cut people off and I don't have just cause to do so, because perhaps they're accusing me of something and I'm not just gonna let them go on and on and on and said, you said such and such and such. Oh no, honey. No, I didn't. I'll cut them off in that instance. So there are some instances where I may feel justified in cutting a person off. There may be some instances where they may feel justified in cutting me off. I understand that. I'm very understanding. I understand that we both might be trying to get our points across and we may cut each other off. I don't consider that as automatically rude, all right? Because when you're having conversations, sometimes things cross your mind and you want to make that point, and if you don't do it right there, you'll forget what the hell you were going to say. I understand that things happen like that. That's just like when you and Anthony was going back and forth. I was like, all I asked y'all, I said, y'all let one another talk. And that's it. And I'll let y'all go at it. It's a conversation. It's a discussion. It may get heated. It may get emotional, whatever. But it's a conversation nonetheless. So I'm like, go for it. That's what the purpose of the Hangouts are for. Well, mines are. That's the purpose of mines. For people to be able to express their views. Okay, it's just like the way you express your views, all right? I may not agree with everybody's group views. Um, you expressing your views has nothing to do with saying me allowing you to express your views doesn't mean that I agree with them. That just means I have respect enough that to realize that you have your views and I have mine. They different. So the fuck what? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think I understand.
Yeah, just about respect, because if we all thought alike, how boring would this world be? You know what I mean? We'd really be like zombies.
Yeah.
Our opposing views and opinions and taste and things we like, things we don't like. Those opposing factors is what makes this world so beautiful. It's just like the weather. It can't always be sunshiny. The variances in the weather is that's the very essence of life. Difference, change, unpredictability. You know what I mean? That to me is the awesomeness of life. That every day is not gonna be the same. You know what I mean? They say opposites attract, but I say that it's very pleasurable when people can appreciate the differences in other people. It's the same thing as opposites attract, but I think it's very pleasurable when people can respect the differences. Like you'll see a really tall guy that likes really short women. They think little short women are the cutest thing, and vice versa. Short people, and like they look at that tall people and like, oh, it's so amazing, you're a giant. Um, it just differences in our world. I think it's just so beautiful. It's an awesome thing. Even though I may joke about people having differences opinions, and I laugh about it. To me, it's clever. It was a clever plot that guy created to have people that would, well, in other words, that he didn't reveal himself openly to us, that he would just allow us to search out and people would find God in just about anything. It's just so funny. Uh, they say, well,
Say that again.
hmm,
Say that again.
what?
What you just said. It's fun. Something's funny.
Oh, I find it funny. Um, like different stuff that people believe in. Um, like different, there's just different things that people believe in. To me, it's hilarious. Um, like, and I don't mean that in a vicious or just derogatory way. I'm just saying it's humorous to me. Um, for example, um, the God with all the arms and everything. That's funny to me.
Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, there's some things that are extremely outlandish, aren't they?
Right, right.
Like the Egyptian thing with the animals on the heads.
Yes, yes. That I do find that rather funny.
Yeah.
Now, um, like the Buddha, the little fat man. Um, to me, that is so funny. Okay, what makes it more comical to me is I like the Buddhist belief because they believe in loving everything and being one with people and being one with the land and all this kind of stuff. I love that. I mean, it's very similar to my beliefs. As a matter of fact, some people think I am Buddhist. If they don't ask me, they just assume that I am.
They
Because,
assume you're Christian.
huh?
They assume you're Christian.
No, Buddhist.
Oh, Buddhist.
Uh huh. Yeah, sometimes people think that I'm Buddhist.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So I guess it's because um, they um, see the similar, um, just general respect for people, general respect for uh, the earth. Like I don't like littering and stuff like that. Um, I'm like totally against littering. I don't like littering. It annoys me. But that really doesn't have much to do with the earth as much as it is. I don't like uncleanliness. I don't want to live in a slop, you know. So, or I don't want to be surrounded by slop and trash. It's just not appealing to the eye. So it really has nothing to do with that particular pet peeve that I have. Has nothing to do with just the me caring about the earth. Although I do care about the earth, I recycle. I believe in recycling and things like that, and preserving our resources. In that regard, I do have a respect for earth and stuff like that. I respect animals, but I regard human beings above all. Okay. Um, but anyway, I for some reason that little fat man. I was thinking. uh, I was thinking to myself, the beliefs of the Buddhists are very awesome within themselves. They believe in forgiving and letting go and releasing the energies of grudges and not holding on and all this kind of stuff. All right. So in my mind is, so what do you need the little fat man for? I mean, you got some good philosophies, but why is it okay? I didn't understand why they need the little fat man. I'm not getting that. I even seen, and this would really tickle me, I'll be honest.
I think a lot of Buddhists see they don't see it as a religion, they just see it as a type of understanding, and they don't really believe that Buddha is a god or that there even is a god. That they think they just see Buddha as a man who um, came up with this idea that they believe is an enlightened idea, is a higher level of thought process or something.
They do, but they just like the
Some
atheists.
some, some people do believe he's a god, but
Right.
I think a lot of them don't too.
Yeah, I mean, you like with any religion or belief system, people will say, "Well, this is not a religion," but if you speak against it, they'll have a temper tantrum like the atheists. If you speak against the scientists, they'll have a temper tantrum. All right.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, just like the atheists and the Christians and all, like and the Muslims, they all do that.
Christians is a religion. I'm talking
Yeah.
about the
Well, no, well, I mean, they do it just like the people who have a religion,
right.
and even people who don't. The atheists do it too. There are some atheists that are like, God does not exist. Like they got it all whatever they believe, whether they're Buddhist or atheist or Christian, they got it all figured out. This is the truth. I know there's no God. I know there is a God, or I know Buddha was right, or whatever it is. It's like, but yeah, you're right. They can get just as what's a good word for that? Feisty. What was the word you were using?
Aggressive. I mean, they
Yeah, aggressive is a word for it.
yeah, they do get aggressive about it. Like they're very adamant about it, and they get offended when you speak against what they believe in any manner. Like if someone speaks against what I believe in, I don't give a damn because I'm not trying to convince. I really don't have a religion. I really don't. Uh, I don't give a damn. I don't try to convince anybody of my beliefs. I don't give a damn. I don't. What do you call that? I'm not trying to convert anyone. If somebody says, "Okay, you believe in God," well, I don't believe you're God, and they'll say something against, and they'll say against me. They'll not against me, but they'll say your God sucks, and I'm like, okay. They're trying to get a rouse out of me, like. Uh,
I think statements like that, like that's ad hominem is what I know it is, which is basically like, they ran out of legitimate arguments, so it's like a name call, it's like a kindergarten name calling head. It's like you're a doo doo head.
right. Ah!
You know what I mean? It's kind of like it's a more grown up version of that.
Right,
But,
right,
but
right.
that's what it is. It's like I don't have an argument, so I'm just gonna call you a name or be condescending in a way that really doesn't have any type of argument or doesn't lend anything to the discussion.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was in a hangout with a guy named Brett Keane and
Yeah,
one of his.
Brett King. But the difference between Brett King, from what I found out about him, what I know about him, that is just his personality as far as being condescending and like smart
It,
remarks.
it was interesting because it was almost he was almost insulting himself because I like he started
He
out by
might even do that.
he
Knowing Brett, he might even do that, huh?
yeah,
When
he started out by interrupting me and then um
he interrupted you.
I mean, or actually, in the beginning, like I had interrupted him a few times, and he told me he warned me about that, and then like I attempted to try to stop for a while. I stopped interrupting him.
You
You know,
stop,
yeah. I mean,
stop.
I do interrupt people. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, sometimes I
At
think
least
there's
you
a good place to interject,
are.
but if other people don't like that, I try to respect them, and if they say something, then I'll try to respect them and I'll try to do it. So I tried not to interrupt him, but then he started interrupting me, and when I pointed that out, he started calling me a crybaby and saying boo hoo, and that's the ad hominem coming in there. It's like, okay, now you're and plus like he was using ad hominem to make fun of me for doing something that he had originally complained that I was interrupting him. So that means he's a crybaby too, if by his own definition.
Uh-huh.
And it's like, yeah, okay, so we're both complaining about it, but the only reason I'm complaining about it is because you did, and then you started doing it.
Mm-hmm.
If you had not complained about it and then done it, I would not have ever complained about it in the first place.
Right. Well,
But yeah, so he was like using ad hominem at that point, and it was almost the ad hominem that insulted himself. But I see that a lot. People always resort when they don't like, and that's probably what it was. Is I was probably making a good argument, and he just wanted to interrupt it and cut it off before people could hear it.
oh no, not for Brett. Brett, he pretty much want to hear what you got to say.
Not me. He wouldn't let me talk. I couldn't really say much on his. I would get half
If he
statements
did
in.
you like that, I'm gonna tell you what happened out loud. So, because you gotta understand where people coming from. If you're just now meeting a person, just like when I talk loud, people that don't know me or haven't been in a conversation with me before, they're like, "Why are you yelling?" Because they don't know. Okay, Candy talks loud. Everybody knows that. So if you're wearing headphones, turn your volume down. Candy will make loud outbursts and laugh, and and she talks loud as hell. All right, people know that about me. But when people are first introduced to me, they're like, "Who is this loud ass bitch? Why is she yelling?" And other people will have to explain to them. No, Candy just talks that way. All right. Or I'll have to explain myself and say, "Oh no, hon, I'm not yelling or I'm not angry." It's just the way I talk. So that they can get to understand me and know me. I'm not angry at them or anything like that. Yes, people can anger me. I just try to let them know if that's not the case, I want to explain that that's not the case. You're not angering me, or even if I get angry, I don't hate anyone. All right, because people will even go that far. Oh, Candy hates me. I'm like, what the fuck? I never said no shit like that. Or I never even insinuated it. But they'll think that because I come down on their ass real hard or whatever. And I'll let them know, no, that's not me at all. Like a lot of people do get to the point of hating each other on with these debates. Excuse me, and that's why I didn't want to have the titles and the discussions that everybody else was having for that very reason, because people was getting all angry with each other and fighting, and I mean not fighting literally, but arguing, trying to dig up dirt on people's personal lives and all kinds of stuff they be doing over a fucking conversation. Really? I don't have that kind of time. I don't have that kind of time. I'm not finna put that kind of effort into nothing that ain't making me no money. All right. And I'm strictly business. Please believe. So I wanted to bring a different aspect to the table, and of course I did, but that's what I was whining about initially. That here I am, I bring a different aspect to the table. Then people start coming out the fucking woodwork, um, starting hangouts and like people that they might have already had hangouts, but then they start copying off my titles. You know what I mean? And you can look at their previous hangouts and see that you didn't have no titles, nothing like this, and you can see where they started doing it, having these similar hangouts right after I post them, So it's obvious that they're copying. But like you said, that might be a form of flattery or whatever. So I had to take the bitter with the sweet. I am a leader and I always getting shit crunk. I do that when I go into a boring ass club and I walk in and if, say for example if it's not crunk, I will come in dancing and carrying out. I'm the life of the party. And then if the DJ playing good enough music to get people crunk, I'll go harass the DJ and get the DJ on the right page. Let them know, man, you don't see nobody moving, then what you playing is some bullshit. You need to switch it up, man.
Sounds right to me.
Yeah. And I do this everywhere I go. That's why I say I was born a leader. I don't do it. I don't say to myself, oh, I'm finna go to this club and get it crunk. I don't think that shit out. It just comes natural. And people follow me. I get people on the dance floor. And I've had club owners tell me, say, man, we have never had this much excitement going on. And, and thank me and stuff like that. But that's, as part of that, let me know this was my gift because it came natural. I didn't think it out. Oh, I'm finna go into this club and I'm finna get it hype, you know. I said, shit, I make money off what I do. I do this now to do what I do. Also, I even got a rap song saying, Candy keep a party rocking, but hate to be jocking, trying to steal my flow. Yeah, that's what they doing. They trying to steal my flow on Google. Motherfuckers. I don't know. I don't know. I'm still a little edgy about that outbound.
About what?
About
copying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm a little edgy about it because
the best always have that,
What unforgiveness you mean?
The best of the best always have a lot of copycats, so that's the best way to think about it. That's how you know you're doing something right. I would say, gotta be doing something right.
Yeah, that's true.
If they're copying you, you gotta be doing something right. Because if they ain't copying you, you're not doing. It's kind of like the dance. When you put the music on, they're kind of copying the mood of the dance of the song when they start dancing.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like if they ain't dancing, you ain't playing the right music.
What is this? Right.
Start.
Yeah, you're right. I'm gonna have to. At some point, I'm gonna have to just. In order for me, many times to forgive people or get a real deep understanding of something, I gotta really, I'll talk to God and He'll point out every aspect of it, like you doing. You saying, okay, people have to copy. If they copy you, you're doing something right, and this and that. And all I have to do is just meditate on that, and it'll bring comfort to me, and it'll kind of wash out the anger. Just thinking about the truth. That's the truth, and you know, to me, the biggest problem is the way I'm thinking about it. Not what they doing, but the way I'm thinking about what they doing. Right? Because I'm thinking not too hard about it, but I'm thinking too much on the negative clip, side of it. because it kind of ticks me off. Like, why are y'all copying off my shit, man? And I know legally I can't do shit about it. But I'm like, I just now getting started, right? I think that's the main thing that's pissed me off, is because I'm just now getting started. And, you know, I guess they're like, damn, Katie doing the damn thing. She just started. She got a lower third customized. She had a whole music channel. She was running all night. She was doing this. She was doing that. But shit, they got to understand, okay, I'm in business. So I have access to certain things. And yeah, you know, plus, I have a mentality that either you're going to come full force and come with it or don't come at all, you know. And that's been my mentality. So I got to move it around, ask some questions, and shit, I got to hook up, you know, and people wouldn't, you know what I did? This is a part I didn't even think about was really pissing me off. Certain people, okay, I ain't gonna say no names, but I was asking them questions, right? You know how that man asked me about the lower third, and you asked me, I think you asked me even about it, and I just told you I ain't had no problem with telling you, you know what I mean? And well, when I was first started, I was doing that, okay? But these motherfuckers, when I would ask them stuff they didn't want to tell me, they trying to keep me out. All right. But I went
Well, that's shitty too.
yeah, but I went around their ass, and not only did I find out how to do the little rinky dink.
That's what's really the dickheaded thing about it is like you can Google it. Like it's not like you can't figure it out.
Right,
Like just fucking tell me so I don't have to do that. You're on the call right now. Like all you have to like that would just save me the time, and it doesn't. It's not like it's a big hassle for you to just be like, oh, you click here.
right.
What
So
the
they
hell?
wouldn't tell me.
Yeah,
I did exactly what you said. I went, I found out. I didn't even know what to call it. I just said, a sign. I want a sign on Google Hangouts. I want that sign they got. You know, how do you get that damn sign at the? And I thought about it, and well, not I thought about it, Lord, I'm sorry. I don't want to take your credit. God told me to search and call it a banner. That's how I found the answer, because I was calling it a sign. And I'm like, wait a minute. I was getting the wrong, I wasn't getting the right response. So he told me to put in the code, the search banner, Google banners. All right. That's how I found out about that it was called the lower third. Okay. So and I got, not only did, see, they tried to keep me from knowing about the little rinky dink ass you know, the generic fucking you know, where you can, let me show you. That's the generic one, all right. That's the generic. And but by them, see, they could have just told me about it, and I wouldn't even know. I wouldn't have had my little fancy one. Okay, cause if they would have told me about it, then they could have only told me about their limited knowledge on it. Okay, because many people know about the generic one, but they don't really know about the customized. So by me looking it up, I got the full, you know, I got the whole shebang. You know, hook up. I even know some other shit that I ain't even activated yet. See, because this why I'm gonna tell you why I ain't activated my other shit I got. I'm brewing up. Shit. They don't know me. I will shape shift on a motherfucker. Shit, why you think people don't even want to perform on the stage with me? I will come and take over the whole motherfucking show. All right. So anyway, I haven't even activated my other shit that I can do just yet. Cause I see they already copying off of me, right? So I'm like, okay, don't let them copy that. And then as soon as they really think they just copying off everything I'm doing, I'm gonna flip the script on their ass and pull some more shit out. See? I'm just not getting started. I'm working on getting a 24-hour channel going. All right, live stream, 24 hours. I'll whip some shit out on their ass, make them feel the funk. Mm-hmm. Yeah, hang tight, hold what you got. See, like people, they be over there pretending like they really disc jockey. All right, what you call that? Like, yeah, hey, I'm broadcasting live. They got their little mic. I got shit. I got top of the line shit. I whoop out on them. No, I got my mic and shit like that, but I don't want people to think I'm trying to show out and something like that off the rip. They keep on trying to copy off everything I do. I'm gonna whip my shit out on their ass for real. But I ain't gonna no, I ain't gonna respond to what they doing. I just have plans to um, progress and make things more professionalized as I go anyway. But because it's real talk, I want to create an environment of just some down to earth kicking it type shit. Like um, when you at home, right, and you just chilling in everyday life occurrences. You don't have no fucking mic. You know what I mean? So I was a little hesitant about doing that because I wanna have this sort of environment of just like when you at home and say like you have a elderly person in your presence and they kicking you some what we call it dropping jewels. What y'all call it? Uh, Outbound. No, he don't.
I'm still here.
I said, what y'all call it when y'all elderly people dropping Jews?
When they're what was the last two words? When elderly people are what?
Dropping jewels.
Dropping jewels?
Yes. Like knowledge, they speaking words of wisdom and like,
I'm not sure what to call that.
oh, okay. I know a lot of the younger generation from what I've seen.
Wisdom? I don't. I mean, I'm not really sure.
Well, I'm
I,
saying, what's the slang or the terminology that y'all use for that? We call it dropping jewels in the South.
oh, you're saying like what do I call it?
Yeah, yeah.
Um, I don't know that I really have a slang for it. I probably um yeah, I don't know that I'm not really sure how I would say that if it came up. Yeah, I'm like I could probably guess how I would say it right now, but I'm not. Might be biased because I'm thinking about it. But
Right,
when you say something, you don't really like you're just thinking about what you're saying and it comes out.
right.
So I'm not really sure. I probably would just I probably would be more specific anyway. I probably wouldn't say a generalized slang. I probably would be like this person said this thing and it was really, you know, I thought it was really profound or
Right, okay.
maybe that's it. It's profound.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It's not really slang though.
Right,
I mean I do talk slang, but probably not as much as you.
right, right. I talk a lot of slang. I get my whole vocabulary. Probably need another dictionary outbound. Uh, yeah, we use a lot of slang for stuff. But anyway, um, like, and I guess it's cultural too. Our older people uh, extend wisdom to the younger generation, all right? And we're raised to respect that, okay? So whether it's profound or not, to us, we be like, and I really had to get out of that because sometimes old people will tell you some fucked up shit, right? So I had to kind of get out of that and I had to learn at some point. I was like, wait a minute. Sometimes old people can teach you two things, either what to do or what not to do. Because sometimes old people tell you some fucked up advice. Oh, a good example of that is one time this old lady told me, and she thought she really was trying to drop some dudes on me. She said, baby, it's a poor rat that ain't got but one hole to run into. And I thought about that shit. I said, wait just a motherfucking minute. What she was saying was like she had different guys that she could call them up and get money from them or whatever. But she was sleeping with them too. And so she had different guys that she could just call them up at any time or whatever, and she could get a little bit of change from them. And I was saying to myself, did she really just thought she dropped some jewels on me by, first of all, referring to herself as a rat? Shit. Shit. I said, hold up, wait a minute. I don't even want to metaphorically refer myself to a rat. I mean, compare myself to a rat, Shit, that sounds fucked up to begin with.
That's what I thought the first time I ever heard somebody use that word. I was like, you want to be a rat? It kind of goes along with like Lil Wayne says, "I'm a goon, I'm a goblin,"
Right.
Except I don't know, that one I thought was kind of genius in a way too, but
What, you a goon, you a goblin?
yeah, I don't know. It
You know what a goon is?
it has its appeal. I don't know how to explain it. Yeah, I mean it's a bad thing. I wouldn't even say I'm a goon.
That is not that nothing I would brag about. That's kind of like that's
Being
worse than being a rat.
Yeah, but it's still fun listening to
A
little.
goon is a bully.
It's fun listening to Lil Wayne say it though.
Hmm. Looking like a gremlin. Yeah. Talk about you a goon. No, you're a gremlin, motherfucker.
I mean that's common in rap though. Is would like calling themselves something that is normally seen in a negative light.
And
Like
they saying it like it's a good thing.
is what
And
because it's kind of
meanwhile, they a punk ass motherfucker being treated like a hoe.
yeah, it's just music. I mean, that's
Yeah.
not that's just fucking music. It doesn't really mean anything.
They didn't turn, he ain't no fucking goon. They make that motherfucker boot over every chance they
Yeah, I
get.
know. How many videos you seen him beating people up and shooting people? I don't know. But like, it's I think there's a little more to it than that though, because it's kind of like it's almost like saying like, yeah, I'm that thing you hate. You know?
Mm, mm. All I can say is,
Because people don't like, because if you had a real goon or a real goblin, like a real one, like a little green, slimy thing, trying to bite you or something. You know, if you had like if a real goblin was around, you probably wouldn't like it. And although he's not a goblin, he's still like, you know, like I'm a gangster rapper, so you're gonna hate me. So might as well call me a goon and a goblin. I'm guessing. I don't know. I'm just talking out my ass. It's music, so who knows what the fuck he's thinking.
Sometimes people speak metaphorically, or they'll just say things to um, uh, like just like we're discussing it. Like, why would you say? And if you have a song where you have lyrics and it creates a conversation, that's a good thing. Only thing is that me, I don't mm-mm. I don't take pleasure in really talking about people that's not real artists and referring to them as artists.
Yeah, you don't think rap is an art?
Ooh, did I say that?
No, I'm just wondering. Or
Why would I
what
think that?
about Lil Wayne? Is he an artist?
Didn't you just hear me bust a I don't know, I didn't do a whole bar, did I? I did almost. I did 8
Oh
bars.
yeah, that's right. You did. I can't. I don't know why I forgot that already.
Mm-hmm.
But what about Lil Wayne?
He's not a real artist.
He's what?
He's not a real artist.
Oh, okay. Oh.
He's an actor.
Oh, I see. I mean, he probably doesn't even write it all.
Right. He's an actor.
Well, I that's um like it wouldn't surprise me if that was
Yeah.
correct. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of
Yeah.
expected.
Um.
It's kind of expected in Hollywood or
Yeah.
in the entertainment industry, I should say.
Yeah. Uh, um. I don't have anything against him personally, but I'm just saying, I know the real shit. Like, who is something and who ain't nothing. So I'm not excited by it because I get to see behind the scenes. You know what I mean? I see the stick behind the figure that you think is floating. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
I mean, a lot of times they don't really hide it. If you just gotta look, like
Right.
the parts that they glamorize are the ones you hear about, and those parts are just I mean, that's just the track, pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I mean, a lot of music that's out is done by
The
people who didn't write their own shit, and a lot of times when like a lot of times when they
lot of it is stolen off of people that are amateurs that nobody knows who they are. They're on YouTube spitting their bars, and the idiots have no copyrights. And
uh
Lil Wayne and
so
whoever
he copyrights it.
people are scavenging online for them. They don't actually do it, but the people that own them, and I did say own them, they are doing it, and well, they have people to do it, and
The people that own their brand, pretty much.
I said own them.
Yeah.
Did I say own a brand? No, I did not. I said that own them.
They are a brand.
No, they are a slave. I said they owned by somebody.
What makes
I didn't stutter, and and I didn't say hypothetically. That's not what I said.
I just had to be sure I understood
Yeah,
because that's a bold claim, you know.
yeah, it
I just
is.
want to make
And I
sure.
said it, and I said it more than once, didn't I?
So what makes you say that? That he's a slave?
What makes me say that?
Yeah, I mean, can you explain more in what sense is he a slave, or I don't know. I'm just curious. Like
Okay. Um.
I, I'm not saying you're wrong. I just
I know.
I never heard anybody say that, so makes
Oh yeah.
makes me
Uh.
curious.
What makes them slaves? And the reason I say that somebody own them is
Yeah.
because they can't do anything without their owner's permission. Nothing. When
What
I
hap-
say, do you hear me say nothing?
What happens if they do? What
There's
happens?
consequences.
What consequences?
It
Like
depends on what they do.
they lose money?
Oh shit, they ain't even making that much money to lose. Them losing money is the least of their problems. All right.
What else could they do to them?
Wow. Well, it's easy for me to say that they are owned by somebody. What I can't do is tell you what would happen to them, because when things happen to them, okay, when they do suffer repercussions, it's done so crucial that nobody don't know about it but them. You understand? Nobody know about it but them. What happened?
I'm just thinking about what you're saying.
Oh, okay.
It's an interesting proposition. Oh, did I think I lost her. I'm all alone, and maybe she'll come back. Oh, they're not coming in your room? That's a surprise.